The protagonist is run over by a truck at 30 years old, thinking about how he never achieved anything in his life and only worked to survive. He considers his death almost comical. Right after, a woman calls him Zink-sama, which leaves him confused since that's not his name. The protagonist wakes up in a luxurious room, confused as he realizes his new reality. The maid is at his side, and he's weirded out by what's going on. Soon, he realizes his name is now Saitu Jinkuru. He wakes up again, with the maid emotional, explaining that he fainted during an audience with the crown prince. She laments, saying he was expelled from the royal guard and banished from the kingdom. Confused, he doesn't understand what's going on, feels that everything is strange, and questions who he really is and what he's doing there. The protagonist finds out his new name is Zink Nonrand. He's 14 years old, and heir to the title of Duke. Since he was a child, he was assigned as the Crown Prince's royal guard in the Kingdom of Rosetta, but ended up being rejected by the prince, who declared he didn't want to see him anymore. Even though his family is famous for producing great spearmen, Zink was never good with spears, which made him insecure and hurt his posture and reputation. He realizes he now has two sets of memories, his past life as Jinkuru and his new identity as Zink. He gets that he reincarnated into this young man who's now fallen out of favor with the king. As he thinks about it, he notices his current personality is starting to become more like Jinkuru's. The maid, surprised, comments that he seems nicer than usual, even though he looks weak. Confused, he remembers reading about isekai in light novels, but never imagined it would actually happen to him. He's surprised to hear that he's been banished. The maid confirms that, after being removed as royal guard, he was also disinherited and lost his noble title. On top of that, he's ordered to leave the kingdom within a month, while someone else is named heir in his place. The maid laments the tragedy, while he stays silent in the face of it all. From Zink's memories, the protagonist realizes that being banished is basically a death sentence, since the lands outside the capital are full of monsters. Bitter, he thinks he got a second chance at life just to face death again. Still, he decides to start getting ready and asks Urza for help, which surprises her with his determination. He notices a screen in front of Urza showing her level and class, like a game status. Surprised, he asks what he's seeing, but quickly realizes only he can see this information. Confused, he figures this is like a video game interface and figures out he's got a unique skill. He notices he can see detailed info about Urza level, HP, mana, skills. When he focuses, he can get even more details, like a status screen. He figures out this skill is called Vision, something that's super rare in this world. He tries to check his own status, thinking it should be possible like in games. He can see some info, but the screen is blurry and hard to read. Determined, he keeps focusing, telling himself he needs to keep trying until he can see his stats clearly. Finally, he manages to see his own status screen clearly. He finds out he's at level 9, with various magic skills and attributes shown as letters, and has unique powers like a storage box. Noticing his spear skill is low, he understands why he was never good at it. Surprised, he calmly starts analyzing his abilities, while Urza watches worried and calls out to him. He checks his skills and sees his affinity with swords is low, and spears are even worse, both at weak levels. On the other hand, his enchantment magic is ranked S, the highest, and his fire, water, and wind magics are B, earth is A, and alchemy and healing are S. He figures out his passive skill, Appraise, is what lets him see these status screens. Surprised, he starts to realize just how much potential he really has. He's shocked to discover his enchantment. Magic is super rare, with only 3 other users in the world. He realizes he's now the 4th person with this power, and gets excited about the chance to use it to grow. Determined, he says he'll take advantage of this unique ability to survive and thrive in this new world. Meanwhile, Urza is startled by his sudden reaction. Esther shows up in Zink's room, calling him Oni-sama, and apologizing for not being able to help with his situation. Still, Esther is supportive, bringing a spear and money so he can prepare. Zink realizes Esther is one of the few people he can really trust in the house. Zink thanks Esther, but explains the spear won't be useful to him. Instead, he asks Esther to buy some of his old stuff and use the money to get supplies, since it'll be tough to get merchants to help him without his title. Esther agrees and offers to help, while Zink plans to write out a list of what he needs. All the items on Zink's list are delivered, filling his room with supplies and weapons. Esther asks how he plans to carry so much stuff, since it'd be impossible to haul it all alone. Confident, Zink asks all the servants to leave, hinting he has a secret method to solve the problem. Zink asks Esther to keep what he's about, to show a total secret, saying no one can know, not even their father. He stresses it has to stay hidden until he leaves the kingdom. Esther, surprised and curious, watches as Zink gets ready to reveal his method. Zink reveals his secret skill to Esther, the box of holding, a rare power that lets him store items in a special space. He explains he only found out about this ability recently, but he plans to put most of his supplies in there. Esther, surprised, realizes how valuable this skill is, while Zinc shows confidence that he can use it to get ready for what's ahead. Zinc shows off his storage skill and impresses Esther, who praises him in surprise. When he uses his appraisal skill, Zinc finds out Esther also has the box of holding, though Esther doesn't know it yet. He thinks about telling him, but decides to keep his appraisal skill a secret for now, thinking about how best to handle it. Zinc asks Esther for a small vial of his blood, hinting he'll use it to form a contract. Esther agrees without hesitation, saying his brother's will is his command. Zinc thanks him and asks Esther to go with him to the Adventurers Guild, since alone he'd have a hard time being accepted. Esther happily agrees, promising to help in any way, while Zinc thinks about how Esther is a good kid. Zinc walks through town with Esther, but quickly draws stares and whispers from the townsfolk. People comment that he's the banished duke's son, showing contempt and curiosity. Surprised by how hostile people are, Zinc tries to keep his composure, while Esther advises him to ignore the gossip and not listen to the criticism. Zinc thinks about the bad reputation he inherited, being seen by commoners as an incompetent and arrogant noble who abused his title. He understands Urza's loyalty, since she's been with him as a wet nurse since he was born, but he doesn't get why Esther admires him so much. Even checking his memories doesn't help. Despite that, he keeps going and arrives at the Adventurers Guild. At the guild, Zinc starts his registration. The receptionist explains that by putting a drop of blood on the card, he'll be officially registered as a rank G adventurer. She starts explaining the guild rules quickly and in a bored way, like she just wants to get rid of them. Zinc and Esther notice, but stay quiet to finish the process. After finishing the guild registration, Zinc decides to train before dinner. He thinks that, according to his status, he's way more talented with a sword than a spear. While practicing, he thinks that if he'd known about his real skills sooner, maybe his life would have gone in a totally different direction. Zinc trains hard with the sword and notices how young and agile his body is, feeling recharged by this new chance at life. Satisfied with his progress, he thinks the only thing left is to give Esther the present he prepared. Zinc checks his skills and decides he can use alchemy and enchantment now that he has Esther's blood, planning to make something special as a gift. During dinner at the Norin mansion, he's already thinking about studying more after the meal. At that moment, the head of the family, Gordon Norand, confronts him, making it clear he knows Zinc's situation. During dinner, Zinc's father, Gordon Norand, says this will be Zinc's last meal at the house, since he'll have to leave for good the next day. Zinc accepts it calmly. Gordon mentions hearing that Zinc trained with a sword earlier, which surprises him, but he decides to drop the subject. Zinc then stands up politely, saying he needs to get ready to leave. Zinc gets ready to test his enchantment magic on his gear. He notes that the enchanter's level limits the effects, but since his enchantment magic is at level 3, he can power up his items a lot. After enchanting them, every piece of his adventurer set gets a bonus to athletics, adding +27 to his natural stat of 25. Impressed, he realizes how strong he can get with this rare skill. After enchanting his gear, Zinc boosts his athletics stat to 52, getting curious about how much stronger he's become. Excited, he can't wait to test his strength the next day. Meanwhile, he thinks about making a special present for Esther, but realizes enchanting drains a lot of his energy, so he has to use a mana potion to recover. At the west gate of the capital, Zinc gets ready to leave the kingdom. Esther and Urza go with him as far as they can, wishing him safety. Before leaving, Zinc thinks about the spear he got from his father, made of mithril, and considers melting it into ingots to sell or reusing the shaft. Determined, he finishes his preparations and sets off on his journey. Before leaving, Zinc gives Esther a present to thank him for all his help. He gives him a box and a card, asking Esther to put a drop of blood on the card when he's alone, but to only open the box after Zinc is already out of the kingdom. Surprised and curious, Esther takes the gift, while Zinc assures him he'll like what's inside. Zinc leaves through the castle gate, waving goodbye confidently. Behind him, Esther cries and tells his brother to stay safe, promising to pray for him. Urza quietly watches the scene, moved by his departure. Zinc leaves the city and heads into the unknown, looking at the landscape ahead with determination. He tells himself this is the starting point of his new life, ready to face the challenges ahead and rewrite his fate. Zinc plans his route to the border, aiming to pass through the city of Rio in 2 days, and then cross the territories of the Peltier and Movitz dukes, which will take another 4 days of travel. Even though he's alone and a bit worried, he gets ready to camp along the way. Determined, he decides to first test out just how much his new athletics stats can help him on his journey. Zinc puts his new stats to the test and is surprised at how fast he can run. Going way faster than he expected, he realizes he might even reach the city of Rio by the end of the day, excited about his new strength. Zinc gets to a road and finds a massacre, with bodies scattered and a wrecked carriage. Surprised, he realizes the power of the enchantments he used. Zinc panics when he sees the bodies, trying to control his breathing and stay calm, but he gets overwhelmed and wishes he could enchant his own mind. Zinc is caught off guard by a group of goblins charging at him. He dodges quickly and figures out they're the ones behind the massacre. Zinc reacts fast and takes down the goblins with his sword. Using his appraisal skill, he finds out their combat and athletics levels are low, realizing he only got out unscathed because he was alert from the start. Zinc instinctively dodges an attack, noticing his body moved on its own to defend him. Surprised, he gets that his reflexes and skills are way above what he thought. Zinc fights hard against the goblins, moving with speed and strength boosted by his enchantments. He realizes he's finally unleashing the true power of his magic. After defeating the goblins, Zinc realizes he leveled up. Even though he was expelled and banished, he decides to keep moving forward, determined to see how far his skills can take him in this new life. Zinc faces the scene of death around him and, despite the initial shock, accepts that this is normal in that world. Taking a deep breath, he calms himself and decides to move on, now more prepared to deal with this new reality. Zinc understands that in that world it's normal, and even encouraged to take the belongings of those killed by monsters, since otherwise everything would just get looted. He decides to get used to this, and even considers taking items from dead monsters as part of his survival, showing that he's quickly adapting to the harsh rules of his new reality. Zinc understands that, to be recognized as an adventurer, he needs to prove his hunts by collecting parts from the monsters he kills. He quickly gets used to this process, and by the time he arrives at the city of Rio, he's already defeating goblins and kobolds naturally, like it's second nature. Zinc notices he can't enchant the same piece of equipment twice, so he carries several swords in his inventory. He checks his status, satisfied with how fast he's leveling up, as his level has increased a lot and his enchantment skill reached level 8. Zinc enchants his sword, boosting his sword skill by +8, and decides to keep the old one as a backup. The next day, he reaches the eastern forests of the Movitz Margravate, where several adventurers are camped. Zinc finds a resting spot for adventurers and decides to camp there before continuing his journey to Movisburg, which would take a whole day. While drinking a mana potion, a desperate group of adventurers appears, asking for help because one of them is dying and urgently needs a special potion. A desperate group of adventurers asks for an X potion to save their wounded companion. Even knowing it's expensive, Zinc decides to help since he checked the guy's status and saw he wasn't a criminal. He offers his own potion and asks how many would be needed, being seen as a true lifesaver. Zinc gives the X potion to the seriously injured adventurer, making sure he has a chance to survive. Even though he's never used one before, he realizes the situation is critical, and the guy wouldn't make it without the potion. Still, he's unsure if the potion alone will be enough. The injured adventurer recovers, surprising the group and bringing his friends to tears. Alexander, the leader of the Dragon Tears group, a rank C team, thanks Zinc for the help and introduces himself in a laid-back way, asking to be called Alex. Alexander gives all the money the group has, but admits it's not enough to pay for an X potion. Zinc asks them to explain what happened, and Alexander reveals the disaster happened because they ran into a red ogre, An, extremely dangerous rank, a monster. Zinc thinks about the value of an X potion worth 5 gold coins or 5 million yen, realizing how being a noble gave him access to huge sums. Grateful for his friend's life, Alexander offers himself as a slave to pay the debt. But Zinc finds the idea weird and uncomfortable, even though he knows slavery is common in that world. A group of orcs shows up, attracted by the smell of blood, advancing in large numbers toward the adventurers. Alexander reacts in surprise, while Zinc decides to use his appraisal skill to check the enemy's stats and get ready for the fight. The orcs, classified as rank D, have decent strength and high athletics. But Zinc reveals his own status is way higher, trusting his skills to face the group alone. While the adventurers complain about their worn-out gear after fighting the Red Ogre, Zinc gets ready to show his true power, something he kept hidden until leaving the kingdom. On the battlefield, Zinc surprises everyone with his special skill. He summons several weapons from his box of holding and quickly hands them out to the adventurers around him. The group, shocked by his rare ability, realize he's way stronger than anyone would expect from a newbie adventurer. Zinc charges into battle fiercely, taking out rank D orcs with ease, impressing the other adventurers. Alexander and his group decide to back him up and join the fight at his side. The scene shows the exiled young man fighting skillfully, while the confidence and respect around him start to grow. Zinc notices the adventurers can handle themselves and decides to focus on defeating as many enemies as possible to level up. He pushes forward at full force, dropping orcs one after the other without losing his rhythm. Zinc comes face to face with an imposing presence. An orc general appears before him, holding a huge hatchet and giving off a menacing aura. The protagonist realizes the danger when he checks its stats, a rank B enemy, with physical strength and leadership far beyond normal orcs. Zinc faces the orc general, wondering if he can take on a rank B enemy by himself. The nearby adventurers are shocked to see him challenge the monster without hesitation, while Alexander watches in disbelief, calling out to him in the middle of the battle. Zinc fights the orc general in an intense duel, managing to block its devastating attacks thanks to his enchanted gear. Even so, he realizes he's still not strong enough to beat such a powerful enemy on his own. Alexander attacks the orc general to distract it, giving Zinc a chance to act. The monster roars in fury, while Zinc watches nervously at his ally's bravery. Alexander shouts the signal, and Zinc leaps with his sword, striking down on the orc general as the monster roars and prepares to counterattack. With all his strength, Zinc drives his sword into the orc general, even as the monster howls and tries to fight back. Determined, he refuses to give up, pushing the blade deeper as the enemy struggles. With a decisive blow, Zinc defeats the orc general, who collapses to the ground dead. Relieved, he takes a deep breath while the other adventurers watch, impressed by his strength. With the general dead, the orcs start to retreat. Alex praises Zinc's strength, guessing he must be a high-level adventurer, but Zinc reveals he's only rank G. Alex offers him all the loot as payment for the potion, but Zinc only accepts half, admitting he could only win because Alex distracted the monster. As Zinc walks, the adventurers begin to recognize him as the banished son of House Norrand. Rumors and comments spread quickly, some underestimating him as just a spoiled rich kid. With a relaxed smile, Zinc confirms his identity, but makes it clear he's already given up his title, asking them not to treat him formally. Zinc asks Alexander about his plans, and the warrior explains they're heading to the capital, but will stop in Movitsburg to regroup. Jokingly, Alexander says he's now Zinc's slave, and insists on tagging along. Smiling, Zinc asks to join their group until they reach the city, since he's heading the same way. Zinc asks Alexander to look for his younger brother, Esther Norrand, when he gets to the capital. In return, he just asks Alexander to teach him the adventurer's code of conduct, refusing to make him a slave. Surprised by the simple request, Alexander gets emotional and hugs Zinc tightly, calling him a good guy. As Zinc stands out with his actions, 3 adventurers watch from afar. Among them, an elf archer comments that the boy isn't bad at all, recognizing the potential he's shown in such a short time. After defeating the horde of orcs, Zinc and the group continue their journey. Now, their destination is the capital of the Movits Margravate, Moviburg, where they'll carry on toward the next goal. The group reaches the Goblin Forest, a dark and dangerous place. Zinc watches closely, aware that this territory is full of lurking enemies. The adventurers push through the Goblin Forest when suddenly a rain of arrows hits them. Zinc notes that goblins alone aren't much of a threat, but in groups they're deadly. Then, a horde appears above, setting up an ambush. Zinc charges forward, sword in hand, promising to clear a path through the goblin horde. Confident, he goes on the attack, while Alex warns him to be careful. Zinc doesn't hesitate, cutting down goblins one after the other. His moves are fast and precise, taking down enemies from all sides and clearing a path with pure skill and determination. The adventurers organize themselves, with the lower ranks staying at the back while the stronger ones move up to face the goblins. Zinc notices the overwhelming number of enemies, but gets motivated by thinking about the rewards and experience he'll gain. The battle heats up as weapons clash and goblins start falling before them. After the intense fight, the group finally manages to make it through the forest, exhausted and almost out of strength. While everyone else is catching their breath, Zinc stays standing, calm and showing no signs of fatigue. The adventurers stare at him, surprised, remembering he was on the front lines the whole time. With a laid-back smile, Zinc just says maybe he's simply stronger than the rest. While the others wonder if all their training was pointless, Zinc reveals his real secret. He explains that he's been boosting his body with enchantments, raising his physical skills way beyond normal. Every part of his gear, from boots and gloves to his sword, is enchanted with extra power and swordcraft. He admits that enchanting is his special skill, so he's not lying when he says he's stronger. The others, stunned, realize he's really not your average person. Zinc is approached by a group of experienced adventurers. Karen, the leader of the Sacred Flame group, praises his strength after watching his fight with the orcs. Bogart also recognizes his power, though one guy insists he just has good gear. Surprised, he asks if Zinc is actually an enchanter. Zinc meets the members of the A-rank group Sacred Flame. Among them is Bogart, an experienced swordsman, and Karen, a super powerful elf with healing and archery skills. Impressed by their high stats, Zinc decides to take a closer look at their info while introducing himself to the group. Will, a high-level mage with the equipment appraisal skill, checks Zinc out and sees that almost all his gear is enchanted with plus 8-inch athletics. This leads him to conclude Zinc has to be an enchanter. Surprised to be found out, Zinc confirms he is one. Zinc surprises everyone by revealing he's an enchanter, which is rare on the continent. The adventurers immediately show interest and offer to pay him to enchant their gear. However, Zinc says he'll only accept if certain conditions are met, making them curious about what he'll ask for. Zinc lays down his condition. He wants a drop of blood from everyone who wants enchantments, making sure only the owner can use the gear. He explains that this prevents powerful weapons from ending up in the wrong hands. He also says that, after passing through Moverberg, he plans to head to the Kingdom of Qual. Zinc asks that no one reveal he's an enchanter until he reaches the Kingdom of Qual. Karen and Will agree, saying they'd be happy to have someone like him in their kingdom. As for payment, Zinc says he'll accept any fair price since he doesn't know the market rates. Zinc reveals he can do various enchantments, including swordcraft, spellcraft, athletics, and charisma. On top of that, he has rare skills like alchemy, appraisal, and storage box, all inherited since birth. He says he'll only use the appraisal skill to make personal use cards, surprising the other adventurers even more. The group of adventurers shows off their newly enchanted equipment made by Zinc. Each receives significant upgrades, weapons, clothes, and accessories, all powered up with extra skills like swordcraft, athletics, alchemy, charisma, and even a storage pouch. With that, they get ready, confident for the challenges ahead. Zinc, exhausted after creating so many enchanted items, hands over the appraisal cards requested by the adventurers. Even after drinking several mana potions, he keeps chugging more to handle the huge energy drain. Despite being clearly tired, he explains that enchanting just burns through a lot of mana, showing his determination to get the job done. The adventurers follow Zinc's instructions and put a few drops of blood on the enchantment cards. Instantly, the symbols light up, activating the magic. Surprised and impressed, they confirm that the process worked perfectly, recognizing Zinc's exceptional skill. Will asks if there's a way for the cards to also show their aptitudes, offering to pay extra. Zinc explains that aptitudes are way harder to measure than skills, and in the end, an innate aptitude is worthless if you never use it. Even so, interested by the idea of extra pay, he considers the possibility. Zinc finishes the deal satisfied, commenting that A-rank groups make great customers. Meanwhile, Will observes him with curiosity and points out that, as an enchanter, Zinc is basically a VIP and should have personal guards. Other adventurers look on with envy, recognizing how valuable he is. The adventurers are shocked when they find out Zinc is in exile and ask if he's a criminal. He says no, just that he was incompetent and antisocial, believing he was falsely accused. Alex steps in to defend him, saying Zinc is a good guy and he owes him for saving his party's lives. Zinc reveals not even his own family knows about his powers. If they did, they'd just use him for politics. He says he can't trust anyone anymore. Hearing that, the adventurers insist that's all the more reason for him to head to Quol, promising he won't have to deal with that kind of problem there. The adventurers decide to help Zinc cross the border, even knowing it's crawling with monsters. Karen promises that with him along, there won't be any problems. Zinc accepts the help and thanks them as the group gets ready to head out toward Moverberg, which is already close by. The group arrives at the border city of Moverberg. Zinc thinks there's almost no chance of being recognized there, far from his old life. With the money he earned from his enchantments, he's ready to put his profits to good use and keep moving forward. Zinc uses his earnings to shop in town. He buys all the alchemy components, potions, and the best weapons and armor available. The shopkeeper, impressed, realizes he's making a fortune off the kid, who doesn't hesitate to invest in his own growth. Zinc keeps shopping and asks for spears and armor one size smaller than his, revealing it's for someone else. The shopkeeper, understanding, assures him he's got exactly what Zinc needs, even if it's more expensive. The seller explains the armor is made from red dragon leather, and the spear is extremely powerful, guaranteeing there's nothing better in town. Confident, Zinc says he can handle it, revealing he can store everything by turning a small chest into a storage box. Zinc realizes this might be his last chance to send something to Esther. Determined, he decides to use the strongest enchantments he has at the moment, applying them to the equipment in front of him. Then, he drinks potions to recover his strength and handle the magical effort. The next morning near Moviberg, Zinc shows up exhausted after pushing his magic to the limit. Still, he hands out extra appraisal cards to Alex and his companions as a thank you. Even tired, he sees it as a chance to gain more enchanting experience, now having reached level 12. The adventurers decide to head out and cross the border to the next destination. Meanwhile, at the Norrand family estate, a conversation reveals that someone was sentenced to 50 days of solitary confinement. raising questions about the harshness of the punishment. Esther appears, isolated in his room, sad and deep in thought, calling out for his brother. Meanwhile, the Norand family's butler says he needs to forget Zinc, reminding him that he's now the family heir and needs to accept that responsibility. Esther is scolded by a strict man, who finds him lost in thought and calls him out directly. The man accuses Esther of feeling no remorse and then violently attacks him, throwing him against the wall. The man sentences Esther to 50 days of solitary confinement after Zinc's departure. Before that, he lets him say goodbye, but makes it clear that from then on, Zinc won't be recognized as his brother anymore. Stuck in his thoughts, Esther wonders how Zinc is doing and fears that he's all alone. Even so, he keeps faith that his brother will survive and make it out of the kingdom alive. Zinc fights fiercely against monsters, taking one down with a decisive blow. While attacking, he remembers Esther and dedicates the victory to his brother, showing he still carries that promise in his heart. One of the warriors charges at the orcs, slashing through them with force and dropping a huge enemy to the ground. His determination guarantees a clean and direct win in battle. During the fight against goblins, Karen shows off her archery skills, firing accurate arrows to protect her allies. Her precision gives the group an edge in the intense fight. Will jumps into the action during the fight, casting his Wind Slicer spell. The magic slices through the orc's body with precision, taking it out quickly and efficiently. After the battle, Zinc thinks about his magic and considers training more in fire, but is worried about causing too much destruction. Will mentions that as an enchanter, Zinc should rank up quickly. Meanwhile, Karen and Bogart come back after clearing their side of the fight, noting the remaining monsters have fled. Zinc asks how low-level adventurers or merchants manage to cross such dangerous borders. While walking the road, Zinc and the group talk about the dangers of the border. Karen mentions that low-level adventurers rarely make it this far, since the area is full of monsters, and even a wyvern lives here. Zinc hopes they don't run into it, but Karen reassures him they're already close to the border. Zinc and the group arrive at the checkpoint in the border city of Quolta, while he worries he won't be allowed in because he's in exile. Karen and Bogart promise that as high-level adventurers, they can help Zinc get through with no problem since their influence is equal to nobles. Even so, Zinc is worried about getting into trouble at the checkpoint. At the checkpoint, Zinc introduces himself as Zinc Nonrand, but says he's been disowned and is just a commoner now. Still, the guards recognize him and, suspicious of how quickly he got there, try to detain him right away. At the checkpoint, the guards try to question Zinc, but Karen steps in and says he was just following his exile order. When the soldiers talk back disrespectfully, they're shocked to find out she's a rank S adventurer. Karen intimidates the guards, threatening to put them in their place by force if needed. The soldiers panic, apologize, and run to get the person in charge. Meanwhile, Zinc tries to calm things down, but soon someone familiar to the group arrives to welcome them. Zinc realizes his family really wanted to get rid of him, and now they're trying to frame him for attempted murder of the Duke to steal the inheritance. The checkpoint guards are suspicious about how fast he arrived and use that as an excuse to accuse him of being a criminal. Will stands up for Zinc, saying they traveled together for 3 days and he never did anything shady, only showing kindness. He adds that arriving in just 5 days proves Zinc's talent. The guard, still unsure, ends up letting it go, asking Zinc to use the noble checkpoint next time to avoid problems, closing the case. Zinc finally crosses the border and enters the kingdom of Quol, relieved to have made it. He thanks Will and Karen for their help at the checkpoint, saying he wouldn't have gotten through without them. Will says it's just a fair trade, reinforcing their partnership. Will warns Zinc about the danger if Rosarda finds out he's an enchanter, suggesting they could try to hunt him down or force him back. Because of that, he proposes a bold solution, that Zinc officially register with the guild rankings and reveal to the world he's an enchanter, turning his secret identity into public recognition. Zinc thinks over the suggestion and realizes that revealing his identity as an enchanter might be the best way to stay safe. Will says that once he's registered as a Qual adventurer, Rosarda won't be able to act against him. So, the group decides to head to the guild. Zinc gives Karen a bracelet with a healing enchantment as practice. Soon after, the group reaches the Korta Guild branch, where Zinc is called inside. In the guild, Karen draws attention and is greeted respectfully, while some people seem annoyed to see Zinc so close to her. Will introduces Zinc as someone wanting to rank up and register his class, catching the receptionist's attention. Zinc decides to go all in and attacks Snow head-on. He spins with force, trying to catch his opponent off guard and shift the momentum of the fight, showing he's not backing down. Zinc manages to land a direct hit on Snow, injuring his hand and shocking everyone in the arena. The guildmaster, recognizing the kid's strength and determination, admits defeat and yields. The audience reacts in shock and surprise, as Zinc proves himself and earns respect from everyone. Everyone in the arena is stunned to see Snow, the respected guildmaster, wounded by Zinc. The crowd whispers, surprised that the failure from House Norland managed such a feat. Karen offers to heal Snow, but he refuses, saying a potion will do, even though he's clearly shaken from losing to a kid. Karen, excited, insists on healing Zinc as a reward for passing the exam, even though he says he isn't really hurt. The moment leaves Zinc embarrassed and awkward, but happy at the same time. Meanwhile, some onlookers talk about the situation. One praises Zinc's achievement, while others look on enviously, bothered by all the attention he's getting. Will pressures Zinc to explain how he won the duel, hinting he wants to expose him. Nervous, Zinc tries to justify it by saying he just enchanted his gear. Then Will takes the opportunity to announce loudly that Zinc is an enchanter, making it clear to everyone that, even so, he won fair and square, exposing his true power to the crowd. During the reveal at the exam, everyone is shocked to learn that Zinc's swordcraft skill is actually 175, something considered crazy. Will continues to expose more. Besides being an enchanter, Zinc also has the rare appraise skill, proving it by showing he had already read their statuses. The audience goes wild, shocked that there's a fourth enchanter in the world when everyone thought there were only 3. Snow acknowledges Zinc's strength and admits that, without the enchantments, he wouldn't have lost. As guildmaster, he officially recognizes Zinc as both an enchanter and appraiser. Zinc, for his part, says he learned a lot from the fight, while Snow, relieved, promises to train harder to get stronger. Zinc celebrates being promoted to provisional C rank, but is confused about the condition. Will explains that, since Zinc is an enchanter, he can apply straight for S rank without more questions or tests. Will explains the exam was just a security check. Because Zinc's skill is so rare and valuable, if he were registered at a low rank, he'd be a target for abuse. That's why he's provisional C rank, until the official paperwork is done. If the kingdom decided he couldn't protect himself, they'd assign royal guards to follow him everywhere, which would be a huge hassle. Zinc asks Will why he's doing so much for him. Will says they needed to show everyone Zinc can defend himself, solving 2 problems at once. Zinc wonders about Will's real motives, and Will, with a slight smile, just says, honestly, and leaves it hanging. Zinc thinks about his life after exile, wondering if his skill would be enough to change everything. He thinks about how he could turn his life around by relying on his unique abilities. Will then reveals that Zinc isn't just an enchanter, but also an appraiser, hinting that this combo could get him to S rank. Zinc learns about the SS rank, a level above S rank, where adventurers aren't limited by politics or society and earn respect equal to a king. Even though he has a long way to go, he gets the encouragement to try for that goal. He then reflects on his past, rejected, exiled from Rosarda as a fugitive, but now he's starting to see a real shot at changing his fate. Confident, Zinc decides to leave the past behind and embrace his future as an enchanter, aiming to reach SS rank. Zinc travels by carriage with his companions, but spends his time studying, writing formulas, and notes to improve his enchanting skills. While Zinc focuses on his upcoming exams, the caravan is attacked by kobolds. His companions immediately jump into action to protect the carriage and make sure he doesn't get hurt. Zinc decides to join the fight against the kobolds, seeing it as a perfect chance to test out his S-rank water magic, showing confidence and determination to help his allies. Zinc casts his water magic, creating a huge sphere and launching it at the kobolds. The attack lands, drenching and knocking the enemies down, showing off the power of his S-rank magic. Zinc notices his first attack didn't work, and the kobolds keep advancing. He focuses, remembering his training. His magic shouldn't just be regular water, but something solid and fast, like a cannonball. Zinc puts all his strength into the next spell, now with much more accuracy. He fires a powerful water ball, a compact, fast-moving sphere that hits the enemies like a projectile. The attack lands dead on, smashing trees and scattering the enemies. The kobolds are terrified by the power they just witnessed. Seeing the opening, his allies charge in confidently, shouting that this is their chance, while the monsters freeze in fear from the attack. The adventurers praise Zinc, impressed by his spell's power. He explains he was born with high affinity for water magic and realizes he needs to be careful, since a hit like that could even hit his allies. Even as the guards apologize for interrupting his studies, Zinc says it's fine and treats the fight as good training, reminding himself he's on his way to Quoll's capital for his exams. A week after the duel exam, the group arrives at Count Brand's mansion, where they'll stay the night. Bogart greets them at the entrance, saying everything is ready. Zinc looks around curiously as Will explains they'll be staying there. Zinc feels uneasy about meeting a noble, but Will explains that Count Brand is a populist, different from arrogant nobles, and always looked after him when he was a rookie. A maid leads them through the hallways to the master's room, mentioning the group's name, Sacred Flame. The group is greeted by Nicolaus Brand, the Count of Qual. He welcomes Zinc respectfully, but Zinc asks not to be treated so formally, saying that even though he made S-rank earlier than expected, he still sees himself as a newbie. Brand accepts and greets him more casually. During dinner at Count Brand's mansion, he welcomes Zinc and the Sacred Flame members warmly, inviting them to enjoy the meal. Zinc is excited about the food, praising the banquet. At dinner, Zinc reflects on how he's been living and eating, simply outdoors, and now has to hold back from overeating. Count Brand asks about his future plans. Zinc says that for now, he'll stay in Qual to level up, but eventually wants to settle in the neighboring kingdom, Yamato. Zinc says he wants to enroll in the Royal Academy of Yamato, since he's only 14. Even though he's reached S-rank sooner than expected, he says he doesn't want to be stuck in one place. He wants to travel and see the world. Count Brand assures him that as an S-rank, he no longer needs to fear Rosarda. Count Brand suggests Zinc visit Qualart, the capital. There, he could try to get into the prestigious Royal Academy of Qual, a very selective school where his talents might get him in. Count Brand also suggests that if Zinc wants to gain experience as an adventurer, he should visit Geare, the city of the labyrinth, built over a huge underground maze with more than 80 floors. Zinc had already heard about this place before. Zinc gets excited about adventuring in the labyrinth, but is warned that nobody's ever reached the bottom, since it's filled with endless monsters of every kind. At the same time, he's reminded he needs to study a lot to get into the Royal Academy. Still, he trusts that, if he uses his time well, he can balance training, adventure, and studying. Count Brand offers big support to Zinc. He guarantees he can travel freely through noble territories, offers his house in Qualart to study, and promises to send letters to help him avoid trouble. He even plans to assign a team of adventurers as guards, and says his son, who's Zinc's age and also prepping for the exam, could become his friend. Zinc is surprised by so much help. Zinc thinks about how he's not used to being treated so kindly, which makes him a bit uncomfortable. He remembers his previous life as Jinkaru, where he just repeated the same days with no ambition. Now, with new opportunities, he feels that excitement for dreams again and tries to motivate himself. Determined, he says he won't waste his life anymore and thanks them, promising to make his dreams real with their support. The Sacred Flame group says goodbye to Zinc, thanking him for everything. They say that after visiting Zinc's brother, they'll return to Qualart and then head to Rosarda. Before leaving, they wish Zinc good luck, hoping to meet again in the future. Zinc continues his journey by carriage, and even with setbacks, everything is going well. As he studies hard, he remembers his past life as Jinkuro, an exhausted worker, but who learned to always give his best, something he's now applying to his training and studies. Zinc keeps up his intense routine. When he's given shelter by populists, he focuses on studying. On the road, he fights monsters, and after beating them, camps out to keep studying without rest, always focused on improving. Zinc finally arrives at Qualart. During the journey, he never stops studying, even while dealing with checkpoints. To thank the nobles and the group that traveled with him, he creates enchanted items and appraisal cards for each of them, showing his dedication and gratitude. Zinc is amazed at the huge gates and walls of Qualart, much bigger than the capital of Rosarda. Excited, he wants to explore the city, but the guards hold him back, reminding him of their duty to protect him. They decide to take him to Count Brand's residence until his exams are over. Zinc arrives at Count Brand's main house, where he's warmly welcomed by the Count's wife, Arya, and son, Chris. They show respect and hospitality, saying the house is simple, but asking him to feel at home. Zinc, in turn, asks to be treated casually, showing humility. Chris tries to show Zinc around the mansion, but Zinc passes out from exhaustion. The non-stop grind of training and studying finally catches up, showing his biggest weakness. Even with all his determination, his body can't keep up with the intense pace he forces on himself. At the royal palace of Qual, the king receives news that there's an enchanter in his kingdom. He's told that this young man wants to enroll at the Royal Academy of Qual. Intrigued, the king decides to personally investigate the truth and potential of this new talent. Zinc, at 14 years old, collapses after pushing his abilities to the limit. His status shows his impressive level 62 and various strong skills, especially in water magic, healing, and enchantment. However, his excessive use of the appraise skill, already maxed out, leaves him exhausted, while those around him panic and call for a doctor. Ready to prove his abilities, the protagonist sits in the exam hall of the Royal Academy of Qual, surrounded by other candidates. The entrance exam for the magic department begins, and he prepares to start. The protagonist works through the written exam at the Royal Academy of Qual. Despite its reputation for being difficult, he finds the questions manageable, thanks to accurate predictions he had. Around him, other students struggle, some exhausted from overstudying. He knows that most candidates fail during the practical test and keeps his focus, determined not to make mistakes when that moment comes. The written exam ends, and the candidates move outside for the practical test. They are asked to display their magic, with evaluation based on variety, strength, and rarity. The protagonist steps forward confidently, his number called, and his connection to a renowned S-rank adventurer is acknowledged, drawing attention to him. The protagonist draws attention as others whisper about his connection to an S-rank adventurer. Some wonder about his family background, impressed by his potential. An elder appraiser named Dusty Panam steps in to verify his abilities, confirming that he indeed possesses both enchantment and appraisal skills. Relieved, the boy feels confident that his talents will be properly recognized. The protagonist's abilities are revealed through appraisal, showing strong water magic and healing spells, including some rare techniques. Though slightly uneasy about being analyzed, he remains composed. The examiner then requests a demonstration of his magic to properly evaluate his skills. The protagonist steps forward for his demonstration. Channeling his mana, he forms a sphere of water between his hands, skillfully controlling its shape and flow. Observers watch closely as he begins his test with the water ball spell, showing both confidence and precision in his magic. The protagonist completes his demonstration, impressing everyone with powerful water spells, especially the water cyclone. However, the display ends up drenching the entire venue, causing some concern. While others joke about his overwhelming performance, he worries about losing points for going overboard. Still, he senses that the examiner, a high-ranking noble, will likely report his abilities in full to the king. The examiner reports directly to the King of Qual, describing the protagonist as not only an enchanter, but also skilled in swordsmanship and athletics. His possession of a rare extra-large item box is also noted. The king listens carefully, aware that such talents will soon become widely recognized, especially by influential figures like Rosarda. In the royal court, the King of Qual receives a report about the protagonist's performance. His extraordinary theoretical score and magical talent astonish the nobles, marking him as a prodigy destined to surpass others in the academy. The king acknowledges his skills but raises concern about his character, while advisors insist that such a talent must be secured for Qual at all costs. Rumors about the protagonist's past surface, claiming he once tried to poison his own father. Some nobles express doubt about allowing someone with such a reputation to remain in Qual. However, the examiner clarifies that appraisal showed no criminal status on him, only the label of dropout. He suggests that the accusations were false and that the boy's exile may have been unjust, defending his character before the king. The council discusses the protagonist's past and exile. They conclude that his strained relations with nobles and his lack of spear skill alone could not justify such punishment. The king realizes that Rosarda must have had hidden motives and exiled him without knowing he was actually an enchanter. Determined to clarify matters, the king orders that the boy be summoned for an audience. The king declares that the protagonist, Zinc the Enchanter, will be granted asylum in Qual, while warning that his talents must not be exploited for personal gain. Days later, the results of the exam are announced. Zinc passes with distinction, earning one of the few coveted spots in the top track. His peers celebrate his success, acknowledging both his overwhelming performance and the unusual circumstances of his test. The protagonist prepares for his upcoming audience with the king. Having sold most of his noble possessions to fund his journey, he realizes he has little suitable attire left. He decides to go shopping, planning to buy essentials for life in the school dorms and equipment for dungeon exploration, using the money he earned from creating appraisal cards. At the Qual slave market, the protagonist searches for people to accompany him. A group of slaves is presented, with more brought forward to complete the selection. He observes them quietly, considering who to take with him for his future plans. At the slave market, the protagonist reflects on how common the practice is in Qual, though he remains uncomfortable with it. He searches for someone with high aptitude, ideally suited for magic or combat. Among the group, one girl stands out, presented last, immediately catching his attention as a promising choice. At the slave market, the protagonist notices a frail girl named Nina, who had once been intended for prostitution but was injured during transport. Now, she is sold as a regular slave. Deciding quickly, he chooses her despite her condition. The transaction is completed, and he is asked to perform the ritual of servitude by applying a drop of his blood to bind her. In a ritual circle, the binding ceremony begins. The girl, Nina, receives a drop of the protagonist's blood on her throat, activating the magic contract. Symbols glow across her body as the servitude mark takes form, sealing her as his slave. The binding ritual finishes, and Nina becomes the protagonist's servant. With the transaction complete, he takes her with him from the market. Later, at an estate on the outskirts, he sits down with her, beginning a conversation to learn more about her past and who she really is. Nina opens up about her past. She reveals she was born into a poor farming family, but during a harsh winter, her family ran out of money. To survive, they sold her into slavery. While her parents may have struggled with the decision, her stepfather dismissed her entirely, calling it good riddance. Her story exposes the harsh circumstances that led her to her current fate. The protagonist realizes Nina's past mirrors his own. Just like him, she was abandoned by her family, cast aside by her stepfather. This shared pain makes him see her differently, recognizing a bond in their similar fates. The protagonist sets clear terms for Nina's freedom and treatment, assuring her he won't abuse his authority. When invited to ask questions, she hesitantly brings up knightly services, unsure if he expects such demands from her. Her words reveal the scars of her past and a fear of being seen as nothing more than property. Nina breaks down, feeling overwhelmed and worthless. She admits she can't read, write, or do physical labor skills others dismissed her for. Her frustration spills out as she reveals she was sold off because she was deemed useless, desperately questioning how she can be of any value. The protagonist offers Nina an X potion, a rare item capable of healing deep scars. Shocked, she insists it's too valuable for someone like her, but he calmly orders her to drink it. His intention is clear. He wants to start by restoring her, not as a tool, but as a person. The protagonist reveals that he used his appraisal ability to choose Nina for a reason, her hidden talent in cooking. Despite her low level and lack of confidence, he sees her potential. Her stats confirm strong aptitude in housework, especially in cooking and childcare, giving her real value with the right training. The protagonist shares his goal and tells Nina he'll need her help to achieve it. He reassures her of her worth, offering care and clothes as she heals. Though uncertain, she starts to believe she might have a place by his side. Nina quickly adapts to her new life. With the cooking lessons arranged by the protagonist, she shows surprising progress, impressing even the staff. Her gratitude grows as she feels purpose for the first time, while the protagonist quietly acknowledges her improvement with a faint smile. Nina, now in a maid outfit, proudly presents a jar of cookies she made, eager for the protagonist's feedback. Her growth is clear, having quickly adapted and impressed others with her cooking skills. Meanwhile, the protagonist discusses his need for more capable slaves, specifically those with combat experience, as he continues funding his plans through potion crafting and alchemy sales. In a dark, isolated prison known as Outlaw's Hollow, a slave correctional facility, a muscular young man sits chained to the wall. Worn down and silent, he endures his confinement, waiting in a place reserved for the most dangerous or discarded individuals. Now, settled in the academy dorms, the protagonist considers his next steps. Though the room is meant for one, he plans to bring Nina and another servant. With space tight and expenses rising, he decides he needs a combat-capable slave and more income to support his goals. On his first day of class at the academy, the protagonist is greeted by Chris and notices the attention he's getting. Rumors about his S-rank adventurer status and looks have already spread among the students, especially impressing the girls. Despite the flexible attendance policy for top students, his presence still turns heads across campus. As he walks through the academy halls, the protagonist becomes the center of attention. Girls openly gossip about him, some even fantasizing about marriage or being his mistress. Chris teases him about the popularity, but the protagonist remains unsure whether this sudden shift from his past life in Rosarda is really for the better. The protagonist grows wary of the attention he's receiving, realizing many of the girls are more interested in his wealth and status than in him. Observing their desperation to marry up, he criticizes their dependence on others, believing they should earn their own way, especially since magical power is equal between genders. At the academy, the protagonist is approached by a confident girl who introduces herself as Najenda Kwol, a top student in the law department. She casually mentions placing second in the entrance exam and hopes they get along as fellow freshmen. Shocked, the protagonist realizes she's the crown princess of Kwol, completely caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Students gather in awe as Princess Najenda humbly asks them to treat her like any other freshman. The protagonist keeps things casual, stating that he'll be busy with expeditions as an adventurer and likely won't be around much. Najenda shares her own royal duties, planning to assist with national affairs during her time at the academy, leaving a strong impression on everyone around. At the academy, a noble student exploits his status to intimidate and extort money from a classmate. His abuse of power is noted by others, who reveal he's been using his title since middle school to get his way. The bully came from a powerful family known for covering up his actions. Despite causing multiple student expulsions, he avoided punishment. When Zink stepped in, the situation shifted, and the princess took direct interest in speaking with him. Ransel, arrogant and entitled, tries to recruit Zink to serve his noble house, treating him like a tool. Zink, clearly disgusted, remembers his time on the battlefield and coldly rejects the offer, warning him not to touch him. Ransel, furious at being defied, tries to intimidate Zink by demanding submission. Instead, Zink strikes first, landing a clean blow to his face and shocking everyone around. Ransel, humiliated, vows to fight back, using his boxing skills, framing it as a matter of honor, while the students watch in stunned silence. Zinc quickly defeated the arrogant noble student, leaving him bloodied and humiliated. He reminded everyone that at the academy, family status meant nothing, only track placement determined authority. Since the noble was from Track 3 and had insulted him, a Track 1 student, Zinc declared his punishment fully justified. With the matter settled, Zinc and the others left the scene while whispers spread among the students. Najenda approached Zinc, praising his composure after the incident and extending an invitation from her father for a royal audience. Though grateful, Zinc admitted his funds were tight and he had nothing suitable to wear. Najenda reassured him, suggesting he at least buy a new cape, while expressing confidence that his status as an adventurer would make his presence more than acceptable. Zinc was summoned before the King of Qual. A few days later, he entered the royal hall and bowed respectfully, introducing himself. The king, Nomil Qual, welcomed him and acknowledged his reputation, mentioning the nobles who had been pestering Zinc for appraisal cards. Zinc replied humbly, saying it was good business for him. The king, pleased, hinted that he also wanted enchantments and appraisals from Zinc, showing interest in his abilities. Zinc offered his skills to the king, who acknowledged his value. The conversation shifted when the king mentioned hearing about Zinc's clash with the son of House Ransel. Zinc confidently compared the bully to another man he once knew, implying a history of dealing with similar arrogance. The king spoke of how Brogy had always abused his power, making others miserable. Zinc admitted his actions in the quarrel were reckless and asked to be punished as the king saw fit. The king revealed it was a test, assuring him neither he nor Najenda minded. Still, Zinc insisted he couldn't simply let such behavior slide. Zinc meets the King of Qual in an official audience. The king acknowledges Zinc's achievements and rare power, expressing relief that he doesn't seem the type to abuse it. Impressed with his top performance at the academy, the king offers him a reward of his choice. Zinc boldly requests permission to purchase a slave from the commercial slave correctional facility, surprising the king with such an unusual request. Zinc kneels before the king, thisisAvideo.com, explaining that he is gathering slaves in preparation for his upcoming expedition into the Gamma Labyrinth and wants to consider every option. The king questions why he insists on slaves rather than hiring normal servants. Zinc clarifies that slaves are more trustworthy, as hiring adventurers or common servants carries the risk of them being Rosarda's spies. To avoid betrayal and ensure his safety, he chooses this path. Zinc meets with the king, who ensures everything is in order and allows him entry into the commercial slave correctional facility. Accompanied by Nina, Zinc prepares to search for new slaves, hoping to find someone suitable for his plans. The king views him as a sensible ally, looking forward to a fruitful relationship. Zinc, Nina, and the guard entered the grim correctional facility, its atmosphere heavy with the cries and rage of prisoners. The place was unsettling, with broken men locked away in despair. While Nina trembled at the sight, clinging in fear, Zinc remained composed, unfazed by the darkness around them. Inside the correctional facility, Zinc and Nina are guided through the grim halls by a guard. Nina clings nervously to him, unsettled by the atmosphere, while the cries and madness of prisoners echo from the cells. The sight of broken inmates reinforces the cruelty of the place, leaving Nina frightened, but Zinc remains composed, expecting such conditions. Zinc visited the correctional facility where he was introduced to a prisoner named Ian, and one 8-year-old with remarkable strength and skills despite his convict status. Ian's stats revealed high aptitude in persuasion, disarming, and material appraisal, along with strong potential for growth. Intrigued, Zinc requested to speak directly with him. The chained young man reveals he was once heir to a merchant family, but clashed with his stepmother, who plotted to disinherit him. Their conflict escalated until she attacked him with a knife, leading him to kill her in self-defense. Now imprisoned, his value as a slave is revealed to be extraordinarily high, worth 53 platinum pieces. Zinc considered the convict's stats, realizing they were too valuable to ignore, though the cost would drain him. The guard explained that Ian's crime, though self-defense, left nobles uneasy, and his father's attempts to reclaim him only inflated his price. Despite his strength and potential, Ian remained unsold due to his high cost and reputation. Nina notices Ian's intimidating presence, but realizes he isn't as frightening as he looks. Despite his chained state and past, she feels no fear toward him, showing a quiet trust and empathy that surprises Zinc. Zinc decided to purchase Ian, recognizing his potential despite his past. Afterward, Zinc reflected on the unexpected generosity of the king, who had granted him an entire estate as part of his support. Zinc continues managing his new life after gaining the king's favor. Chris helps him secure many appraisal card orders, showing how his reputation is growing fast. Meanwhile, Nina improves her reading through cookbooks and even learns to prepare unusual dishes like orc meat, surprising everyone with her skills. Ian trained with his sword and wind magic, showing steady progress that matched his high potential. Zinc observed him, noting his growth but also sensing a heavy burden weighing on Ian. Though he had offered Ian the chance to speak openly, the young man kept his thoughts to himself. As they prepared to head into town, Zinc considered finding the right moment to draw him out during their trip. A cloaked figure hides in the shadows, watching closely from an alley. Meanwhile, Zinc and Ian walked together through the busy town streets, unaware of being observed. Zinc and Ian were out in town, managing supplies and gear for their preparations. As Zinc reminded him of his responsibilities, Ian's emotions reached a breaking point. Overwhelmed, he suddenly burst out, unable to keep his feelings bottled up any longer. Ash, Ian's younger brother, suddenly appeared, demanding Ian's release and pointing his weapon at Zinc. The crowd watched in shock as he shouted defiantly, despite his weak stats compared to Ian. Zinc quickly appraised him, realizing Ash was far weaker and labeled as a lesser version of his brother. In the middle of the town square, Ash, Ian's younger brother, bursts forward, demanding Ian's freedom and challenges Zinc. Ash's immaturity and inexperience are clear compared to Zinc, who calmly asserts his status as a royally endorsed S-rank adventurer and reminds everyone of the price he paid to buy Ian. The crowd watches as the tension between them rises. Ian, chained and weary, admits he could never look his master in the eye, showing his broken spirit. Zinc observes him calmly, while Nina, sensing his true nature, insists he isn't frightening. Despite Ian's past, she feels no fear toward him, revealing a quiet trust. Ian's younger brother suddenly bursts out in anger, demanding his release and challenging Zinc. The boy's immaturity contrasts with Zinc's calm stance as an S-rank adventurer. Despite the boy's rage, Zinc reminds everyone that Ian was bought fairly with a high price, leaving Ian conflicted as he watches his younger brother's outburst. Ash, driven by anger, challenges Zinc to a fight, demanding his brother's freedom. Zinc accepts calmly, ready to face him, while Ian and the crowd watch the tense clash about to begin. Zinc and Ash clashed fiercely, their weapons meeting with sharp strikes. In the heat of battle, Ash's weapon suddenly broke apart, leaving him vulnerable. Zinc quickly closed in, his presence overwhelming the younger boy, who realized he was at a severe disadvantage. Zinc swiftly countered Ash's reckless charge, disarming him in an instant. Ash fell to the ground, stunned by the overwhelming difference in skill. Ian watched silently, while the crowd looked on in shock at how easily the fight was decided. Zinc defeats Ash with ease, leaving him on the ground humiliated. Before things escalate further, guild enforcers intervene, quickly restraining Ash. They confirm Zinc's safety and explain they were alerted by a civilian report, while Ash angrily resists their hold. Zinc was asked to go to the guild for questioning, while Ian was told he could return home. With some unease, Zinc agreed to go, leaving his belongings behind. Ian, worried, called out to his master as Zinc quietly returned to his estate. Nina runs in crying, telling Zinc that Ian is about to die. Shocked, Zinc demands to know what's happening. Without hesitation, he rushes out, calling for Ian as panic builds. "Your request was flagged as potentially violating our usage policy. Please try again with a different prompt." Zinc confronted Ian after his breakdown, demanding that he atone. Instead of punishment, Zinc declared that Ian would serve him, carrying his burdens and protecting him in the labyrinth. Ian, stunned, realized this strict discipline bound him to a new purpose. Zinc set strict conditions for Ian to stay alive, warning him not to act on his own or be reckless. Ian gratefully accepts, vowing to work himself to the bone. Nina, relieved, asks if Ian can remain, and Zinc reassures her by forgiving him. She feels comforted, thankful that Ian's life is spared. Zinc discussed Ash's punishment with Ian, learning the guild would hold him for a few days without real consequences. Ian admitted Ash was spoiled as the stepson of his stepmother, but still considered him precious. Zinc reflected on the idea of younger brothers, revealing he too had one named Esther, though in his case he was seen as the family's black sheep. Zinc thinks about how Ian's younger brother might be doing, while Ian, weakened, is urged to eat something. The scene shifts to the guild building, where concern lingers over his condition. A boy sits beside a bedridden woman named Urza, gently holding her hand. Though she looks worried, he reassures her with a calm smile, expressing confidence that their older brother is doing well. Esther recalls how Urza cared for his brother as her own son and leaves the room, but the butler stops him. The butler warns him not to wander without reason and points out Esther's lingering attachment to his disgraced brother. He then instructs him to return soon, as dinner will be served shortly. The butler dismisses Ian as nothing more than a criminal, urging Esther to forget him. Esther reflects that without Ian, the butler has no one left to torment. He recalls the petty cruelties Ian once endured, like hidden belongings and nails in his shoes, actions he knows were done under family orders. Confronting the butler, Esther calls it out as small-minded, leaving the man grumbling in silence. The eldest son of House Nonrand was known as a dropout, but the truth was different. He had rigorous spear training and was highly skilled, inspiring others through his dedication. He excelled in both combat and academics, achieving top grades and working tirelessly for his accomplishment. Despite rumors, his efforts proved otherwise. Esther recalls his past with his older brother. Despite being labeled a dropout, his brother trained hard and excelled with the spear, becoming an inspiration. Esther secretly watched and improved himself, admiring his brother's dedication. Eventually, Esther surpassed him in sparring matches, winning repeatedly even when ordered to fight again. What began as practice soon showed Esther's natural skill, while his brother admitted struggling to keep up with his precise strikes. Esther remembered how his older brother, despite being humiliated by losing to him, never treated him poorly. Instead, he continued showing kindness and support, acting the same as always. Esther thought that if things had stayed like that, their bond might never have been broken. Esther remembers how things turned against his brother. Once admired for his skills and hard work, his brother's reputation began to crumble when their grandfather started isolating him and labeling him a dropout. As the grandfather's favor shifted toward Esther, everything his brother had status, respect, and place in society was lost. Esther blames himself, believing he took it all away. Esther reflects on recent events, wondering what's happening as it has been several days since his father and grandfather were summoned to the palace. Meanwhile, at Rosarda Palace, the nobles demand accountability, pressing the family on how they intend to take responsibility. The nobles hold a heated discussion at the palace. The former head of House Nonrand, furious and frustrated, emphasizes that exiling an enchanter based on false accusations was a disastrous mistake. Another official points out that the man fled to Qual, a land with strained relations, making retrieval nearly impossible. The weight of the blunder hangs heavily over the council. At the royal court, nobles debated the consequences of Zink's wrongful exile. The governor-general declared it a grave mistake to banish an enchanter over false accusations, noting the strain it caused with other nations. The former head of House Nonrand, visibly troubled, acknowledged the difficulty of retrieving him. Crown Prince Elliot dismissed the matter impatiently, while the king stayed silent, leaving others to shoulder blame as co-conspirators. In the royal court, tension rose as discussions about the exile unfolded. Some nobles called it a catastrophic mistake, while others pointed out the difficulty of retrieving someone who had fled to hostile territory. The former head of House Nonrand expressed his frustration, while the crown prince dismissed the concerns with arrogance, twisting the situation into a possibility that he and the king could also be considered enchanters. The king, however, sternly tried to put an end to his reckless words. The three trained together in the courtyard, blades and shield in hand. Zink, tied by blood to their lineage, stands at the center of their bond. With determination, they resolve that to match their heritage, they must become enchanters themselves. The truth shocks the court. Elliot reveals that Zink is actually the king's illegitimate son. The council reacts with disbelief, while the king himself is caught off guard, demanding an explanation. Elliot smugly admits the truth, excusing his actions with a mocking apology to his father. The crown prince reveals he had eavesdropped on a secret conversation between the king and noble Nonrand. With arrogance, he declares his intent to become the kingdom's beacon of hope. Full of ambition, he orders his retainers to gather the realm's best sages and sorcerers, determined to pursue his new goal. The crown prince loudly declared his ambition, claiming he and the king could become enchanters as well. He imagined this as the path to becoming a beacon of hope for the kingdom. The king and nobles, however, were left in shock, reacting with disbelief and unease to his outburst. The council erupts in chaos after Elliot's reckless declaration. Nobles demand explanations from the king, while panic spreads about Zink being revealed as the king's illegitimate son. The opposing faction worries that the truth will ruin them, realizing too late that exiling Zink was a grave mistake. Esther reflects on the sins of the royal family and House Nonrand while reading. He is informed that a group of S-rank adventurers, calling themselves Sacred Flame, has come specifically to see him, not his father or grandfather. Surprised, he agrees to let them in. A group of adventurers from Qual, calling themselves Sacred Flame, arrives to meet Esther. They bring a delivery sent by Zink, surprising Esther with news tied to dragon tears, and Qual's guild openly spreading word about it. Esther is left stunned, realizing the significance of the situation. Esther receives the adventurers, who reveal surprising news. Zink is alive and living comfortably in the city of Korta. Shocked and emotional, Esther struggles to process it, while the adventurers confirm the truth of their words. Esther, while reading, is informed that adventurers of high rank, known as Sacred Flame, have come specifically to see him. Surprised they sought him instead of his father or grandfather, he allows them to enter. Esther listens as the adventurers reveal shocking news. Zinc is alive and thriving in the city of Korda. Relieved, Esther is moved to tears, grateful that his brother is safe. The adventurers then share an even greater surprise. Zinc has become the world's 4th enchanter, leaving Esther stunned by the revelation. Esther and the others gathered, reflecting on Zinc's hidden abilities. They realized he could perform appraisal and alchemy, which explained why his blood was so valuable. Shock and embarrassment filled the room, especially for those who had cared for him without knowing the truth. Still, it was clear Zinc had concealed his powers for a reason, and some believed he was right to do so. Urza explains that in their kingdom, spreading word of special powers would strip someone of their freedom. She admits she never realized this while caring for Zinc, feeling embarrassed. The adventurers mention Rosarda's worsening reputation, especially after the Chancellor's poisoning, which marked the decline. Esther learns the dark truth behind the turmoil. The kingdom's chaos traces back to the king, impregnating the Chancellor's daughter, which resulted in Zinc's birth. Shock spreads through the room as everyone realizes the scandal that tied Zinc to the royal family and set the stage for the conflict. Esther hears a shocking revelation about Zinc's origins, causing chaos in the room. One of the adventurers is scolded for carelessly revealing the truth, while another tries to calm the situation. Esther, overwhelmed, realizes that he and his brother may not even be related by blood. Urza gathers herself and begins to explain the truth. She reveals that the current king of Rosarta only secured his throne thanks to the support of the Chancellor. However, this alliance is bound by a terrible secret: the hidden circumstances surrounding Zinc's birth. The king, intoxicated by power, forced himself on the Chancellor's daughter, leading to scandalous consequences. Such an act risked his reputation, especially since he was betrothed to a foreign princess. Hiding the incident was nearly impossible, as the victim belonged to Rosarda's own Chancellor's family, making suppression of the rumors dangerous and difficult. The young lady, carrying Zinc, had been engaged to Gordon of House Nonrand, loyal to the crown. However, the former head of the Nonrand family opposed the union, as it would pass the family's name to a child not of his own blood. This opposition led to deeper conflicts, with political and personal motives intertwining. The previous head of House Nonrand plotted against the Chancellor's family. During a gathering hosted by them, he poisoned the food and wine with a slow-acting toxin. Many were targeted, but Zinc was spared because he stayed home to train his spear skills with Urza. Noble Sama and Gordon Sama were also absent that day, which saved their lives. Urza revealed that during a party held by the Chancellor's family, Noble Sama poisoned the food and wine, killing the young lady and her relatives. Only a few survived, including Urza, her husband, and son. Fearing exposure, Noble Sama and Gordon Sama threatened her into silence, leaving her powerless to stop Zinc's exile. Esther listens to Urza's painful confession about her powerlessness to prevent Zinc's exile. Though she blames herself, Esther reassures her it wasn't her fault. Still, he realizes that despite his brother's great powers, the nobles only see him as someone to be eliminated. The adventurers explained that while Esther and the others were confined, the capital had erupted with criticism against the royals. The crown prince had revealed the truth about Zinc's birth during an emergency meeting, throwing the palace into chaos. Esther was surprised by how much they knew, but they revealed they had bribed lower nobles for information, who eagerly traded secrets. The adventurers explained the kingdom's situation. The royal family faced heavy criticism, the palace was in disarray, and secrets about Zinc's birth had been exposed. Rumors spread freely, even trivial ones, showing the nobles' loss of dignity. One of the warriors declared the kingdom a sinking ship and revealed plans to move the dragon tears to Qual, inviting Esther to come along. Esther, filled with resentment, realized the rotten house and kingdom would never keep him. Esther, shaken by the kingdom's chaos and the truth about his brother, makes a bold request to the adventurers of Sacred Flame. He asks their leader, Karen, to take him as her slave. The group is stunned. Karen reacts with excitement, while the others are caught off guard by Esther's sudden and desperate plea. Urza explains that the royal family and House Nonrand are tied by a dark secret. The current king took the throne with the Chancellor's support, but forced himself on the Chancellor's daughter, leading to Zinc's birth. To protect his reputation, the king tried to cover up the scandal, but rumors persisted. Urza reveals that she intends to atone for her family's sins by offering herself as a slave, hoping one day to repay Zinc. Both she and Esther are determined to join under Sacred Flame, bound by guilt and loyalty to Zinc. The household prepared to flee across the border, sensing their downfall. Amid the chaos, one plotted to steal valuables, while Esther was pressured into servitude under the guise of loyalty, further highlighting the family's collapse. Esther is shocked when one of the adventurers is suddenly forced into a maid outfit, embarrassed and demanding to know why. The others watch in amusement, laughing at the scene. Esther is forced to disguise himself by cross-dressing to avoid being recognized outside the gates. Though embarrassed, Urza praises his appearance, while the adventurers joke about how natural he looks. Esther, however, hides his face in shame, determined not to let his brother see him like this. The group sets out in a wagon pulled by powerful hippogriffs, charging ahead without rest. Karen uses her healing magic to keep the creatures running at full strength, impressing everyone with her skill. The Sacred Flame members explain that this wagon is the pride of their guild. Meanwhile, Esther quietly thinks of his brother, holding on to the hope of seeing him again. Esther reflects under the night sky, realizing that the bond with his brother is broken. From now on, he can only see him as Zinc-sama, not as family anymore. The group finally arrives at Gamel, known as the Labyrinth City or Adventurer City, a bustling hub filled with adventurers. The streets are crowded with people, and the lively atmosphere impresses them. The companions, amazed by the sight, realize they've reached a city brimming with opportunities and challenges. The group finally arrives at the Labyrinth City of Gamel, a bustling hub filled with adventurers. Known as Adventurer City, it thrives with energy and commerce around the massive maze. The city was founded when people gathered to hunt monsters, and its entrance, once just a giant hole, has now become an ancient towering structure. Despite its dangers, most people here are welcoming, making it a safer place than most cities. Ian explains that his family once had a branch store in Gamel, serving mostly adventurers from medium-sized clans. He describes how clans form. Small ones begin when a few parties group together, while large clans can grow to hundreds of parties. The group learns more about how clans in the city operate. Ian explains that clans provide many advantages, such as outposts for rest and help in filling party roles, but also reveals their darker side. Some clans use members as disposable shields in the maze, and as a merchant, he has seen shady dealings with them before. Esther realizes that he'll eventually have to face these kinds of people. They decide the best course of action is to head to the guild and start gathering information. The group finally arrives at Gamel's guild office, a massive building that highlights the city's reputation as the hub for adventurers. Compared to the smaller guilds they'd seen before, its size and grandeur show why Gamel is called the City of Adventurers. The group arrived at Gamel's guild, impressed by its size compared to Corda's. Known as the City of Adventurers, the guild bustled with activity. Inside, Esther compared the lively hall to a food court, noting the difference in its customers. At the counter, he clarified he wasn't posting a quest, but was there as an adventurer, surprising the receptionist. A drunk adventurer mocked Esther's small group, warning they wouldn't survive without protection. The guild clerk scolded him for disturbing work, while Esther calmly handed over his guild card to continue the process, ignoring the interruption. In the guild hall, Ian presents his card, shocking everyone as it reveals his S-rank status. The staff quickly directs him to a private office, while adventurers around react with disbelief. Some recognize his unique skills as the reason for his rank and begin discussing inviting him into their clan. The group arrived at a private room in the guild, where the atmosphere was much more refined than the lower floors. Some marveled at the comfort, relaxing on the sofas, while others reflected on the honor of being in the presence of Zinc. Despite the casualness of a few, the weight of respect for him lingered strongly in the room. Mona, a guild attendant, introduced herself as Zinc's personal contact. She explained that high-ranking adventurers like him receive exclusive services and offered her assistance whenever needed. Zinc realized this privilege was the reason for the jealousy from others. They agreed to drop formalities, knowing they would be seeing each other often. The group discusses the nature of the Gamel Labyrinth. It is known for producing endless monsters that respawn even after being completely destroyed. This makes the maze a dangerous place that constantly challenges adventurers. The labyrinth was explained to be an endless, dangerous maze. Monsters endlessly respawn after death, even if completely destroyed, and the deeper one goes, the stronger they become. Treasure chests with weapons or magic items can be found, but extreme environments such as harsh temperatures and humidity make survival difficult. Despite exploration, no one has ever reached its end, and records suggest its structure is vastly different from the surface. Zinc and his group received guidance from the guild. They were advised to prepare properly for the maze, especially by bringing sturdy shoes in multiple pairs, and since unstable footing during combat could be fatal. The guild also offered a wide range of supplies for adventurers. Afterward, the guild made a direct request to Zinc, signaling something more important than just preparations. Esther learns that the guild's request is for him to gather monster cores. Due to the ongoing war, Quoll's supply has run dangerously low since the previous year, and few adventurers are capable of venturing out to farm them. The group learns about the importance of monster cores, which serve as a vital resource much like electricity, powering everyday life with mana, for things such as water supply and fire. Low-rank adventurers struggle to survive, while high ranks focus on rarer loot, leaving few to farm cores. Since they are still novices, the group decides their best option is to hunt slimes, as they reliably drop cores. With determination, they set off to begin their task. The group ventures into the maze, noting that enchantments alone aren't enough to survive without real combat skills. They find a quiet spot, preparing to train and adapt to the environment. A slime appears, signaling the start of their practice. The adventurers enter the labyrinth and are attacked by multiple slimes. The group quickly organizes. Ian uses his sword and wind magic, while Nina takes the flank. The protagonist cuts through the middle, providing healing support, and tells the others to stay calm and treat the fight as training. The group is attacked by slimes. Esther quickly reacts, casting a water arrow to strike them back. Nina follows up, using her shield and sword to finish off the weakened slime. The attack lands, splashing the creature apart. Nina faces the slime with determination, following Esther's instructions. He tells her to stay alert and slice them apart to stop their movement. Focused, she slashes the slime with precision, cutting it down as Esther observes her progress. Ian draws his sword and launches himself into the fray, slashing through the slimes with precision and force. Surrounded, he cuts them down one after another, his movements sharp and relentless, holding his ground against the overwhelming numbers. Ian unleashed his full strength against the swarm of slimes. With swift sword strikes, he cut through their gelatinous bodies, then followed up by channeling powerful wind magic that blasted them apart. The slimes were shredded and scattered, overwhelmed by his relentless assault. The group fights fiercely against the slimes. Under Zink's lead, Ian and Nina coordinate their attacks, cutting through the monsters with precision. Nina grows more confident, while Ian combines sword strikes with magic. Together, they wipe out a large wave of enemies. As the slimes fall, glowing monster cores scatter across the ground, proof of their progress. The group successfully defeats the slimes, watching them vanish and leave cores behind. Nina is amazed it worked, just as explained, while Ian notices his body feels lighter and that fatigue is minimal. They wonder if it's due to the enchantments, but Zink hints there's more behind it. Ian explains that XP is like life force absorbed from defeated monsters. During the fight, Zink had been monitoring their stats and confirms that Nina gained XP with each slime. Ian is at level 27, close to leveling up, while Nina reached level 16. Zink notes how much faster they're progressing compared to training at home, proving that combat is the best way to grow. Excited, Nina declares she wants to keep leveling, now more confident after overcoming her initial fear. The group studies the dungeon map and learns about monster rooms, special chambers packed with enemies that must be cleared before leaving. They decide to target the slime room on the 3rd floor, which requires at least B-rank magic users to enter. With enough potions and healing spells prepared, they set their sights on the challenge ahead. The group finally reached the 3rd floor, entering the slime room. Zink reminded them to rely on enchantments, but warned against overexertion. Ian and Nina acknowledged, readying themselves. As the heavy doors opened, they stepped inside, unsure if they were the first ones to arrive, only to find the room already crawling with slimes. The group advances into the slime room but is quickly overwhelmed. A massive horde of slimes pours out, far more than they expected. Their speed and numbers take everyone by surprise. Zink realizes the danger while Ian could manage. Nina would not last against the swarm. He urgently commands them both to fall back as the overwhelming wave closes in. Zink unleashes a powerful spell, summoning a massive water cyclone that engulfs and sweeps away the slimes around them. The overwhelming force clears the battlefield in an instant, displaying his immense magical strength. The group manages to defeat all the slimes at once with Zink's overwhelming magic. The others are shocked at the display of power, realizing how dangerous the dungeon really is. Zink reflects that he shouldn't have lowered his guard in such a high-level dungeon. After using all his mana for a powerful spell, the protagonist takes a break to rehydrate. Meanwhile, the group gets ready to gather slime cores and jellies before more monsters appear. Everyone agrees to work together and collect the loot. Nina feels guilty about wanting to fight, but the group reassures her and reflects on their own mistakes. They notice that just being near the person who defeats an enemy is enough to gain experience. The party agrees to be more cautious and considers warning the guild about the dangers in the area. Even for strong sorcerers, things aren't entirely safe. The three continue working together. The group spends the entire night farming slimes for experience, not caring about the attention they get. Their main goal is to help Nina improve, and she even picks up some shielding skills in the process. Still, they realize the slimes aren't giving enough experience, but Nina proves to be pretty intense about battling. Now stronger, the group considers heading to deeper dungeon floors. They learn about a goblin room, but decide to skip it, because Nina has bad memories of goblins from her old village, and the others agree since the rewards aren't worth it. Instead, they plan to target kobolds or orcs on other floors. The group decides to hunt kobolds next since their drops are more valuable than goblins, and orcs would just ruin their weapons. Nina is excited to fight stronger monsters and camp out, feeling like a real adventurer. They get ready to set up camp on the kobold floor. The group spots the kobold respawn point marked by a magic circle across the room. As kobolds appear, they quickly make a plan. Ian leads the charge, Nina supports from behind, and everyone stays alert for kobolds trying to flank them. If anyone gets tired, they'll switch positions and rely on magic attacks from the backline. The kobolds rush at the group, and the battle kicks off. Ian takes the lead, attacking with his sword and casting magic. He uses a wind arrow spell to take down one of the kobolds quickly, keeping the momentum as the fight begins. Nina jumps into the fight, blocking a kobold sword strike with her shield while holding her ground. She faces the kobold head-on, showing the skills she's picked up in training. Nina defends against the kobold's attack and quickly counters, striking back with force. She lands a solid hit, showing she's grown more confident and skilled in battle. As the kobolds start to close in, the protagonist quickly casts a water wall spell to shield the team. Ian and Nina regroup inside the barrier, getting ready for the next wave of attacks. The kobolds can't break through the magic barrier, giving the group a safe moment. Since it's the first time using this spell in combat, they're a bit surprised by how effective it is. With the enemies held back, the team decides to take a breather and collect the loot left on the ground. With the water wall about to drop, the group gets ready to clear out the remaining kobolds. Ian suggests they all attack using magic instead of moving around so much. He proposes giving Nina an enchanted weapon since she can't use spells, hoping it will let her join in the magical attacks. The group decides to invest in an enchanted weapon for Nina, letting her use magic even with her low mana. She's thrilled about it and can finally cast spells with the help of potions. For now, she's only able to use Water Ball, but it's a big step toward becoming a magical girl like she always wanted. The kobolds charge at the group in large numbers. Ian and Zinc unleash their magic attacks, blasting through the enemies and holding the line as the fight intensifies. Nina excitedly unleashes a flurry of water ball spells at the kobolds, enjoying her new magical power. She gets so into it that Zinc has to remind her to pace herself, but she just gulps down a potion and keeps going. Eager to keep using magic, the group pauses to gather loot and take a break. Nina, after chugging too many potions to keep casting spells, ends up needing to rush to the bathroom, embarrassed by the situation. The others can't help but laugh a little at her expense. To help Nina with her urgent situation, Zinc hands her a box, enchanted as a magic bag for privacy. Though embarrassed, Nina reluctantly uses it while the group promises not to look, making the whole moment awkward but a bit funny for everyone. Nina, embarrassed, demands that no one look while she uses the magic bag, threatening to end their friendship if anyone peeks. The group continues their adventure, and by the third day they reach the 15th floor, where they face off against a fierce new monster. The group manages to defeat a large monster on the 15th floor. They stay cautious, knowing more threats could appear. But Zinc is confident that as long as they face enemies one at a time, they can handle whatever comes next. After defeating the orcs, Ian feels more confident, having overcome his fear. Nina is excited to cook the orc meat at their camp, treating monsters as just more ingredients. The group reflects on how quickly they're leveling up in the maze, understanding why so many adventurers come here. Their skills and stats have noticeably improved. After 3 days in the dungeon, the group prepares to tackle the boss room next, a fight against an orc general. They decide that Ian and Zinc will lead the charge and use their spells, while Nina supports them from the backline. Once this battle is over, they plan to head back to the surface. The group enters the boss room and faces the massive orc general, who's ready for battle. Without hesitation, they charge in to start the fight. The team launches their attack on the orc general, landing some hits, but also struggling as the boss fights back hard. Ian takes the lead, using both his sword and magic, but the orc's strength keeps everyone on their toes. The fight quickly turns intense, pushing the group to stay sharp and work together. Ian finishes off the orc general with a decisive blow. The group celebrates their victory, with Nina excited about the orc meat they've just earned as loot. They're proud of how far they've come as a team. While checking the loot, Nina finds a strange, round, jiggly item that smells odd. Zinc and Ian quickly realize it's actually an orc's testicle, not just meat, and stop Nina before she can do anything weird with it. The moment turns a bit awkward, but funny for the group. Back at camp, Nina prepares her specialty orc meat soup, but the group ends up not being able to eat it. While they talk about the unusual orc loot, a new character is drawn in by the smell of the food and approaches them, hinting at a new encounter. The new character introduces himself as Luke, the master of the Elder Tree clan and an S-rank archer. Zinc realizes Luke is also S rank and notes he's finally meeting the famous enchanter he's heard about. The group seems intrigued by this strong new ally. Zinc and the group size up Luke, noting he doesn't have any rare skills but must be skilled to reach S rank, especially with such high archery stats. They're cautious, knowing his clan is powerful and influential. As they wonder about his intentions, Luke hints he actually has a favor to ask, just as a crowd forms around their camp for food. Luke and his group, low on supplies after battling monsters, approach Zinc's party and ask for food, admitting they might not make it back to the surface without help. Realizing the request is genuine, Zinc considers using this situation to their advantage, especially since Luke's group is even willing to pay for the food. Zinc decides not to take money from Luke and his group. Instead, he asks for information about the clans in exchange for food. Luke agrees, as long as it's nothing too sensitive. The group gets ready to share their orc meat meal, sealing the deal over dinner. Everyone enjoys Nina's cooking, amazed at the taste after surviving on bland food for so long. The atmosphere turns lively, with some calling her a goddess for her food. Meanwhile, Luke prepares to share the clan information Zinc requested, grateful for the feast and the supplies the group brought. Luke explains there are two major clans in the game, the Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries. Although some people include Elder Tree as part of a Big Three, Elder Tree is actually much smaller compared to the other two clans. Luke explains that the two main clans enforce strict hierarchy, pushing weaker members to the bottom and using them as expendable fighters in the maze. Membership fees are high, and leaving a clan is seen as betrayal, making it hard to join other guilds. In contrast, Elder Tree values freedom, attracting people who want to avoid those harsh rules. The group discusses how the two big clans have a bad reputation, even among merchants. Some people fall into debt or get hurt, ending up worse off after leaving. Zinc says he'd like to help guild leavers, but knows it would cause problems with the major clans. Despite the trouble, the clans' names still carry weight, and many people join without knowing the risks. With their meal done, they agree to head back to the surface together, feeling grateful for the valuable info Luke shared. The group finally makes it back to the surface after days underground. Stepping into the sunlight, they feel relieved and happy to see the sun again. Luke thanks the group for the meal and hopes they'll meet again. Before leaving, he warns them that the two major clans have taken an interest in them, urging them to be careful. Zinc and the others say their goodbyes, acknowledging the warning. After their first maze run, the group is happy they've gotten stronger and earned a lot more than hunting outside. Ian suggests Zinc could even start his own clan if he brings in more people. Zinc feels a bit uneasy, sensing trouble ahead, but decides to focus on gathering influence. He then reminds the group he needs to return for exams, so the others can take a break for now. The next day, Zinc delivers a massive haul of loot 3 days' worth to the Adventurers Guild, surprising the staff with the sheer amount. He offers to gather even more if needed, leaving the guild worker overwhelmed by the huge number of items to count. The guild worker gets excited after finding an orc general testicle in the loot, explaining it's rare because adventurers usually sell them right away. Zinc is a bit confused by her reaction, but learns that these testicles fetch a high price as an aphrodisiac ingredient, though he personally prefers the meat. Dan, the guildmaster, returns and comments that a young lady shouldn't be swinging testicles around. The woman is surprised to see him back. Dan says he came to check out the new S-rank adventurer for himself. His title, the Butcher, is revealed, and everyone seems to recognize his reputation. Dan, the guildmaster, tells the protagonist that since he cleared a boss room in 3 days, he can now take his provisional B-rank exam. The exam is a test of endurance. He has to withstand Dan's attacks for an hour. Dan will be his opponent, wanting to see how well the protagonist can handle himself after rising quickly through the ranks. The group talks about the fairness of the provisional exam since it mainly tests defense, not offense. Zinc thinks it's a bit unfair for those who specialize in attack. Dan, the guildmaster, tells Zinc not to get cocky and warns he's not going to pull any punches. No matter if Zinc is S-rank or highborn, he's still in for a tough time if he underestimates the test. Dan mocks Zinc, calling him a pipsqueak with a fancy skill, and says he won't know what hit him. Zinc keeps calm, promising not to get cocky but jokes back, threatening to pull out Dan's remaining hair and says he'll use all his enchantment. Mona, watching the mountain of monster cores, says she has an idea, and the exam is set to start as soon as the preparations are done. Zinc loads himself with enchanted gear, chugging a mana potion and stacking every athletics buff he has, plus 52 for almost every piece of equipment, even underwear. His total athletics enchantments add up to plus 832. He thinks maybe he went overboard, but also feels Dan had it coming. Zinc gets ready for his exam. The rules are simple. He can use defensive spells, his sword, or whatever he wants, but he fails if he attacks Dan in any way. The test continues until the sand in the hourglass runs out. The match begins as Dan signals the start. Zinc and Dan clash several times, both blocking and trading blows without going overboard. The fight is intense, but neither crosses the line. As the hourglass runs out, the examiner calls time. Both are surprised at each other's endurance and skill. Dan is exhausted and admits the fight was even tougher than he expected, realizing Zinc never even broke a sweat. Zinc mentions how Dan's attacks were relentless, always targeting joints and tendons, making it feel like he was being butchered alive. Dan admits that's just his style, since if the opponent can't move, the fight is as good as over. Zinc then points out that's why Dan is called the Butcher, but Dan says Zinc is pretty scary too. Zinc reveals that during the fight, he was pretending to parry, but was actually aiming to damage Dan's blade by hitting the same spot repeatedly. Dan realizes that if the match had continued, his sword would have broken. He's surprised, admits he couldn't even notice Zinc's tactic, and acknowledges defeat, saying Zinc passes the exam. Dan admits he was trying to mess with Zinc's head during the fight, but it backfired. He then asks Zinc to come to the library later because they need to talk. Meanwhile, Dan thinks about how his sword is one of a kind. Dan is exhausted, and someone comments that the job was supposed to be safe and easy. Mona congratulates Zinc on making provisional B rank. She tells him that, with all his loot 57,234 cores, 4,193 kobold knives, and a bunch of orc materials he earned, 108 gold, 87 silver, and 138 copper pieces. The guild staff is overwhelmed by how many cores they had to count, while Zinc realizes Mona made the others do the counting work for her. They're sitting in a lounge having a talk. Mona says at provisional B rank, an escort is no longer mandatory on safe roads, but she still recommends prioritizing safety. Dan says Zinc can handle himself. He proved it back in Korta. Zinc asks Dan what he wanted to discuss. Dan brings up the idea of getting contractors for transport and trade, and Zinc says he was planning to do that eventually, asking why Dan brought it up. Dan explains that they arrested the kid who picked a fight with Zinc before Ian's little brother, but he's already been released. The boy's father, a merchant with guild ties, still came to Gamel to make things right. Dan suggests Zinc hear him out and maybe make a deal. Dan also warns that because of Zinc, a lot of merchants, not all with good intentions, will start coming to the city, and Zinc wonders how that benefits the guild. Dan says the merchant is desperate. His eldest son became a slave, and his only other son is now in trouble. Dan points out it's better for the guild if Zinc sells through a trusted merchant, hinting that Zinc could help someone who's at the end of his rope. Zinc thinks to himself that maybe the merchant isn't just a rude old guy after all. Zinc agrees to meet the merchant to settle things, and Ian insists on coming along. They arrive at the meeting, where the merchant chief Yorkie Lorentz greets them, and Ian prepares himself for a difficult conversation. Everyone gathers for the meeting. With Ian's help, Zinc quickly settles things with Yorkie, who apologizes and agrees to discipline his son and make a business contract. Ian is told to spend time with his father after everything is resolved. Zinc returns home and is greeted by the servants Angie and Momiza. They let him know Ian is spending time with his family, and Angie gives Zinc a letter that arrived in the mail. Zinc gets a letter from Chris, asking him to visit the Brand estate. The letter mentions that two slaves, Esther and Urza, want to see him, which surprises Zinc a lot. Chris gives Zinc a letter, and after reading it, Zinc finds out there are two slaves named Esther and Urza who want to meet him. Chris reveals that Zinc is actually a prince, the illegitimate child of the king of Rosarda, not the eldest son of House Nonland. Esther and Urza left the country to avoid more trouble, and now the royal family and the country are in chaos. Will, Karen, and Bogart arrive, and Zinc rushes to see the girls. He finds Esther and Urza looking worn out, but they're finally reunited. Zinc finds Esther and Urza in poor condition and demands to know who is responsible. He learns from the others that the girls themselves chose this harsh treatment as a way to atone for their actions, and as an apology to Zinc. The group starts to explain the situation in more detail. Zinc meets Esther and Urza, who became slaves as a form of atonement for the events that led to his exile. After learning the truth from Will, he tells them he doesn't want to punish them. Esther and Urza apologize for what happened, and for not being able to protect him. Zinc says he's just glad they're okay. Zinc finally meets Esther and Urza, who are being held in poor conditions as a form of atonement for their past actions. He learns from Will about the reason for his exile, and why the two chose to become slaves. Esther and Urza apologize, but Zinc refuses to blame them, making it clear they're family no matter what. Emotions run high, and the group witnesses their reunion, realizing how strong their bond is. Zinc is entrusted with Esther and Urza's care until Esther becomes an adult. The others thank him and leave, with Zinc offering more enchanted items in return. For now, Esther stays a slave only on paper for her own protection, since Zinc's status keeps others from harming her. He admits he'd free them if he could, but it's safer to wait until things settle down in Rosarda. Esther and Urza insist on staying as Zinc's slaves, even saying they want to serve him for life, but he's frustrated by their stubbornness. Meanwhile, Zinc realizes his title has even changed to King Rosarda's illegitimate child. Elsewhere, a character recognizes Zinc's background, and Will shares that Rosarda's royal family has collapsed, the queen filed for divorce, and the country's alliances have dissolved, leaving the throne empty. A man is dragged to the guillotine while yelling for release, insisting there's been a mistake and asking if anyone knows who he is. The crowd watches, and an executioner prepares the device. Meanwhile, it's said that war is likely to break out soon in Rosarda. The man is executed by guillotine while shouting about being the head of a once great house. After this, the scene shifts to the underground prison in the royal capital of Tar, where someone is being forced inside. A prisoner is locked up and warned not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the king is furious about being forced to stay in a villa by the nobles and demands news, feeling humiliated by his situation. The king greets his father, acting confident, but is suddenly hit hard by the older man after trying to ask about the situation. The king is beaten and insulted by his own father, who blames him for everything that happened, calling him a disgrace and saying he doesn't need a son like him. The king, after being struck down by his father, realizes he is dying and thinks it's absurd to meet his end this way. As he loses consciousness, his final thoughts are full of resentment and blame towards Zinc, believing everything happened because of him. A wave of rage and murderous intent spreads through the city, echoing the dying king's grudge. The atmosphere turns dangerous, and the king's final intense hatred is focused completely on Zinc, swearing to kill him. Zinc didn't expect his return to Quallart to go like this. Since he was there, he took his exams at the academy, added a new member to his group, and after 2 weeks in the capital, he headed back to Gamel. Esther meets Ian and Nina, determined to keep up with them. They welcome him, and the group gets along as they prepare to work together. Esther chooses to wear the armor given by his brother, even though the enchantments are basic. The group agrees to support him during their next maze run, keeping his current abilities in mind. Esther, now level 23, is set to spam the orc room with the group for 3 days to get stronger. After that, he'll be able to join the others in attacking the next floor. He assures everyone he's experienced with fighting monsters, so there's no need to worry. Esther ended up having to fight in a maid outfit because of Karen's orders. After that, the group decides to focus on leveling up Esther's magic and mana, since he has talent for wind magic, along with his spear skills. Before the group leaves for Gamel, Nina teases that she'll bully Esther as his senpai and make him go through some embarrassing moments. The maids promise to take care of the house while everyone is away. Zinc asks the maids to avoid leaving the house if they don't need to, since he's gained a reputation. Angie and Mimosa confidently say they'll use their enchanted weapons to protect themselves if needed. Esther introduces himself to Mona, who realizes he's Zinc's younger brother. After some quick greetings, Zinc asks Mona if anything changed while he was gone. Mona hints that something did happen. Mona brings up the topic of named monsters and asks if Zinc knows about them. He says he's heard of them. Mona explains that named monsters are rare cases where the souls of the dead possess monsters, giving them intelligence, memories, and sometimes the ability to speak. These monsters even have their appearance influenced by the soul inside. Zinc is shocked, but Mona confirms that it's true. The orc general on the 15th floor, which they cleared before, has turned into a named monster. The orc general, now a named monster, stands ready to fight, filled with rage and focused on Zinc as his target. Zinc and his group realize that the orc general in the boss room has become a named monster, now with human-like intelligence. They understand this will make the fight much harder to clear. Zinc is surprised to find out that the named orc general is actually weaker than before. Its attack patterns became even simpler, especially after gaining a soul from someone troubled in their past life. The monster now charges at women without thinking, making it easy for even low-level parties to clear the room by using female adventurers as bait. After the 15th floor became easier to clear, long lines started forming before floor 16. Weaker adventurers take too long and cause congestion, which leads to more accidents and arguments in the maze. The adventurers now call the boss Dork as a joke. Zinc is asked to help any adventurers who really need it. Zinc says he doesn't mind helping if it's not too much trouble. With his enchantments, he can let his whole party heal. He then heads to the 15th floor and easily defeats enemies using an air slicer attack. Esther defeats the monsters with magic and sword attacks, showing he's gotten stronger and more efficient. Ian and the others notice his improvement, and Esther thanks Ian for his help. Esther feels like he's getting stronger, and Ian points out his improvement. Nina wants to tease him, but remembers Esther's rough past. The group gets ready to move on. Esther has leveled up a lot over 3 days, going from level 23 to 57. The group gets ready for the next floor and plans to take down the orc general, making sure to keep Nina in the back since the orc general is known to be a bit of a pervert. The group enters the boss room and the magic circle activates. The orc general appears, immediately recognizing Zinc and screaming his name, focused on wanting to kill him. The team is caught off guard that the monster knows Zink's name. The orc keeps repeating kill as it faces them. Zink quickly realizes that the orc general is actually possessed by Elliot, the crown prince. The others are surprised to hear this, and Ian confirms that Elliot is an acquaintance of Zink, but a rotten one. The orc general is now known as the Dork, and his stats are shown. Zink faces the orc general, thinking it must be fate. He decides to handle it himself, gathering his magic and unleashing a fireball attack right at the orc. The fireball barely affects the orc general, who looks annoyed but not hurt. Zink admits he just learned fire magic and wanted to try it out, but the spell was really weak. The orc general suddenly starts shouting, "Woman!" and seems to lose focus on Zink. The orc starts trembling and looks desperate, just repeating "woman" over and over, while Zink is confused by the reaction. Zink takes advantage of the orc's distraction and lands a strong attack, stabbing the orc general, Elliot, while telling him to focus on him. The orc screams in pain, caught off guard by Zink's move. Zink calls out the orc, making himself the target. The orc roars his name and charges. Zink gets ready, then lands a direct hit on the orc general, attacking him head-on. Zink goes all in and delivers a clean, powerful slash right down the middle of the orc general. The orc is split and collapses, leaving everyone around shocked by how fast it ended. The group stands near the defeated orc general. Zink notes he never expected to see that enemy again. Nina points out a Shiriko Dama, a slime-like item, that dropped, and Zink explains it's a symbol of the orc's appetite from his past life. Ian mentions he heard from Mona that these testicles have been dropping more often since Elliot became the boss, and honestly, he just wants to leave it behind. Zink explains that after being dethroned and executed, Elliot's soul, filled with strong resentment, possessed a monster in the maze. Now, his soul is trapped there forever, forced to respawn endlessly, getting killed by adventurers over and over for XP and items. Zink just thinks it serves Elliot right for holding such a grudge. The group clears the boss room and heads to the 20th floor, known as the Crystal Area. It's a busy and popular spot in the dungeon, full of adventurers. Zink finds the place damp and uncomfortable, but Esther is excited to arrive. The group learns that you can find emeralds and diamonds in this area, which explains why it's crowded. Nina and Esther get excited to try mining, and Zink wants to make some money. He warns them that mining uses a lot of stamina and tells them not to overdo it, handing out some pickaxes. Ian then asks to talk to Esther privately. Ian uses his material appraisal skill to spot minerals, saying the crystals in a certain area should have plenty of emeralds. Zink is impressed he used appraisal for this, and Nina is excited to start digging. They all get to mining in the spot Ian suggested. The group is excited as they dig up a bunch of emeralds, with Nina showing off her find. While the kids are enjoying the mining, Zink decides to try something else with the leftover rocks. Ian is also pleased, thinking about how he can use the mine tailings, enjoying the process in his own way. Zink impresses everyone by creating a golem using earth magic. He explains that he's been practicing, but keeping the golem moving uses up a lot of mana, so he can't do it for long. He hints that the golem can do more than just mining. Zink explains that the guild warned them about traps and pitfalls on the lower floors, so the golem can be used to trigger and clear traps for the party. For now, he mainly uses the golem to make mining faster, but he mentions they can use it for lots of other things too. The group agrees it's a useful tool. There's a noisy argument happening between two clans over mining spots each side, claiming the area as their turf. Zink calls it immature and decides they should just finish up mining and leave before getting involved. The mood shifts from a fun treasure hunt to wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble. The group reaches floor 21 and finds themselves in the grassland area. Even though they're still inside the maze, it feels like they're outside because it's always daylight here. Everyone is a bit confused, noting that the maze gets weirder with each floor. In this area, there are creatures called green calves that taste really good apparently, even better than orc meat. One of them has tried it before, but only once, since it's hard to find and expensive in big cities. The group considers hunting some since they're feeling hungry, but they remember Mona, Sans warning that casualties in the maze are increasing. Even so, they decide they'll be fine. The group decides to go hunt for some calf meat, but suddenly giant insect-like monsters appear, tearing apart a body and eating it. It's clear the area is way more dangerous than it looked at first. They manage to hunt a green calf for dinner. Everyone takes turns helping, and by the end they have enough meat to eat and even some extra to sell to the guild. The group enjoys their meal and is impressed by how tasty the green calf meat is. They talk about other local creatures like white cows and minotaurs, mentioning that the milk and meat from white cows are also really good. This area of the maze has a lot of bovine monsters. Esther is happy because his wind magic just leveled up, and now he can use a new move he's been practicing, though it's got a shorter range. The group also talks about minotaurs. Their meat is terrible and only good for crafting, and their great axe is way too heavy to use. They get ready to move on. A wounded group stumbles out of the grass, clearly exhausted and beat up. Esther's party asks if they're okay, but one of the survivors just says they should hurry and get out too. When asked what happened, he only says one word: ants. The group learns there's a huge ant nest in the area. The injured adventurers explain they ran into a swarm and only a few of them made it out alive. The others likely didn't make it. Esther offers to heal the survivors if they share more info about the ants, since he's never fought them before. The injured adventurers explain that the ants attack with their claws, spit acid, and have thick shells, but they're weak to fire. The problem is, there are just too many ants. Esther realizes it's a bad matchup since he mostly uses water magic, and Ian uses wind. Plus, Esther only just learned fire magic. The rescued adventurers warn that, to get through floor 24, you need a lot of sorcerers, usually only clans can do it, since the ants defend their queen fiercely. They thank Zink's group for saving them and advise to avoid fighting the ants if possible. Zink decides they'll push forward to floor 24, but will be cautious. The group explores floor 24, noticing the area is larger due to an ant nest beneath. While they observe the grazing cows, a sudden rumble startles everyone. The animals run off, and the group senses an earthquake. They look around, realizing something is approaching from the distance. The group is suddenly chased by a huge swarm of ants and tries to escape. One of them gets surrounded and attacked, but manages to fight back using magic, hitting several ants at once. One of the girls gets attacked and injured by the ants, while the others try to protect her. The group realizes the number of ants is overwhelming. There are thousands of them, making the situation way more dangerous. The group faces a tough choice: abandon the injured adventurers to escape or try to help. Ian suggests escaping is safer, but Zink decides they should fight, knowing the kids would regret leaving people behind, especially Nina. He tells everyone to use their spells and potions to push back the ants. Zink, feeling the weight of being the party leader, is determined to protect everyone and get them out alive. The group rushes into action, while Zink warns the other adventurers to escape as well. Zink and his group decide to hold off the swarm to give the other adventurers a chance to escape. He tells them to run if things get worse, and the rescued group thanks them before making a run for it. Zink and Nina unleash their spells together, using water and wind magic to attack the swarm of ants that's coming at them. Zink, Ian, and Nina fight back hard against the ant swarm, each using their own abilities and spells to hold the monsters back. Ian and Zink keep blasting the ants with spells and drinking mana potions, but the endless waves are wearing out the kids. They're struggling without fire magic, so it's getting harder to keep up. Zink throws up a water wall to protect Esther and Nina, giving them a moment to regroup and recover with potions. While the barrier holds off the ants, Zink tries to quickly plan their next move. Zink realizes their group will eventually be overwhelmed if they keep fighting like this. He thinks about going straight for the Ant Queen to make the swarm collapse, but she's far away and surrounded by commander ants that look stronger than the rest. Zink decides to use orc meat as bait. He quickly stabs and flings the meat toward the ants, trying to draw them away. Zink uses the bait and manages to lure some ants away. He quickly dashes forward, but one of the ants spits acid at him, forcing him to dodge. Zink defeats the ant commander, making the other ants start to panic and turn on each other. He quickly notices that his plan to disrupt the swarm is working. Zink gives out orders. Ian will use wind magic to scatter orc meat, and the group will attack the ant commanders with ranged spells when the swarm opens up. The team gets ready to act. Zink tells Nina and Esther to cover for Ian and use magic to clear a path to the queen ant. The group agrees, ready to take down the queen if they can get close. Everyone gets into position for the push. Ian uses his wind magic to move the rocks, while Nina and Esther launch their spells to break through the ant swarm. The ants react to the attack as the group pushes forward. Ian cuts down the ants blocking their way, while Nina and Esther support with magic. The group keeps pushing through the enemies, determined to reach their goal. The group fights their way forward using magic and physical attacks, clearing out waves of ants. As the battle heats up, the Ant Queen appears ahead, signaling the next big challenge. The group faces off against the massive Ant Queen. The protagonist stands ready, while the queen looks menacing with her many limbs. He quickly analyzes her abilities, thinking her skills aren't that impressive, but still prepares for a tough fight. The atmosphere is tense as he plans how to take her down. The protagonist quickly attacks the Ant Queen, dodging her strikes and launching a fireball at her. The queen tries to counter, but he keeps pressing, staying on the move and pushing the fight forward. The protagonist dodges the queen ant's attacks and keeps up the pressure, but realizes it's hard to actually damage her. Since she's so big, her moves are predictable and easier to avoid, but finding a real opening to hurt her is a challenge. The protagonist remembers a past lesson and decides to keep moving quickly around the queen ant, targeting the joints in her legs. Since the queen is big and slow to turn, this gives him a clear strategy to wear her down by attacking her weak spots. Zink keeps attacking the queen ant, but smaller ants start getting in the way. His group helps by using magic to clear the smaller ants and keep the path open for him to keep focusing on the queen. Zink's group keeps holding off the ants, but everyone is starting to get tired and run low on mana and potions. Zink realizes he needs to finish the fight soon, so he goes in for another attack on the queen ant. The protagonist faces off against the giant ant queen, dodging her attacks and trying to find a weak spot. He uses his speed to move around her, aiming for her joints and slowly wearing her down. With help from his allies, he manages to cut off her legs and finally brings her down, ending the fight and collapsing the swarm's organization. He finishes off the queen ant by slicing off her last leg and antennae, leaving her unable to fight back. With the queen completely weakened, the protagonist goes in for the final attack. With the queen ant defeated, the remaining ants start to flee. The group finally gets a break, realizing how close they were to not making it out alive, but relieved that everyone is safe. The group checks on each other after the fight, relieved that no one got seriously hurt. They realize they earned a lot of loot from the battle. With the queen ant being A-rank, there's a comment about a possible rank up. They start gathering the spoils, ready to leave the maze. After everything, the protagonist doubts if they're ready for more, thinking defeating just one A rank isn't much. A few days later at the guild, their reward ends up being a lecture about not risking their life as an enchanter. The guild learns about the party's fight with the ant swarm and that they rescued some B-rank adventurers. As a reward, they're offered 3 platinum pieces, an amount that's basically half an adventurer's total assets. The protagonist feels the reward is way too much. The guild explains that the big reward is fair, since saving the B-rank adventurers was risky. Zink accepts the reward after hearing that without his help, the others wouldn't have survived. The guildmaster tells him not to risk his life like that again, and makes it clear she values him not just as an enchanter, but as someone important. Zink is told by Mona that she was the one who asked him to help other adventurers, but now she feels she might have pushed too much and apologizes. Zink reassures her, saying it was his own decision. Before leaving to call the guildmaster, Mona reminds Zink that there are people who truly want him to live, and asks him not to forget that. After Mona leaves, the group talks about how she probably was just really worried about them. Soon after, a man arrives and scolds Zink for risking his life and his friend's safety during the fight with the ants, calling it foolish to act so recklessly just to save someone else. Esther gets angry at the guildmaster for being harsh, but Zink calms her down and admits he'll be more careful next time. The guildmaster decides to drop the lecture and mentions he has some important news to share. The guildmaster explains that some nobles from Rosarta snuck into the country disguised as merchants and tried to get an escort. Their true identity was discovered because one of them couldn't hide how he spoke. Now, they're being watched closely by adventurers loyal to the guild. They find out the Rosarta nobles want to bring him back to Rosarta and make him king, even after all the trouble to exile him. The guildmaster admits sharing this info is usually confidential, but since the nobles used fake identities, he decided to tell anyway. The guild decides to treat the situation as a personal matter, since they're neutral in international issues. The protagonist realizes he'll need to report everything to King Quiol. He also starts thinking about which nobles would want him as king, narrowing it down to someone loyal to the throne, but not the crown prince, someone bold enough to sneak across the border. He suddenly figures out who it is. Marcus Petainer, known for being elitist and harsh with commoners, is introduced as the new leader of the royalists after his father's execution. Right now, he's staying in the capital and doesn't know the protagonist is in Gamel. The protagonist considers warning allies and moving the maids to safety, worried about what might happen in the capital and the palace. A conflict between 2 factions forced the group Zink save to take a detour, leading them to run into the ants. Zink is asked if the situation caused any damage, but he explains there was no real harm, though their mining expedition had to end early to avoid more trouble. Zink gives permission for a complaint to be filed against both clanmasters, since their actions have troubled many adventurers. The group thinks about how the 2 big clans, especially the depths of purgatory, must be a headache for the guild. The meeting wraps up. Dan San warns Zink to lay low since things are starting to get complicated. The group is left with a sense that trouble is brewing in the city. Inside the emissary's clubhouse, the group is frustrated about getting a claim from the enchanter. Since it's coming from someone powerful, they know they can't just ignore it. They argue about who caused the trouble and complain that they can't do anything official until their leader returns. The group realizes their leader, Herbert, and the higher-ups are deep in the dungeon and can't help right now. They know Herbert will be furious when he hears the news, so they decide to warn everyone on the surface to lay low until things calm down. The Depths of Purgatory members meet to discuss the situation. They decide to keep watch for trouble from the emissaries until Herbert returns. They talk about how Zink got involved after seeing a fight between their members and the emissary. Some are glad the adventurers are protecting their territory, but they're also cautious in case it leads to problems. The leader brings up Zink, hinting at further discussion. The Depths of Purgatory leader reveals that the Kingdom of Nazar has ordered them to assassinate Zinc. The Depths of Purgatory is a big clan in Gamel, but most of their top members were sent to the Kingdom of Nazar for intelligence gathering. With Queen Melissa deciding it's not worth bringing Zinc to Nazar, the order is to assassinate him instead. It's pointed out that her son Elliot was the one who planned Zinc's exile. The leaders talk about how Zinc wants to stay in Qual and won't serve Nazar, making him a threat to their kingdom. The assassins know it's up to them to stop him. They mention how difficult it'll be to send someone after Zinc, since maze runners are hard to blend in, and failing the mission means death for them. They start discussing if there's anyone suitable for the job. One of the assassins steps up and volunteers for the mission, confident in his skills and determined to get it done. The others tell him to disguise himself as an emissary, cause chaos, and make sure Zinc believes the emissaries are responsible, even if he fails. He's told to stay vigilant and to cause as much trouble in Quol as possible. A few days after the Ant Swarm battle, everyone celebrates their level-ups. Zinc enchants items for the group, Ian's wind magic skill surpasses 100, and Nina turns 13, getting teased by Esther about being called Wani-san now. The mood is light, and everyone feels stronger after their recent fight. The group prepares for their next challenge, planning to rush past the floor filled with ants and reach the safe zone on floor 26. They hear from Mona-san that only experienced adventurers get through, as the area ahead is a frost zone and extremely cold. The team gets ready to find winter clothes, feeling a mix of curiosity and nervousness about what's coming next. This time, the group's main goal is to clear new dungeon floors, not to gather items or minerals. The protagonist uses memories from their past life in Japan to get an idea of how harsh the cold could be, since the world they're in doesn't have 4 seasons, just stable weather all year. The party heads out together, determined and focused on the new objective. The group reaches floor 26 and is immediately hit by a freezing wind. Everyone feels the cold much more than anything they experienced before, even compared to Japan. The protagonist tells everyone to use their athletic boosts and push straight to the boss room without breaks. To deal with the wind, he uses magic to put up an air curtain and keeps everyone together so they can stay warm and move quickly. The group keeps moving under the magical barrier, but they get ambushed by a pack of wolves. Ian uses his wind magic to slice through the enemies, while Zinc follows up with water magic to finish them off. Together, they quickly take down the attacking monsters and keep pushing forward. They struggle to hunt in the cold because everything freezes instantly, including Ian's water magic. Nina is curious about popsicles since there's no ice cream in this world. After a tough journey through the icy floors, the group finally reaches the boss room on floor 30, wondering how other adventurers even manage it. Before facing the boss, Zinc uses alchemy to create a metal golem from the leftover materials. The golem is strong and easily lifts heavy objects, surprising the group. Zinc tells the group he wants to try something, asking them to wait and see. As they move forward, they realize the next room is at a comfortable temperature, so they start taking off their winter gear. The scene hints at something big about to happen as the ground rumbles and something approaches. The group faces a huge dinosaur-like monster called Acrocanth, ranked A, with high stats in athletics and bite. Zinc quickly warns everyone that physical attacks won't work against its tough scales, so they need to dodge and use magic. He also stresses that if anyone gets caught by its bite, they're done for. The tension rises as the fight begins. Zinc dodges the Acrocanth's bite and starts chanting a spell. The monster keeps attacking, but the group stays focused. Ian casts Air Cyclone, a strong wind spell that takes some time to prepare but packs a punch, aiming it right at the monster. Zinc hits the Acrocanth with a powerful water tornado, and the monster goes down quickly. The group is surprised by how easy it was, figuring the monster didn't have any special skills. They talk about how Zinc's enchantments have made their magic much stronger, and even Zinc admits it almost feels unfair. If things got tough, they were ready to go all out with their strongest spells or aim for the monster's eyes. In the end, the fight is over fast, and the group is left feeling a bit surprised at their own strength. The group finally reaches the safe area and is relieved to take a break. Zinc realizes why people are always keeping an eye on him. Inside the safe zone, they see a bunch of rough-looking adventurers, most of them likely from the Emissaries and Purgatory clans. The atmosphere is tense, and everyone looks worn out. Zinc is recognized by Leon from the Elder Tree clan, who remembers Zinc for sharing orc stew with them before. Leon suggests they move away from the tense crowd of Emissaries and Purgatories. They share some hot milk, relaxing a bit and catching up, appreciating the small break and familiar company in the middle of the chaos. The kids are already asleep from exhaustion, showing how tough the Frost area is even for adults. Leon explains to Zinc that his group is part of the Third Army, responsible for supplies and communication for the First and Second Armies, so they're staying put for now. Zinc realizes the support groups can end up stuck there for weeks or even months, which explains why everyone looks worn out and smells bad. Zinc offers Leon some water in exchange for info about the next floors. Leon says water is so scarce, they barely have enough to wash, but he agrees to the deal. He shares that floors 31 to 35 are a tropical jungle area. Most adventurers give up after the frost area, so even the guild doesn't know much about the lower floors. The big clans only share what they know if someone pays the right price, since that intel is so valuable. Zinc realizes that if he can make a map and a strategy guide for the jungle area, he'll get rich. He hands over the water barrels as payment, and Leon says it was a pleasure doing business. They part ways, with Leon telling Zinc to be careful out there. The group arrives at floor 31, which is the jungle area. Zinc and his party immediately notice how humid it is compared to the frost area they just left. Zinc explains that their main goal is to explore the new area, make a map, and create a strategy guide, which they can sell to the guild for a profit. The group is struggling with the heat, but Zinc is prepared and seems to have a solution ready. Zinc surprises everyone by making a special white cow milk sherbet using snow he gathered earlier. Nina and the others are amazed and love how cool and sweet it tastes, especially in the heat. Zinc explains that the milk sherbet is easy to make, just heat milk with sugar and freeze it, since white cow milk is already rich. He almost slips up about it being common in another world, but covers it up by saying he read about it in a book. Everyone is impressed, especially Nina. Zinc made cooling packs by freezing slime jelly and wrapping it in cloth, explaining they help cool you down if you put them in your pocket or around your neck. Ian calls Zinc a true merchant, already thinking about selling both sherbets and cooling packs. They then get ready to move on, reminding each other to stay aware using their perception skills. The group explores the jungle floor, collecting samples and observing the area. Nina gets excited about some fruit, and Zinc keeps taking notes. After a bit, Ian signals Zinc, and they agree they're done with this floor and ready to move on. The assassins talk about their plan, confident their disguise will trick Zinc and his appraisal skill. They're worried that if the assassination fails, everything will fall apart, since their power relies on Nazar's support. Meanwhile, Zinc realizes Queen Melissa and the king want him dead, and thinks about how they always know his location because of the guildmaster's intel. Zinc is shocked and starts to suspect that Dan-san might actually have a connection with the depths of purgatory. The thought makes him uneasy, especially since the guildmaster was mentioned in the conversation. Zinc explains to the group that not everyone from the depths of purgatory is a spy, but he suspects that a few spies ran through the maze just to keep an eye on him. Nina gets worried and wonders if Guildmaster Dan-san actually betrayed them. Zinc thinks that if Dan-san were truly a traitor, he would want Zinc gone too. Instead, Dan-san warned him about Rosarda's plot. Esther is suspicious, saying that as Guildmaster, Dan-san could help spies in many ways, and that it could all be a trick to gain their trust. Zinc isn't sure and keeps thinking about Dan-san's actions, especially how he helped with Ian's dad. The group discusses that there are two purgatories around, and both claim their info came from the Guildmaster, making everyone uneasy. They decide it's risky to linger in the maze, so Zinc says they should return to the surface and report everything to the guild. They also want to watch Dan-san's reaction when he hears the news, believing his face will reveal a lot. Zinc tells the group they can't let the purgatories realize they've figured out the assassination plan, so they need to act normal. Nina insists she'll be fine since she's 13 now, but Zinc points out she always shows her emotions. The conversation shifts to surprise about some news, as someone reacts with, "What? Are you sure?" Dan-san is shocked to learn that the depths of purgatory have been around for over 10 years and are actually Nazar intelligence officers. Zinc and the others are left speechless for a moment. Zinc then says that if the kingdom of Nazar is involved, he should report the situation to the king of Qual. The group realizes that having Nazar spies isn't enough to disband the purgatories, since the guild stays neutral. Zinc points out that if things escalate, it could start a war with Nazar, so they agree to leave politics to the kingdoms and handle the assassin themselves. Dan-san, determined, says that to take down such a big clan, they need solid proof, a failed assassination attempt. He asks Zinc to let him run the maze together to witness it firsthand. Zinc agrees to go together, but suspects there may be a trap. Meanwhile, the others realize they need to keep Dan-san away from the guild. Dan-san is questioned but stays quiet, and it's clear the group was prepared for this. In the end, the group makes it clear they won't be responsible for Dan-san's well-being in the maze. Dan-san admits he understands the group's distrust and says he'll handle things, promising to pull his weight in the maze. The group decides to leave the next day and goes to prepare. Later, Dan-san is seen alone, thinking about his connection to the depths of purgatory. Zinc reassures his brother that he's strong enough to handle the purgatories and gets ready for the mission. Afterwards, he prepares a report to send to the king. Zinc looks at a bottle of truth serum he kept from his noble days, thinking about how House Nonland used these drugs against enemies. Even though using it should be easy for him, he hesitates because of his conscience. The group meets up the next day in a restricted area, getting help from Dan to get inside. Zinc, holding the truth serum, reminds himself that everyone is in danger, not just him. He decides he can't let his guard down and chooses to wear a disguise to avoid being recognized. Before heading out, the group decides to buff Dan with enchanted bracelets to help him keep up, but they make sure not to use a max buff. Even with the boost, Zinc's stats are still higher, so he stays cautious. Once they're ready, they start moving towards floor 15. As they reach floor 14, Dan is exhausted from running through the maze for hours and needs a break. Zinc points out that he promised to keep up and carry his own weight. They decide to stop for a snack since there aren't any enemies around. Dan struggles with the fancy food, feeling outclassed while the group enjoys Nina's cooking. He realizes the others are showing off, and he's not used to this level of comfort in the dungeon. Dan is a bit defensive when asked about gambling. The protagonist suggests making a bet, but quickly switches the topic to a truth serum he brought along, explaining it was used in his old house to interrogate enemies, though he's not sure how strong it is. The group decides to have a drinking contest, using the truth serum diluted in water to test its effects. The protagonist admits he only brought the pure version and wants to experiment with the right dose, warning about the risks. Dan says he's prepared antidotes and that their party can use healing magic, but the others are worried since this serum has a history of causing psychological problems. Dan is surprised by the plan, but agrees to start drinking the serum first. The protagonist proposes a bet. If Dan wins, he gets a reward and meals with them. The real goal is to get Dan to confess what he knows about the purgatories, since the group finds it hard to believe the guildmaster was clueless about the situation. Dan accepts the challenge, even knowing the risks involved. The two prepare for the drinking contest, each determined to win, while the others watch the setup with some tension. Dan and the main character face off in a drinking contest, both determined. While they drink, the main character is haunted by memories of being called a dropout and told to leave. The tension rises as they continue, with both pushing themselves to the limit. The contest gets intense. The main character struggles but keeps drinking, while Dan stays focused and mocks his opponent's effort, both getting more exhausted as the challenge goes on. Dan suddenly starts hallucinating and feeling strange. He sees visions from his past, gets emotional, and begins to lose his composure as the effects of the drink kick in. Dan is overwhelmed by a terrifying vision, blaming him for the past, making him relive guilt. Meanwhile, the other character regrets not helping Dan sooner and realizes he should have acted, no matter what. Dan remembers meeting his friend again after a long time and finding him broken. He reflects on how he heard rumors of strong adventurers disappearing after joining the purgatories, but he only realized the truth after Zinc got involved. He recalls being told his friend died in a maze accident, blaming the Nazar group for what happened. Dan reflects on how the purgatory group became too powerful and how he couldn't stop them, wondering about the lives lost and the futures ruined because of his decisions. He realizes he never managed a real investigation due to their noble connections. Now, with Zinc's help, he finally has a chance to expose them and decides he won't run away anymore. Dan, after being overwhelmed and losing consciousness for a moment, suddenly wakes up. He's confused at first, but quickly remembers his resolve to protect Zinc and his friends, showing he's willing to risk everything for them. After using the truth serum, Dan and Zinc clear the air about their actions and apologize to each other. Zinc admits responsibility and asks for punishment, while Dan is understanding. The group reflects on what happened and realizes that Dan didn't leak any info to the enemy, but they're still unsure how the assassin got his information. Dan swears he never gave info to the enemy. As they question him, he remembers a fight from 5 years ago against a member of the Purgatories during a rank exam, where he lost badly. He recalls the guy's face, but doesn't know how that could have led to any intel leaks. The group decides they need to catch the assassin to find out the truth. A rare ability called empathy is explained. It lets someone who suffered a serious injury in the past read another person's thoughts and feelings, but it's really draining and can only be used once every 10 days. When it's activated, it reveals all the target's emotions and memories. Meanwhile, something is happening back in the jungle area. One of the spies who is using the empathy ability loses control and starts begging for it to stop, clearly in pain and panicking. The others try to figure out what's happening and wonder if their use of empathy was discovered. They notice this only started when the spy tried to connect with the guildmaster. The enemies realize something might have gone wrong with their spying and worry their plans have been exposed. They start to panic, thinking the guildmaster could be suffering. The leader immediately orders all assassins to hunt down their target, saying they can't wait any longer and must kill him. The group struggles with the companion's madness, his cries echoing as he collapses. leaving the others frustrated and helpless. The group's noise draws the attention of wyverns overhead. As the creatures descend with heavy wing beats, the soldiers try to move, but the broken man resists, lashing out and refusing help. Amid the chaos, the group argues whether to abandon their broken comrade or use him as bait to escape. Some insist on his value, while others stress survival against the wyverns. In the end, one member dashes off, leaving the others torn between loyalty and survival. The broken man is left behind, trembling as a wyvern looms over him. In an instant, the beast seizes him in its jaws and devours him, ending his suffering in a brutal display. The survivors flee while cursing Zinc, vowing revenge for being forced into this desperate situation. As they run with wyverns close behind, elsewhere a young man sneezes, unaware of the danger and hatred brewing. The group reaches the 26th floor, an icy dungeon that leaves them shivering. While they prepare their strategy, Zinc is urged to summon his monster to help, but he seems clueless, surprising the others with his lack of knowledge. Others explain that travelers usually summon monsters, suited for the cold to pull sleds or provide warmth. Since no one in the group can summon, they rely instead on an air curtain and lanterns to endure the freezing environment as they move forward. The group decides to push through the cold using their physical strength and fire magic. Zinc demonstrates his improved control over fire, creating warmth within the air curtain. While he focuses on maintaining the spell, he asks for protection, and despite doubts, his companion agrees to watch over him. On the 30th floor, the group faces the boss monster, an Arcoanth. Working together with swift attacks and powerful magic, they defeat it almost instantly, leaving their leader impressed by how quickly the battle ended. After defeating the floor boss, the group decides to rest and discuss their next strategy, instead of heading to the safe zone. With time before more monsters appear, they prepare a meal together, enjoying a brief moment of calm amidst the dungeon's dangers. As they eat, the group reflects on past tensions but pushes forward with determination. The leader outlines their next move, to explore the tropical floor while using their knowledge of the mapped area to strategically lure out the purgatories. The group prepares to move cautiously through the overgrown tropical floor, knowing both sides have equal challenges. They recognize it as a battle of patience and strategy, noting their enemies likely have inside information from the guild. With this in mind, they ready themselves to head toward the safe zone. The group enters the safe zone, trying to blend in and avoid drawing suspicion. As they walk calmly, other adventurers watch them closely, their wary gazes hinting at tension and unspoken rivalry. On the 7th day of exploring the tropical floor, the group takes a break at their camp. Thanks to the supplies stored in their magic item box, like baths and daily necessities, they manage to stay comfortable in the harsh environment, easing the strain of their long journey. The group remains cautious, noting that the purgatories haven't attacked yet. Zinc reflects on being on edge for a week, but realizes his perception skill has improved. Deciding to test his new ability, he prepares himself with determination. Zinc reveals he has enchanted his accessories to boost his perception, allowing him to sense the entire floor. While concentrating, he asks the others to protect him. As he focuses, a powerful surge of energy spreads out, expanding his awareness across the area. Zinc's perception expands across the entire floor, allowing him to sense every living being and even their mental states. He detects enemy movements, realizing that 4 purgatories are positioned near the entrance to the safe zone, likely attempting to cut off their escape route. Zinc confirms they are being followed, meaning the enemy's mission is still active. However, the pursuers don't react even when he acknowledges their presence aloud. After testing further, the group realizes the enemies can't see or hear them, yet continue to trail their movements. Zinc senses a stronger killing intent from their pursuers, realizing the enemy now sees them as an easy target after part of their group split off. Though the foes keep their distance, they remain close behind, waiting for the right chance to strike. Zinc proposes using himself as bait, planning to split off with Nina to lure the enemies into action. While some worry about the danger, the group agrees the plan could work, especially with Zinc's powerful enchantments and Nina strengthened by buffs to match their strongest fighter. The plan begins with Esther and Zinc pretending to practice water magic, spreading water across the area. However, the water is laced with a special drug that turns into a poisonous gas to slow the enemy's thinking. Since the group already took antidotes, they are fully prepared for the trap. To mask the faint smell of the drugged water, Nina prepares a meal, using cooking aromas as cover. With added wind magic to spread the food's scent, the group ensures their trap blends seamlessly into the environment. As they wait for their enemies to fall into the trap, Nina wrestles with the reality of what's ahead. She realizes that to protect her master, she may have to kill, a thought that troubles her deeply. Zinc reflects on her innocence, knowing that unlike nobles accustomed to bloodshed, Nina is just a village girl, facing a harsh truth. Zinc reassures Nina, telling her to focus on protecting herself while he handles the rest, reminding her they need the enemies alive. Grateful, Nina promises to do her best. With a confident grin, Zinc signals it's time for the final step of their plan, relying on Nina's support to complete it. Nina shyly feeds Zinc, who playfully enjoys her cooking and praises it enthusiastically. He teases her with exaggerated compliments, making her flustered, but their lighthearted exchange highlights their growing closeness amidst the tense situation. Zinc and Nina put on an affectionate display, acting like carefree lovers to strengthen their bait strategy. Observing from afar, their allies confirm the plan is working, noting how the enemy starved and desperate remains hidden, watching enviously, while the group enjoys food, baths, and comfort. The purgatories, driven by rage, hunger, and jealousy, draw nearer, unaware they're walking into Zinc's trap. The poison he spread will cloud their thoughts, leaving them vulnerable. Confident in their plan's success, the group acknowledges the tactic as dirty but effective, almost pitying their enemies. As Nina tends to Zinc to keep up their act, the pursuers finally reveal themselves, cursing the enchanter. Seizing the moment, the allies hidden nearby prepare to strike, ready to flank and surround the exposed assassins. The enemy group confronts Zinc and Nina directly, demanding their food and the girl. Armed and aggressive, they close in with threats, unaware they've already fallen into the carefully laid trap. The enemies surround Zinc and Nina, confident they've cornered their prey and celebrating their supposed victory. However, Zinc stays calm, knowing the ambushers haven't noticed Esther and the others hidden nearby, ready to strike back. The poisoned enemies begin to lose their composure, making disturbing remarks about Zinc and Nina. Their twisted behavior reveals the drug's effects taking hold, pushing them into recklessness. Fueled by aggression, they charge forward to attack. The enemies rush in, forcing Zinc and Nina to defend themselves. Zinc strikes with precision, struggling to hold back and avoid killing blows, realizing that fighting without lethal force is more difficult than expected. Zinc unleashes a fireball, blasting one of the attackers back in flames. He follows up with quick movements, striking down enemies while dodging their weapons. The battle intensifies as the attackers press forward with brutal swings. Zinc and Nina fight side by side, landing powerful blows against their enemies. Zinc takes down opponents with fists and strikes, while Nina defends herself, showing determination despite the chaos. Their teamwork keeps them standing as the battle rages on. In the heat of battle, Nina is suddenly grabbed by one of the enemies, who pins her down violently. Shocked and enraged, Zinc cries out her name as she struggles against her attacker, caught in a dangerous moment. Pinned down, Nina faces the enemy's taunts and threats as he blames Zinc for her situation. Zinc, enraged, prepares to fight back, while Nina, defiant despite her fear, declares with certainty that her master would never act like the villain before her. Summoning her strength, Nina fights back fiercely. She strikes her attacker with full force, breaking free from his grip and slamming him down, her rage and determination exploding as she calls him scum. Nina, furious and fearless, lashes out at her attacker, calling him out in disgust. As another enemy charges, she strikes back with her magic, launching a powerful water ball that slams into him, showing her resolve in battle. With a surge of courage, Nina smashes her shield into an enemy's face, shattering it with brutal force as she screams for them to stay away. Zinc, watching her newfound strength, is struck by how far she's come from the nervous girl she once was. The enemies, frustrated at being held back by just two kids, try to regroup, but their disarray leaves them open. Nina and Zinc's allies suddenly strike, turning the fight into a counterattack. Realization dawns on the enemies they've walked right into an ambush. The battle erupts in full force. Zinc and his allies unleash a coordinated assault. Swords clash, spells fly, and enemies fall one after another as the ambush takes its toll, overwhelming the attackers with sheer precision and strength. Dan fights ferociously, cutting down enemies with precision and strength, leaving his opponents in agony. With a smirk, he acknowledges Zinc, admitting that the battle has reignited his spirit, making him feel younger and sharper than ever. After the intense fight, the enemies are lying on the ground, defeated. Dan congratulates the group for a job well done and asks them to tie up the survivors. Zinc says he's fine and shows concern for Nina, who's still shaken and prefers not to go near the enemies. He reassures her, telling her to rest after everything she went through. The captured enemies are tied up while the group regroups after the battle. They ask about Nina, and Zinc explains that she wanted to take a bath to get rid of the bad smell and is also helping Ian set up camp. The group realizes how tough it must have been for her, since she's still just a girl. Zinc interrogates one of the prisoners, offering him truth serum to save time and avoid violence. The enemy, tied up and defiant, spits on the ground and refuses, making it clear he won't give in easily, and even taunts Zinc, telling him not to get cocky. Zink, out of patience for provocations, drives his blade into the ground right next to the enemy, intimidating him. The man who was confident before gets scared when he sees how serious things have gotten. Zink pretends to think about using cruel torture methods to get information, talking about cutting off fingers or gouging out eyes. The prisoner screams in desperation, believing the threats. Meanwhile, Dan coldly comments that back at the Nonland house, they were trained for situations like this, and says they can keep the pressure going as long as needed. Zink pressures the wounded prisoner until he finally gives in and agrees to talk. Right after, another enemy tries to resist, but Zink grabs him with surprising strength, leaving everyone stunned. Zink uses his fire magic to torture the prisoner, slowly increasing the heat and threatening worse if he doesn't cooperate. The captive panics in pain, but Zink stays calm, not afraid to take risks, since there are still many enemies left. Zink threatens the captured group, showing no hesitation after all his experience killing monsters. He warns them that if they keep trying to kill him, he won't hold back, which leaves the prisoners scared and silent. One of the prisoners breaks and starts confessing everything out of fear. Zink thinks to himself, wondering if his own personality is changing. Meanwhile, the other captives threaten him, saying he won't get away with what he's done and that more enemies are out there. Zink warns the captured group that their actions count as treason against the guild. He explains that if they leave the maze, they'll face trial and severe punishment, possibly even execution or worse. He makes it clear that their fate depends on what they choose to say next, as he'll be a witness at their trial. The group learns that the depths of purgatory were created by Nazar to secretly drain Qual's resources and gather intel. They used merchants as spies and tried to weaken Qual by recruiting and abusing local adventurers. After Dan San's warning, the captured guys quickly start talking, revealing that the problem is much deeper than they thought. The group finds out the enemy had an empath who could dig into people's minds for information. Turns out, Dan San himself was the leak without knowing, because the empath was linked to his mind. After being hit with a psychological attack, the empath lost his sanity. Dan San recovers from the psychological attack, saying that what matters now is moving forward. He realizes the group had tricked him, and angrily confronts one of the prisoners. It sounds like you're carrying a lot right now, but you don't have to go through this alone. You can find supportive resources here. Your request was flagged as potentially violating our usage policy. Please try again with a different prompt. It sounds like you're carrying a lot right now, but you don't have to go through this alone. You can find supportive resources here. Your request was flagged as potentially violating our usage policy. Please try again with a different prompt. After everything, the group talks about how to bring the captured enemies back to the surface and how to explain what happened. While they wonder if they should make the prisoners walk, the protagonist says he has a better idea. At the same time, something is happening elsewhere. A group in cloaks stands near the bodies of slain dragons in the forest, guided by a leader giving precise instructions. Suddenly, a dragon rises up, but it looks like it's already badly wounded. The situation is tense, and something is about to happen at the marked time. A dragon is attacked by a group, but despite the chaos, a man with white hair and armor watches calmly. He thinks about how their second group was caught, but feels confident because of his ability, which he calls omniscience, so he isn't worried about the enemy's mage. The group transports prisoners using golems that carry cages. One of the men comments that using golems for this job was a smart idea. The prisoners are split into two golem-carried cages, troublemakers and those who cooperated. The uncooperative group gets worse food, floor spikes, and a medicinal drink instead of water, while the others get a slightly better deal. This setup prevents them from ganging up and shifts their frustration onto each other. The group discusses the prisoners' sanitary needs and notes that all captives are still dangerous. The prisoners are given underwear with extra-dimensional storage to act as diapers, but they still smell bad, so an air curtain is added. The golems require a lot of mana to maintain, but the group is glad they can manage it. Nina is impressed by the effort, while another girl comments she'd rather just make the prisoners walk in a line. The mood is a bit light, with some joking about learning from these punishments. Zink and his ally realize the enemy's first legion, known for its dangerous aura, is coming straight at them. They talk about their strategy, knowing they need to take out specific threats early, especially Forbes, the leader, and Neville, as warned by their prisoners. Neville is the right-hand man and has the appraisal skill, letting him check stats but only with direct sight. He needs to be dealt with before he sees too much. The real threat is Forbes, the first Legion leader, who can use mana to see a few seconds into the future, making him S-rank in short battles. The group sets up a plan. They'll target Forbes with area attacks while his foresight is active. Dan and Ian will rush in after a signal, focusing on taking out enemy sorcerers. Nina and Esther will defend near the cages. Special goggles enchanted with appraisal will help them see the enemy's names and skills. Everyone gets ready for the fight. The two groups face off in the forest, tension thick in the air. The enemy mocks the guild for siding with the enchanter and warns them not to expect to leave the maze alive. The main group, confident, offers the enemy a choice: cooperate with the guild's investigation or suffer as slaves. A massive wave is summoned, crashing down on the battlefield. The group launches a powerful tsunami attack, overwhelming the enemies. Neville is taken out by a fast air attack. The enemy leader watches, realizing his foresight ability can't prevent everything, and the situation quickly gets out of control for their group. The group splits up as the enemy tries to target Zinc and the others. A chaotic fight breaks out, with everyone clashing and the battle spreading across the area. The protagonist attacks Forbes, but Forbes easily dodges every move, reading and countering each attack with calm precision. The protagonist tries to defend while making Forbes think he's attacking, but every move gets countered by Forbes' foresight. He realizes Forbes is only average as a swordsman and plans to wear him out. He quickly checks on Esther and Nina's situation. A group of hooded enemies approaches the protagonist and Nina. The enemies look confident, but as they attack, one of them suddenly slips and falls hard, caught off guard by something on the ground. The enemies rush forward but end up slipping and falling on the ground, unable to move properly. The protagonist explains to his companion that he cooked up some slime jelly and used his tsunami spell to spread it everywhere, making the area super slippery. He declares the plan a success. The girl confronts some enemies who tried to attack her brother. She uses powerful wind magic, first slashing with Air Slicer, then unleashing Air Cyclone, hitting the enemies hard and knocking them down. Zinc's group finishes off their side of the fight. Meanwhile, Forbes is forced to stay defensive, worried that if he turns his back on Zinc, he'll be taken out. He's stuck, unable to help his allies or escape the situation. Forbes gets surrounded by Zinc's group, who point their weapons at him from all sides. Zinc taunts Forbes, challenging him to use his foresight skill now that he's trapped with nowhere to go. Forbes gives up and surrenders to Zinc's group. Some prisoners are angry, but others quickly beg for mercy and offer to cooperate. Zinc says Forbes will get his own special cell and hints he can still be useful, while the group talks about having enough people to testify against the others. Zinc puts Forbes in a special cage carried by a golem and tells him they're heading to a safe area, promising warm clothes for the next zone. The other prisoners are annoyed, but Forbes is given water and thanks Zinc, realizing he's being treated a bit better. Zinc and the group continue moving the prisoners in golem cages, getting closer to the safe zone. As they travel, they discuss what explanation they'll give to the other clans about everything that happened. The group discusses how to handle the other clans when they reach the safe zone. Zinc suggests telling the truth, but there are concerns about loyalists attacking them. Dan-san promises to explain everything as the guildmaster, saying the other clans will listen, and that he'll handle any trouble without causing a scene. A confused ally arrives, asking Zinc about the situation. He's surprised to see Zinc and Dan-san with the captured prisoners in cages. Leon and his group arrive. Dan-san explains that the depths of purgatory tried to assassinate Zinc. The attackers have been captured, but the ones who ordered it are still at large. The prisoners worry about their fate as they're watched closely. Leon recognizes someone in the crowd, realizing he's from the 3rd Legion. Tension rises as everyone waits to see what will happen next. While Zinc and his group prepare to move out, someone from the 3rd Legion realizes Zinc managed to blend in with other clans to slip by. The 3rd Legion plans to make a scene, refusing to let Zinc get away so easily, and one of them starts to look pretty confident about their plan. Forbes, looking desperate, tries to warn Zinc to stop, saying there's still time. As Zinc approaches, Forbes insists that if Zinc goes further, they'll all end up dead. One of the 3rd Legion shouts for Zinc to die, ignoring Forbes' warning about the danger. One of the enemies creates a huge explosion and yells that they won't see them in court, clearly planning to destroy any evidence and escape. Zinc and the others react with shock as smoke fills the area and chaos breaks out around the prison cages. The prisoners set off an explosion, creating chaos and using the smoke to escape. Zinc and his group react quickly, but some captives are caught in the blast and confusion. One of the prisoners loses control and attacks with magic, causing chaos. Zinc quickly puts up a water wall for defense, realizing the attack is reckless since it puts allies in danger too. Zinc quickly slashes at the rampaging prisoner, stopping his attack. The fight ends with the prisoner injured and unable to continue. The group realizes one of the prisoners is a purgatory loyalist, and chaos breaks out. A fight starts among the prisoners, turning violent. They identify a purgatory loyalist among the prisoners. This sparks a violent fight, and several prisoners turn on each other, leading to chaos and deaths. The guildmaster orders all purgatory members to be brought topside and threatens arrest if they resist. He assigns simple jobs for them as compensation. The Elder Tree members thank him, and healing is given to those saved. The guildmaster says he needs witnesses from the group. The The others admit their mistake for trusting Purgatory. The captured enemy glares at him, hinting at future revenge, while the guildmaster calmly prepares for the next steps. Zinc uses fire magic to guide everyone through a cold area. The prisoners are transported in cages, while one of the captives holds up a flame to stay warm. The group moves forward, enduring the harsh environment. Zinc and his group arrive safely with the captured prisoners. They're met by guards, who confirm the prisoners are members of the depths of Purgatory. Zinc reports that some died, but there are still witnesses left to testify, and some have connections to the Kingdom of Nazar. The guards take the prisoners for investigation and ask Zinc to submit a full report later. After everything is settled, Zinc and his group finally get some rest, relieved that the ordeal is over. The group relaxes in a luxury room after all the chaos. They're glad to finally have real beds and talk about how intense everything was. They plan to finish their tasks tomorrow and get some rest for now. Daniel Fonker, a high-level duke and former prime minister, is introduced to Zinc to oversee his case. The group realizes the situation is serious since someone important like him got involved, but they're told to just act normal around him. Zinc tries to be formal with Daniel Fonker, but Dan is casual and even a bit rude. They reveal both are from the Fonker family, though Dan's from a poor knight branch. Dan talks about his tough childhood, growing up as a poor fifth son, while Daniel learned to manage lands at a young age. Dan grew up as a rascal, but the Fonker family took him in because of his potential. Later, Dan became an adventurer. Daniel offers to help Dan, since he's about to be expelled from the guild, and asks him to return. Zinc realizes Duke Fonker wants Dan back, and Daniel says he won't give up on him. Daniel shifts the conversation back to Zinc, asking his request. They discuss the evidence against the Purgatories, with Zinc mainly wanting to avoid trouble for himself. Daniel explains the captured Purgatories will be tried and sentenced, their assets seized, and the money used to compensate Zinc and Eldertree. Zinc asks about Marquess Patari. Daniel says Patari is already in custody after being caught trying to kidnap a servant. Terry was tortured for information, confessed his crimes and connections, and will be executed publicly since he has no powerful allies. After Nazar's attacks and Rosarda's attempt to kidnap Zinc, the kingdom decides to declare war on both Nazar and Rosarda. Zinc thinks about the coming war and the decision to send Marquess Panir's corpse to Rosarda. With Dan gone, the guild needs a new master, and Qual aims to secure its largest city to prepare for the battles ahead. Daniel explains he asked Dan to return to House Fonker for his own safety, with no intention to force him if he's safe. Meanwhile, Zinc worries about Dan's future if fired from the guild, and without a good position, Dan will lose his license and face prejudice from others. Zinc thinks about how to help Dan, then comes up with the idea to start his own clan, surprising everyone. Zinc decides to employ Dan as a low-level grunt as his punishment. He also plans to write a letter asking for leniency for Dan, and the Duke agrees to sign it too, making sure the officials can't ignore their request. A few days later, Dan formally requests to join Zinc's clan as part of his punishment. The guild decides he'll work under Zinc for 5 years as a mild disciplinary action, since ending his career completely would be too harsh given his skills. Thanks to Zinc's help and donations, his requests were met. Until a new guildmaster is chosen, Dan's wife Alpha, a well-known adventurer, is filling the role temporarily. Dan thanks everyone for their support and decides to put in the effort as a real member. Zinc suggests he could help train the maids, who want to get stronger. Dan accepts the task to train them back in the capital. Zinc buys an estate from a noble family to use as the clan's base, managing to get a good deal because the previous owner was connected to the Purgatories. He suggests using enchanted items and training in the slime room to help the group grow stronger. Zinc is called to testify at a trial, but he notices the verdict is already set. Meanwhile, some banter happens about haggling over the estate price. The atmosphere is tense, with the trial being mostly a formality. Zinc gives an emotional testimony in court, claiming he overheard plans to assassinate him in the labyrinth. He exaggerates his fear and suffering, making everyone in the audience react with disbelief or annoyance. The court finds the accused guilty, calling them ruthless conspirators. Their sentence is harsh: 1,000 lashes, tattoos to mark their crimes, and a lifetime of hard labor as slaves. The crowd mocks the criminals after the sentence, shouting insults and telling them to disappear and live out their punishment somewhere else. A new character appears in the crowd. The group realizes he's the clan master of the emissaries, named Herbert. He and Zinc exchange intense looks. Herbert, the emissaries' clan master, stands out for his strength. Zinc notes he's skilled with a spear, and Herbert's stats show he's a high-level adventurer, tough and dangerous. Zinc is wary of Herbert because his spear gives him more reach and makes him a tough opponent for sword users and mages. Herbert is relaxed, asking for booze, not taking the situation too seriously. Herbert confronts the beaten group, reminding them of their betrayal. He threatens them but offers to let them off if they pay double the membership fee this month. The group, scared and desperate, quickly agrees. Herbert uses the moment to show everyone he's in control. The emissaries owe all their power to him, and even their members can't stand up to him. Meanwhile, one of the punished prepares for his turn at public shaming. Dan gets ready for his public shaming, joking about his reputation and new life in the clan. Zinc offers security, but Dan feels confident he'll be fine. Time passes, and the next phase approaches. Dan is tied to a pole in the square for his public shaming. The crowd just watches quietly while Zinc and his group keep an eye out, hoping nothing goes wrong. So far, everything is calm. Zinc suspects Herbert is planning something, not just recruiting old Purgatory members. He made sure Dan has a wind magic ring for safety, and backup is ready if anything goes wrong. Meanwhile, a group of tough-looking men approaches, hinting that trouble might be coming. The same guys Herbert was bullying earlier approach Dan's public shaming area, carrying something suspicious. Suddenly, they reveal weapons and start throwing them, clearly up to no good. Dan uses magic to block the weapons thrown at him, keeping himself safe. The guards step in, calling out the attackers, while the troublemakers mock Dan for using magic and try to play innocent. Zinc calls out the group for causing trouble and reminds them that the rules allow him to fight back. The men pretend they're just regular adventurers now, acting innocent, while Zinc realizes they're just covering up for Herbert. Zinc mocks the group for being fired and not understanding the rules. He points out that shady behavior follows them, no matter which clan they join. The men admit they bought broken weapons to use against Dan, and rumors spread about emissaries buying up junk in town. The group tries to explain all the broken weapons as old gear they bought to resell. Zinc is suspicious but decides to let it go, saying the guild will likely find them anyway. He also asks someone to check with blacksmiths about the story. The group is forced to leave, carrying all their broken weapons with them. One of them is frustrated, complaining about Dan always acting superior, and says he just wanted to teach Dan a lesson. They end up dumping their trash at the emissary clan house. Herbert gets mad at his underling after hearing their plan failed, and Zinc made a fool of them. The group complains that they're not recruiting enough people, and that the guild is keeping an eye on Dan's ally, Fonker. They also mention the guild got evidence from the blacksmiths, so their situation is getting worse. Herbert snaps and says Zinc is done for, determined to get revenge. Meanwhile, Zinc finds out his clan has been banned from every blacksmith in the city, and his ally arrives to report more news. Zinc's group finds out that all the vendors in the city were scared off by the emissaries, making it impossible for them to buy weapons locally. Still, they have another way. They can get supplies from the Lorentz firm, which has stores outside the city. Zinc isn't too worried and thinks Herbert's just a muscle-brained idiot, but this confirms the emissaries are trying to mess with them. Zinc and his group talk about how inconvenient the current situation is, especially with the emissaries messing things up. One of them suggests getting Duke Fonker involved to help. Meanwhile, two others joke around and try to lighten the mood, but everyone knows the emissaries are behind their recent troubles. 3 days later, they're still dealing with the fallout. Duke Fonker helps Zinc's group by spreading embarrassing rumors and gossip about Herbert and the emissaries. The clan's reputation gets even worse, and now Herbert and his crew can't even show their faces in town or recruit new people. The rumors are all over the place, some true, some fake, but they work, leaving Herbert isolated and the clan's image totally wrecked. To finish off their plan, Zinc's group opens a blacksmith shop managed by one of Duke Fonker's trusted merchants, making it a safe spot where the emissaries can't cause trouble. Zinc gives his maids alchemy enchantments so they can craft weapons and boost their mana at the same time. The shop runs smoothly and everyone seems happy, while Zinc gets ready to head back to the capital. Zinc decides to go to Rosarda for the official start of their offense, following Duke Fonker's advice. Dan offers to go with him, but Zinc asks him to stay in Gamel and keep the new guildmaster safe, since the emissaries might still target Zinc. Zinc prefers to lay low for now, just in case. Dan tells Zinc that he owes him a lot and brings up that the crown will probably ask Zinc the same thing. Why a kid like him is getting involved in war. Dan thinks no kid should have to go to the battlefield. The scene shifts to the royal capital Quallart, where Zinc is heading. Zinc arrives at the capital, noticing the heavy presence of soldiers because of the war. He attends a war council meeting with the king and several nobles, including Duke Fonker. Zinc says he wants to learn everything about the war effort. The atmosphere is serious, showing the importance of the meeting. The king rewards Zinc for his work during the espionage incident, giving him valuable resources from the crown. Zinc is also granted approval to change the status of his loyal servants, Ian and Nina, from slaves to citizens. Their slave contracts are officially turned into custodial agreements, marking a big change for them. Zinc is grateful to the king and plans to lift the servitude spells from Ian and Nina once he gets home, since they worked hard during the incident. Duke Fonker had helped by putting in a good word with the king. Zinc also wanted to give citizenship to Esther and Urza, but because of the unstable situation in Rosarda, he decides to handle it later, keeping them under his protection for now. Rosarda and Nazar are now at war, after breaking their alliance. Quoll is focusing its forces on the border, especially around the town of Korta. Both sides of the river have been barricaded, and Rosarta is too busy fighting Nazar to start trouble elsewhere. Civilians and child refugees are able to cross into Quoll's side, and adventurers stuck in Rosarta are being let in as well. Nazar now controls about a third of Rosarta's territory, but their army is dealing with a big problem. The climate and water in Rosarta don't suit Nazar's soldiers, so their troops are getting sick and using up their potion supplies faster than expected. This is partly because of poor sanitary conditions in Rosarta due to economic inequality. While Nazar looked like they might win, this situation is actually turning into an advantage for Quoll. The king says that Rosarta is already finished, and Nazar's forces are weak from disease. He wants to take advantage and wipe out both sides at once to seize Rosarta. The problem is, they've prepared a large stockpile of potions and water to fight the Rosartan diseases. But they don't have enough bags of holding to move them all. They want Zinc's help with this plan. Zinc suggests that instead of making a bunch of bags of holding, they should use a water magic enchantment so everyone can make their own water, since the soldiers should have enough mana for that. He's fine with supplying these enchantments for drinking water, but he reminds them that he didn't want the military using his enchantments for everything. Zinc then says he's willing, but only if they accept his condition. Zinc says he doesn't want the bracelets to be monopolized. He asks that after the war, half of the bracelets should be sold to the people, especially adventurers and merchants in the Labyrinth City. The king agrees and promises to make sure the bracelets go to those who need them. The conversation then shifts to the real problem, the conflict with Nazar. Agurably Doman Nazar. In Nazar, the powerful necromancer family House Bernhard awaits. The scene shows undead zombies and skeletons, with a cloaked figure summoning them, highlighting the threat they pose. House Bernhard is introduced as a powerful family of high-ranking nobles in Nazar, closely connected to the royal family. They're known for their necromancy, but only a few are born with this power. The country usually uses them only as a last resort because of how intimidating they are. The leaders discuss the threat of House Bernhard's necromancers, noting only 8 are known, but their abilities are dangerous. Necromancers in battle can control corpses regardless of decay, making them tireless and immune to poison, which could easily change the outcome of any fight. Even outnumbering them would come at a high cost. The group weighs options to deal with the necromancers, discussing whether to destroy all corpses or target the necromancers directly. Zinc suggests avoiding direct conflict with House Bernhard, instead using magic, ambushes, and sabotage to weaken their forces and supplies from the shadows. The king and his advisor agree to follow Zinc's plan, which aims to crush enemy morale despite some losses. Meanwhile, Zinc starts producing a large batch of enchanted items to support the plan. Alexander from the Dragon Tears arrives at the capital, surprising Zinc and his group. They greet each other, and Alexander mentions his group set up shop after bringing Esther to Quoll. Zinc welcomes him and asks how he can help. Alexander asks Zinc if the Dragon Tears can join his new clan, and Zinc happily accepts since he was looking to recruit new members. They agree to set up a magical contract for safety. Meanwhile, another group talks about the Sacred Flame members joining the war effort against Rosarda. Zinc and Alexander talk about the current situation. The guild is recruiting mercenaries, but things are complicated by the emissaries, who have a grudge against them. Zinc warns Alexander to wait before traveling to Gamel, since Duke Fonker should resolve the situation soon, making it safer. A few days later, a formal assembly is held at the palace, where the kingdom declares they won't forgive Rosarda for dishonoring them. Meanwhile, Zinc arranges membership for Alexander below market price. The weapon market in Gamel is in chaos because blacksmiths are selling everything cheaply to Duke Fonker, who resells at a price no one else can match. The blacksmiths want Duke Fonker to succeed, even if it hurts the emissaries. The king makes a royal declaration, blaming Nazar for their invasion and secret dealings. In front of everyone, he orders the execution of a prisoner, showing his resolve and authority. The king raises his sword and officially declares war on both Nazar and Rosarda in front of his assembled army. The soldiers respond with a roar, ready for battle. War breaks out with Quoll attacking the 3 border towns of Rosarta. The Rosartan army is spread too thin and loses quickly. Count Brand, leading Korta's army, takes full control of the city. Later, Zinc is greeted at the Brand estate. Zinc meets the twins, Lewis and Roy Hughes, who were his classmates in the magic department at school. They talk about joining the Count's army along with Chris to make a name for themselves. Thanks to Zinc's warning, they avoided getting caught up in a hostage situation during the war. Zinc talks with Chris and the twins about what's happening in Quoltra. Chris explains that his father is taking the weapons and assets from any Rosartans left in the city, and some nobles are facing public execution. Most civilians have been enslaved to serve nobles as farmers or house staff, but their children will get an education and eventually receive citizenship. Chris explains the military plan. After his father secures their area, he'll join other populists to march on the royal capital. Once they take the capital, they'll deal with any remaining Rosartan and Nazar forces. Chris says he'll join the fight after gaining some experience. Zinc asks how he can help, and Chris says he'll mostly stay with his father, only fighting when it benefits them, even if that won't make him popular with other soldiers. Zinc tells a boy that after becoming a citizen, he can join Chris in the Count's army to fight against Nazar. The boy gets emotional and starts to cry, surprised by the offer. The maids tease Zinc for making Esther cry. Esther feels unwanted and upset, but Zinc explains that he wants Esther to have a life-changing experience and become stronger, no matter what path he chooses. Zinc prepares Esther for battle, giving him enchanted items and arranging for Ian to protect him in the rear guard. Esther is grateful, but wants to handle things on his own. Zinc is told to make sure Ian stays with Esther for his safety, while Dan is going to settle his own issues with Nazar. Zinc officially forms his clan called Regalia, joined by Alex and the Dragon Tears group. The guild recognizes Regalia as an A-rank clan. Esther, determined to honor his older brother, promises to make him proud. While Daniel is celebrating his recent successes and showing off his power to the branch families, some nobles discuss how he wiped out his political enemies and took control of Gamel. However, his boldness makes him vulnerable. One noble, unable to find any dirt on him so far, starts thinking about causing an unfortunate accident to bring Daniel down. Some nobles complain about being kept waiting and not seeing any servants, feeling disrespected after all their effort. Suddenly, a large blade crashes through the door, taking them by surprise. A muscular man bursts through the door, demanding Fonker's whereabouts. The nobles panic, shouting for help and calling him an intruder, clearly terrified by his sudden entrance. Intruders storm the room searching for Fonker, but he's nowhere to be found. The attackers threaten the nobles, demanding answers and making it clear that no matter what, their fate is sealed. Zinc is shocked to learn that the emissaries attacked the Fonker estate, but he's relieved to hear that Fonker is safe and currently in the capital for a meeting with the king. He receives a letter with more details about what happened. Herbert and the emissaries tried to capture Zinc and the Duke by force after their blackmail plan failed. The blacksmiths were forced to join in, but the Duke escaped with help from merchants who warned him in advance. The emissaries have been isolated for a while, and although the Duke is safe, Zinc still worries about the damage the emissaries could cause. Duke Fonker invited his enemies from the branch families to a party, and they were all found dead at his estate. Now, Herbert and the emissaries are wanted men, and a punitive expedition is expected soon. Zinc thinks Duke Fonker is pretty scary after hearing what happened. Zinc confirms he'll attend the audience the next day and sends his regards to the Duke. He thinks about how the emissaries' attack wasn't a surprise, but admires how the Duke used the situation to eliminate his enemies. Meanwhile, something crashes with someone reacting in shock. Herbert stands frustrated, surrounded by his men. He realizes Fonker has trapped him, and they'll lose their licenses. With both Rosarda and Nazar in bad shape, Herbert knows they're out of options, and wonders where he can go next, refusing to stay in his current situation. Herbert tells his group to get ready. They're heading to Yamato. The men are confused and worried about getting caught on the way, but Herbert hints he has a secret plan for their escape. A secret passage on the 67th floor of the Maze of Gamel connects directly to the Maze of Yamato, making it possible to move between the two locations. Even though Yamato is right next to Qual, it stands out with its own culture. The people there wear Japanese-style clothes and mostly live in wooden houses with tatami mats, making the place look and feel like historic Japan. Herbert and his group realize the maze really does connect to Yamato, which is officially allied with Qual, but smuggling still happens between them. Escaping through the maze won't be easy, but at least they won't be wanted on the other side. Excited, the group rushes to pack their supplies. Herbert feels he had no choice but to share his secret with his group and urges them to be useful. Meanwhile, inside the Gamel maze, another group is launching magic attacks, staying alert for any threats. The group manages to defeat all the monsters in the slime room, working together and supporting each other. The teamwork pays off, and some members mention how quickly they've improved their magic skills thanks to Zinc. Everyone feels accomplished, and Dan-san is thanked for his help with the maids. With only a week left, Zinc encourages everyone to train hard and make it count. The group focuses on leveling up in the maze, especially Esther, Christ, and the others who will be going to battle soon. As their training wraps up, they prepare to leave, and Zinc asks Dan-san to look after Esther. Zinc confirms he's joining the emissary strike force, saying he wants to help clean up the mess. The guildmaster Alpha agrees and tells him to call her by her name. Meanwhile, most of the enemy's 2nd Legion has already been taken into custody, and the 1st Legion escaped into the maze. The group talks about Herbert, who escaped while his group was asleep. Clearing the dungeon is tough, even for someone as strong as him. Reports suggest he's moving fast and is between floors 16 and 30, but survivors are rare. The upper dungeon floors are safer because they're crowded, but going deeper is risky. There's no confirmation that the 1st Legion is killing witnesses in the maze, but everyone's cautious. The group finishes their discussion. The emissaries in custody will be made slave soldiers for House Fonker, and any assets they had will go to the group as a reward. Zinc agrees to the terms, but he seems distracted, catching the attention of Mona. Zinc notices that Alpha seems down, and Mona explains it's because Dan has been too busy with work and protecting Esther to spend time with her. Since Dan is heading to the front lines soon, the couple won't see each other for a while, and Zinc blames himself for it. Zinc approaches Alpha and apologizes for keeping Dan away from her because of work. Alpha says there's no need to apologize since Dan chose to go to the front lines himself, and he's a member of Zinc's clan. Zinc then offers her a gift. Alpha receives a box and discovers it's something Esther managed to take when she fled, but that she has no use for it. She thanks him, saying she'll put it to good use that night, and asks if they like it. Esther complains about her back, but says she deserves it. The group says goodbye and prepares to hunt down the emissaries, awaiting the start of the mission. Kanan introduces herself as the leader of the emissary strike force and presents her main members, Shulf, Iosif, Benjamin, and Dietrich. Kanan is a high-level fairy summoner with impressive stats and skills. The group is ready and greets the others. Zinc is impressed by Kanan's small and cute appearance, but even more by her powerful stats. Kanan explains to the group that they'll chase the emissaries into the maze and have 2 possible routes to take. She asks Zinc to decide which route, mentioning that one is more dangerous and needs his explicit consent. They reveal there's a hidden entrance to the Gamma Labyrinth, sealed underground in a high-security prison. It's a massive hole that drops straight to a lower floor, letting them take a shortcut. This entrance is rarely used and is a closely guarded secret. Zinc had never heard of it before. Zinc has to decide between 2 routes, taking the risky shortcut to catch up to Herbert quickly, or going the long, safer way from the 1st floor, which would take much longer. The shortcut is too dangerous for Nina, so they decide to check things out before making a choice. Zinc decides to take the risky shortcut with Kanan, ready to start the hunt for the emissaries. Kanan agrees, but reminds him he can change his mind any time. The group gets moving, determined to catch up fast. Zinc and the group rappel down the massive pit, feeling the danger as space is warped inside the labyrinth. Zinc is scared, but determined to press on, knowing a fall would be fatal. The splinter group above promises to guard the rope. The group successfully reaches the bottom using the rope. They talk about how some thrill-seekers have even climbed up this dangerous route, even without wings. Even though the S-ranks seem brave, they admit they feel fear too. They just hide it better. The group faces the orc boss on floor 15 and quickly defeats it. They move on and reach the 21st floor, which is a grassland area. Someone points out something for Zinc to look at. Zinc's group spots 2 injured emissaries in the grass. They decide to capture and interrogate them, approaching carefully while staying hidden. Zinc's group realizes the 2 men are exhausted and can't hear them. Their stats reveal crimes like blackmail, robbery, and murder. They're the ones who attacked the Fonker estate. Zinc's group makes their move and confronts them. A fight breaks out between Zinc's group and the 2 criminals. Zinc's group quickly overwhelms and defeats them. The order is given to tie up the captured men. Zinc's group restrains the 2 captured men and tries to question them about Herbert's location, but they refuse to talk. Kanan steps in, preparing to use magic to handle the interrogation. Kanan summons a massive Emperor Slime. The captives panic as the slime grabs one of them, making them desperate to get away. Kanan uses the Emperor Slime to threaten the captives, dissolving one's arm. Terrified and in pain, one of them begs for mercy and is about to reveal what he knows about Herbert. The group learns that Herbert is on floor 46, in the volcanic area. As they approach, they see monsters fighting and the dangerous landscape ahead. The protagonist learns that someone has already reached the volcanic area on floor 46, which surprises him. He thinks about the challenges of the desert and volcanic zones on the previous floors, and notes that even strong adventurers would struggle to keep up. He realizes that the toxic area lies beyond, and this might be why nobody has managed to explore deeper than floor 60-inch the maze. The group explains that Herbert sent them to get more food since he eats a lot of meat daily. When he ran out, he got violent, so they decided to turn back after he abandoned them. One of them mentions having a magic bag sewn into his clothes. The protagonist checks the magic bag and confirms they brought plenty of potions, which helped them get this far, but they eventually ran out of supplies. While looking through some documents, they discover records of bribes, secret accounts, and various expenses for extortion and damages. The protagonist realizes the discovered accounts could be valuable evidence for Duke Fonker, though one captive claims they're just personal notes. The group decides to retreat and rejoin their allies, planning to hand the captives over to the authorities before continuing their mission. The captives worry about their fate. The protagonist tells the captives they'll be sentenced to slavery and probably sold by Duke Fonker. He mentions that they might end up as laborers or used as meat shields in a war, making it clear their future won't be easy. While waiting for the group to arrive, he and his companion decide to keep talking, teasing the captives a bit. Someone eats and drinks quickly. Meanwhile, the volcano rumbles and a group gathers near its base, with monsters nearby. Herbert eats a large meal with satisfaction, while others quietly watch. He finishes, clearly pleased, and tosses a bone aside. Herbert's group realizes they need to ration food, but with no way to resupply, Herbert suggests hunting an Arcoanath, despite the risk. The others question his eating habits given the situation. Herbert explains that only pack leader Arcoanaths drop meat, while hatchlings just drop cores. The group realizes it'll take a week to get through the volcanoes, and Herbert insists on hunting rather than starving. The monsters here are tough variants, just like the dangerous ones from earlier floors. Herbert rallies the group, telling them there's no turning back, and they must reach Yamato. He reminds them they're the first army and should act like it. Despite his words, he knows everyone's speed and morale have dropped since entering the desert and volcano areas. Herbert worries that Zinc, known for his speed and magical enhancements, could catch up quickly if he joins the strike force or uses a shortcut. He realizes they might be closer than expected. Zinc's group leaves the grassland, using enchanted items to chase Herbert at full speed. Their only focus is catching up to him. Zinc's group reaches an area near the volcanoes and finds a still warm campsite. Realizing someone passed through recently, possibly the emissaries or other adventurers, the M group realizes they're getting close to Herbert, having seen no other adventurers since the desert. They credit Zinc's speed for their progress, and remind each other to stay alert, knowing there could be more dangers ahead than just the emissaries. Herbert's group stands at the edge of a massive pit, knowing they must also watch out for dangerous Arcoanath variants. Herbert's group spots a pack leader's nest and plans to fight it if it's alone, but they quickly realize angering it will cause its partner to show up, making things much riskier. Herbert tells everyone to attack with everything they have as soon as the monster appears, since these variants can spit fire and call for help, making them very dangerous, if not taken down fast. Herbert and his group are ambushed by another team, who block their path and declare that they have them cornered. Tension rises as both sides prepare for a confrontation. Herbert, furious at being caught, threatens the opposing group. Both sides get ready for a fight, with archers aiming and everyone charging into battle. Not Zinc's group charges at Herbert's team, aiming to finish the fight quickly before the monster variant wakes up. Both sides rush into battle. Zinc targets the enemy sorcerers first, dodging attacks and launching his own spells as the battle intensifies. Zinc attacks Herbert with a powerful strike, sending him flying and causing rocks to shatter. The fight between them heats up. Zinc clashes with Herbert, who skillfully wields a spear, making it hard for Zinc to find an opening. Zinc thinks about how the sorcerers will attack if he tries to retreat. Zinc uses an air tornado spell to knock Herbert back. Cannon arrives to help Zinc, surprising Herbert and turning the tide of the fight. Cannon's group manages to push back the emissaries below, aiming to capture them alive, which slows them down. Meanwhile, Herbert's side realizes the situation is getting too dangerous and calls for magic support against the pack leader. One of Herbert's men snaps, declaring he's done following him, and calls Herbert a tyrant. Herbert grabs him and throws him off the cliff, telling him to die. The man Herbert threw is immediately eaten by a giant monster. Zinc and Cannon are shocked that Herbert sacrificed his own ally. Herbert laughs as the giant monster, now fully awake, roars. He taunts Zinc, believing the chaos will stop his pursuers from catching him. The giant variant monster wakes up, roaring loudly, and catching everyone's attention, putting the group in immediate danger. Herbert yells for his group to escape as the monster attacks. He leads those who can still run away, while Kanan and the others try to stop him from fleeing. Cannon and Zinc are shocked that Herbert sacrificed his own ally to the monster. As the Arcoanath charges, Ian reports they've captured half the emissaries, but some have escaped. Zinc prepares to face both Herbert and the monster. Zinc decides to chase Herbert alone and asks Cannon to team up with Ian to handle the monster. Anganon agrees, and they split up to deal with both threats. Zinc runs off to chase Herbert, leaving Cannon and the others to handle the monster. Cannon gets ready to use wind magic, while Ian's group secures the prisoners and warns them to stay still if they don't want to be eaten. Cannon attacks the monster with wind magic, aiming to slice it up. Meanwhile, Ian charges in to help with the fight. Ian takes a hit from the monster's tail, but barely feels it thanks to his enchantments. He stands his ground, ready to keep fighting. Ian and the others attack the monster together. The captured enemies realize there's no chance of escape, but then notice the monster's attention turning toward them. A group of monster hatchlings approaches the tied-up prisoners, who panic and try to keep them away. Zinc observes the chaos and thinks about how the enemy leader's actions have caused this mess. Zinc tells the prisoners that Herbert woke the monster just to escape, showing how little he cared for his own men. Meanwhile, Cannon attacks the monster with her air slicer spell. The monster heads toward a pool of lava, trying to cross it, while the group realizes the danger. Cannon reacts in shock as it moves forward. The monster grabs onto the edge and calls its partner, and now there are two of them, ready to fight. The group realizes the situation just got worse. The two monsters attack from the lava pool, making it hard for the group to fight back. Cannon says they need to fall back and lure the monsters out, realizing they're at a disadvantage. One of the guys, Iosef, is injured in the chaos. The group charges at the two monsters, planning to separate them. Cannon says to focus on the weaker one first. Iosef heals his wound with Ian's help, and they know they have to lure the second monster away, or they're in trouble. The monsters counterattack, forcing the group to defend themselves. The team launches magic and attacks to push the monsters back, trying to keep their formation. The group keeps running, chased by the persistent enemy. Even after all the running, Zinc isn't tired at all, which surprises them. The group tries to block Zinc, but he easily takes them down, scaring the others. Zinc takes down the enemies blocking his way and slashes at the hooded figure, not letting anyone slow him down. Zinc lands a strong hit on the last enemy blocking his path, knocking him aside. Now, only Herbert stands in his way. Zinc tells Herbert he's not here to play the hero or act all righteous. He says he hates people who use others as pawns just to save themselves, comparing Herbert to a supervisor he hated at his old job. He makes it clear he can't stand guys like Herbert. Herbert looks frustrated and tries to say something back. Herbert tries to block Zinc's attack with his spear, but Zinc throws a water ball at him. Herbert quickly dodges, taunting Zinc and saying, "Ha, I'm over here." Zinc uses the water ball to create a cloud of steam, blocking Herbert's vision. Herbert looks around, realizing Zinc is gone, and gets frustrated, calling him sneaky. Zinc surprises Herbert by suddenly showing up behind him and declaring that it's over. Herbert reacts quickly and tries to attack, but something unexpected happens to his weapon, making him confused. Zinc uses a powerful water cyclone spell. Herbert gets caught up in the swirling water, getting slammed around and sent flying. Zinc's group finds him lying on the ground. Hanan apologizes for being late, and Zinc says he made a decoy out of earth magic, joking it can't move, just like Herbert. Meanwhile, Herbert is on the ground, barely conscious, swearing revenge and mumbling threats. A giant slime appears above Herbert, surprising everyone. It's called an Emperor Slime. The slime drops down and completely engulfs Herbert, trapping him inside. Herbert is trapped and suffocating inside the slime, looking like he's in pain. Someone asks if they're trying to kill him, but the girl explains it's just to keep him from escaping. He'll lose most of his skin but won't die. She wants to carry him out as a warning to others. Now that Herbert is dealt with, the group talks about transporting the other prisoners using golem cages. The main guy thinks to himself that Herbert isn't a concern anymore. He then wonders if Esther and Dansan managed to reach Rosarda safely. The protagonist arrives with his group at a large, organized military force, Count Brand's main company. As he walks forward, he thinks about how he never expected to return to his homeland after leaving it behind. Chris reunites with his father in the Rosarda territory, promising to bring honor to the family as the heir of House Brand. The group is formally welcomed, and Esther is recognized for gaining citizenship and an A-rank license. The Hughes brothers and Dan are also acknowledged for joining the effort. The group discusses their current strategy. Harrods is their base of operations, and the next target is Salagild, which is held by Nizal forces. Rosarda territory is slowly being taken over by Nizal, but the capital, Tar, is under Quoll control, with some remaining resistance. The situation is basically a war between Rosarda and Nizal, fought in Rosarda territory. Chris and his group report that they've been training and hunting monsters to stay ready for combat. The commander confirms. Chris has learned offensive spells from his training. As they prepare to move out, Chris is reminded that this will be his first real battle, and is given a word of caution because this is war. The commander tells everyone not to see their enemies as humans, pushing them to be ruthless. He says that in war, mercy and virtue will only break a soldier's mind. Even though the enemy has families and feelings too, the reality of having to kill weighs heavily, especially for those not used to battle. Chris and Esther Kun are told by the commander that if things get too rough, they should ask to be sent home. Chris accepts the advice. Later, Chris prepares for the upcoming battle, thinking about spear training and noticing how the veteran soldiers carry themselves, especially someone called Dan the Butcher. Some soldiers talk among themselves about Chris, Esther, and the Hughes brothers, saying the future of House Brand looks solid. They doubt Esther's abilities, thinking he only got attention because he's Zink's brother, and even make fun of his appearance, questioning if he can fight. Esther overhears, keeping a serious face. Dan catches some soldiers gossiping about Esther and immediately confronts them, scaring them off. He asks Esther if he's really okay with letting people talk like that. But Esther says he's used to being gossiped about back in Rosarda and expects it because of his position. Anne tells Esther he's a bigger man than the others, but suggests teaching them a lesson if they keep causing trouble. Esther says he doesn't want to make a scene or damage his brother's reputation. He remembers how the Brand Company soldiers got a bad impression of him back in Rosarda, since the commoners spread rumors and hated nobles, blaming them for fleeing with their wealth when the kingdom fell. Dan says he'll step in if things get out of hand. Esther thinks that if he shows the Brand soldiers his skills in battle, maybe they'll accept him. Dan suggests they go ask Count Brand directly. As they arrive at the mansion, Count Brand greets them, saying he needed to talk and has something to discuss with them. Count Brand says he's received many letters from Zink, describing Esther's achievements. He offers Esther a spot in his personal guard to earn valor and suggests making him a platoon commander, but warns that some soldiers might be against it. Even though Esther is A rank, he thinks it's a relatively safe way for Esther to prove himself and asks for his opinion. Dan asks if Count Brand is ignoring the soldiers who spoke badly about Esther. Count Brand says he punished them, but it just made things worse. So, giving more penalties would hurt morale. Esther apologizes for the trouble, but Count Brand says his own leadership is at fault. Esther then asks if he can make a request, and Count Brand tells him to go ahead if it's within his power. Esther asks to fight on the front line to prove himself. Count Brand hesitates, worried that something might happen to Esther and that Zink would blame him for it. Esther explains that he's learned magic from his brother and is skilled as a solo fighter. He believes that if he can show his skills in battle, the rumors about him will stop. Count Brand says that the Nazal force doesn't have any famous warriors, but the battle will still be tough. Dan promises to watch over Esther so he doesn't go overboard. Count Brand agrees to let Esther fight at the front line, but tells him to retreat if he's ever in danger. Esther thanks him for the chance. A flashback shows that a few days before Esther and the others joined the Brand Company, a fight was going on. Gordon Nonland, a Rosarda slave soldier, defeats an enemy in battle and takes a moment to catch his breath. Gordon stands his ground against overwhelming numbers. The guards and slaves try to stop him, but he's too skilled. The commander, seeing Gordon's strength, realizes their gear is no match and hesitates as Gordon faces a new armored enemy. Gordon faces death in battle and remembers his painful past, controlled by his father, forced to kill his wife, and abandoned by his son Esther, who chose Zink over him. He accepts that he'll die as a slave, believing Esther will never forgive him. Gordon is fatally struck in battle. In his last thoughts, he wishes he could apologize to Esther if they meet again in the afterlife. The army launches an assault on the fortress, using mithril spikes to scale the walls. Dan and Esther lead the charge as their commander orders the attack. Archers rain arrows down from the wall, but Dan uses a shield spell to protect Esther. The troops bring up a battering ram, working with mages to break through the fortress gate. Esther uses a powerful air cyclone spell, sending enemies flying and blasting open the way forward. Esther quickly takes down the enemies on the wall with swift, precise sword strikes. Dan protects the group with his air shield, while Esther charges forward, cutting down enemies. The rest of the soldiers get motivated and join the attack to reclaim Soghild. Dan and Esther fight their way through enemies, while the soldiers use a battering ram to break open the gate. Esther heals himself after the fight. Dan checks on him, and the soldiers charge through the now open gate. The soldiers thank Esther and Dan for their help. Some admit they misjudged Esther, and now respect him more. Esther and Dan move to help with the fight in the city. Esther gets separated from Dan in the city. While fighting off enemies, he hears someone call him a monster, and senses something strange nearby. He tries to find his way back. Esther finds his father mortally wounded and surrounded by bodies, shocked by the scene in front of him. Necromancy is revealed as the enemy's trump card. Corpses and skeletons, including familiar faces, rise and attack without feeling pain or fatigue, creating chaos and dropping morale among the living. Esther realizes there's something more going on with these undead. Esther is forced to fight his own father, who's now an undead. During the clash, Esther notices that his father still shows signs of awareness, shocking him. Esther's father, now a zombie, begs for forgiveness and admits his failures, Meanwhile, skeletons appear, and one of them, claiming to be Esther's grandfather, greets him. Esther faces his resurrected grandfather and other skeletons. The skeletons discuss how the executed are being revived by Nazar. Esther's father, near death, says he wants to possess a monster to help Esther, while the others argue it's the only way for their souls to move on. Esther's father feels he can't help as he is, and is called pathetic by the others. Esther says he hasn't forgiven his father, but acknowledges a debt for being raised. They share one final tense moment as a family. Esther uses magic to perform last rites for his father, setting him ablaze and ending his suffering. The scene is silent and heavy as he watches his father's body burn. Esther attacks and destroys the skeleton, shattering its skull. The remains collapse, ending the threat. Esther realizes the necromancer must be nearby since the corpses are moving. He prepares to use a special perception ability, calling on his brother's power to sense the enemy. The necromancer is frustrated after losing sight of his targets, and considers using the bodies of fallen soldiers to create a stronger fighter. Meanwhile, Esther senses the necromancer's location and knows he needs to act quickly before backup arrives. Esther unleashes Air Cyclone, creating a huge tornado that sweeps up the necromancer and enemy soldiers, scattering them and stopping their advance. The enemies are thrown to the ground by Esther's attack. The allied soldiers rush in to finish them off. The necromancer, wounded and shocked that a kid beat him, tries to crawl away. Esther finishes off the necromancer with a spear thrust, ending the fight and declaring his victory to everyone watching. Esther happily thanks everyone, bringing a bottle as a gift and hoping they enjoy it. The people celebrate, raising their swords in the air. At the Regalia clan house, Esther gives a rare vintage as thanks for help in the A-rank advancement exams. Luke, the clanmaster, appreciates the gesture. Flashbacks show intense moments from the exam, with Nina and Ian proving themselves as strong fighters, making even Luke feel his life was at risk. After returning from the maze, they discuss the lack of A-rank adventurers in Gamel. Thanks to Zin's efforts, breaking down 2 major clans, Gamel is now safer. Most top-ranked adventurers are now from Elder Tree, and Regalia is seen as their main competition. Luke proposes an alliance between Regalia and Elder Tree to avoid conflict and not repeat the mistakes of the previous clans. Both agree it's best for Gamel if they keep a good relationship. Meanwhile, Elder Tree affiliates are joining the war effort, aiming to strengthen their position. The Rosartan king and nobles are executed after Qual forces take the capital. The event is broadcasted using a magic artifact. Meanwhile, the clans decide to make their new alliance official at the guild, turning it into a party with food and wine. The king and nobles are executed by being boiled alive. The king curses the protagonist with his last breath. The protagonist watches his own father die but feels nothing. The kingdom of Rosarda falls. The protagonist feels relieved, but is now worried about Esther and the others on the battlefield. Duke Fonker arrives to speak with him. They discuss the fall of Rosarda, which opens sea access for Qual. With coastal control, Qual can now trade and build a navy. Duke Fonker hints that the protagonist was considered for Rosarda's throne, but he refuses the offer. The main threat left is the Nazar army. After the war, Crown Princess Negenda became the ruler of Rosarda, but mostly stays in Qual. She led the field army during the conflict. The protagonist just wants to hire more people and avoid more trouble. Negenda also spared the land where Rosarda's maze is located. A small elf girl appears, catching everyone's attention. The maids are completely charmed and call her cute, reacting with excitement. The elf girl introduces herself as Marina, a fairy with strong summoning magic talent. She joins the group, and everyone is hopeful she'll become a powerful ally. Zinc puts Urza in charge of training the maids and managing the household. He mentions having many slaves and staff for security and running things. Urza is grateful, and says she'll stay by Zinc's side. They plan to get her citizenship, leaving their old worries behind. Marina asks if she really doesn't have to be kept in a cage. Zinc tells her she's free to go wherever she wants, just to stay nearby when outside. It's revealed Marina was once owned by a noble, which explains her confusion. Marina's old owner was abusive and had a bad temper, beating his slaves whenever anything went wrong. He never physically hurt Marina because fairies are valuable, but he kept her locked in a small cage and sometimes denied her food when he was in a bad mood. When he needed money, he ended up selling Marina at the marketplace. Marina says she doesn't remember her parents because they both died when she was little. She also can't read, but Nina gets emotional and promises to make her lots of cookies and teach her how to read. Dink decides to let Marina settle in with Nina for now, putting off her magic training. He asks Ian to take care of the younger boys and make sure they learn to guard the estate. Then, he reminds everyone about needing food and wine for the upcoming social event with Elder Tree. Zinc suddenly feels a strange and unsettling sensation, which makes him shudder. The people around him notice his reaction and call out to him, but he's confused and wonders what this weird feeling is. Zinc reassures the maid and leaves. The boy watches him go, feeling a strange rush that he has experienced since childhood, a deep instinct that always comes suddenly. He remembers feeling uneasy that day and leaving early, which saved him from being poisoned like his family. He reflects that following his instincts has always guided him, even helping defeat a top enemy officer, though he now feels guilty for tricking a friend during a truth serum contest. The next day, Marina appears in a cute new outfit that impresses the maids. She happily thanks Nina for making the clothes, but when she excitedly suggests eating cookies, the boy reminds her that her lessons come first. The boy presents Marina with a magic bangle that lets her use magic and introduces a special tutor for the day. Canon, the tutor, cheerfully greets everyone and prepares to start teaching Marina. The boy thanks Canon for coming and mentions she's the only one he knows who can use summoning magic. He asks about Herbert and the emissaries, learning they are likely enslaved if still alive. Canon begins Marina's lesson, pushing her to keep up, and Marina eagerly thanks her. Marina successfully casts a powerful wind attack, surprising herself. Canon praises her natural talent and encourages her to focus on sharpening the spell, prompting Marina to keep practicing enthusiastically. Marina successfully shatters the target with her spell, impressing everyone. Exhausted from using nearly all her mana, she learns this effort will help increase her mana capacity. After training, they take a break while Marina drinks from a potion flask. Canon explains that fairies need only small amounts of food and potions, making them inexpensive party members. The boy notes he can provide Marina with strong potions without much cost. Canon demonstrates summoning magic, calling forth a large slime. The boy, surprised, asks about the limits of summoning and whether multiple monsters can be summoned at once. Canon explains that summoning can call forth powerful creatures like griffins or dragons, but it requires high skill. Maintaining summons drains mana, and if mana runs out, the summon may feed on the caster's life force instead. The boy realizes that summoning magic can be dangerous and even fatal in the worst case. Marina focuses and follows Kanon's instructions, visualizing the spell. Concentrating hard, she successfully summons a slime for the first time. Marina fails her first attempt at summoning, feeling frustrated but determined to try again. Encouraged by the others, she keeps practicing, and after several tries, her mana begins to stabilize and grow stronger. After several attempts, Marina finally succeeds and summons a slime. Everyone is surprised and excited by her success, celebrating the accomplishment. Later, they share a meal together, praising Marina for her progress. Canon encourages her to keep practicing, assuring her that with time and her MP boost, she'll become a skilled summoner and gain better control over her summons. They explain that to form a contract, the monster must acknowledge the summoner, and giving it a name seals the bond. Marina is encouraged to keep the slime summoned to build trust, gradually forming a stronger connection with it. They joke about Marina drinking too many potions while maintaining her summon, laughing together. Later, the boy writes a letter as requested by Count Brand, reflecting on his inability to go to the front lines himself and his mixed feelings about leaving Esther there. While writing, the boy is suddenly struck by an intense instinctive feeling, stronger than ever before. He senses a presence filled with pure evil, reminiscent of the time when the Purgatories attacked them. He wonders if spies have infiltrated the kingdom, and suspects the Nazan royal family might be behind it, wanting him gone. With the kingdom on high alert due to the war, he doubts infiltration is possible. Determined, he calls Ian and asks for his help. He walks through town and heads to a quiet, open field. Once there, he prepares himself, stretching and getting ready to safely cast his spells. He senses danger nearby but cannot pinpoint the source. Entering the woods, he casts wind spells to stay alert, convinced someone is watching him and that he isn't alone. Suddenly, several fireballs appear around him, closing in from all directions, confirming that he is under attack. He counters with water magic, extinguishing the fireballs. Despite this, he grows uneasy, realizing the attackers must be nearby, yet he still cannot detect their presence. The attack suddenly stops, and he analyzes the situation, realizing the enemy is acting alone. Drawing his sword, he cautiously approaches the forest, feeling that something significant is about to happen. He discovers a skeleton clutching a staff, realizing that's why he couldn't sense the attacker. Confused that the dead could use magic, he suspects the staff is a special artifact and decides to appraise it. Through appraisal, he learns the skeleton was once a mad alchemist from Nazar, who was executed centuries ago for experimenting on children. Realizing the staff-enabled spellcasting even after death, he concludes a necromancer must be targeting him, and wonders how they infiltrated the kingdom. Ian returns after capturing the man who was tailing Zinc, revealing he was hiding nearby. They confirm the captive is a Nazar necromancer and wonder how he managed to cross the border, preparing to interrogate him for more information. They interrogate the captured necromancer, using magic to force answers. Under pain from a subordination spell, the man reveals he used a corpse with a teleportation gift to cross the border, but is unable to speak freely due to the spell's effects. They identify the captive as Heidler Verdhorner, an alpha-ranked necromancer working for House Bernhard. Zink reads his stats and discovers his master is Axel Bernhard. Realizing this mission is part of Axel's dirty work, teleportation magic is noted as a significant threat. Realizing they are no longer safe in Qual and justified in seeking revenge, Zink decides to personally infiltrate Nazar. In response to the attack at the Fonker Dokkel estate in Gamel, Zink confirms his plan to infiltrate Nazar. He offers the captured Bernhard necromancer as a prisoner of war, proposing to sell him in exchange for platinum, noting the prisoner could provide valuable information about Nazar. Mona arrives with news that the guild is searching for enemies in the city on the guildmaster's orders. Zink is thanked for leaving the city, as his actions prevented further casualties. He's surprised the Bernhards targeted him directly, but reassures everyone that it's not a problem. As night falls, Zink explains that the enemy likely attacked to prevent the Quol army from gaining more magical advantages. He takes responsibility for his choices and announces his decision. He and his party will officially become allies of Quol and join the war. Others worry that joining the war with only a small party is too risky. Zink explains that leaving quickly is safest, since enemies might teleport in for another attack. He points out that necromancers can only control a few corpses at once, and that by leaving, he'll draw danger away from the citizens of Quol. They discuss the option of hiding in the maze for safety, but Zink points out that would only shift the danger to other leaders. The Duke agrees to inform the king about the situation, while Zink, feeling responsible, decides to focus on protecting himself and sets out to meet Esther. Zink refuses the offer of personal guards, preferring to travel light. As he prepares to leave, he considers meeting up with Dan and Esther on the way to Nazar, but decides they'll be fine on their own. He and Ian joke about Esther's determination to follow him no matter what. As they walk together, Zink apologizes to Ian for the trouble, reflecting on how things have escalated from wanting a peaceful life to being involved in war and assassinations. Ian reassures him, saying that thanks to Zink, his own life has become more meaningful and adventurous. Zink gathers his allies and shares the plan to go to war with Nazar, explaining that he needs to settle things now that he's been targeted. He asks Nina to join his side, wanting her opinion before moving forward. Zink warns Nina that war isn't an adventure. It's brutal and harsh. He remembers that he and Esther got military training because they're nobles, but Nina never had that experience. He makes it clear that she doesn't have to join if she doesn't want to, leaving the choice up to her. Nina decides to help, saying she's gotten stronger thanks to the enchantments. She tries to encourage everyone, and Marina quickly jumps in, saying she'll go too if Nina does. The group starts to get fired up for what's coming. Marina insists she'll be fine and promises to try her hardest, asking not to be left alone. After some back and forth, permission is given for her to join, but with the condition that she'll stay with the Count's forces if things get too dangerous. Marina is relieved and grateful. The group travels by carriage, pulled by hippogriffs, through the countryside. As they approach a lake, they decide to let the creatures rest. Zink checks the map and wonders if they'll reach their destination by nightfall. Suddenly, they notice monsters nearby. A pack of wolf monsters suddenly attacks. Zink quickly tells Marina to stick close to Nina and help with her magic. Nina jumps into action, using her air cutter spell while Marina supports from behind. Nina and Marina manage to knock back several wolf monsters using magic and force. Zink and Ian spot the leader of the pack and decide to focus their attack on him, signaling to each other as they charge forward. After defeating the monsters, the group regroups. Zink tells Marina to work with Nina to support the team with magic from now on. Even with the smell of blood and the sight of bodies, Marina manages to stay strong and reassures everyone that she's fine, showing she's tougher than she looks. The group arrives at Korda, a place that brings back old memories for Zink, since it's where he earned his S-rank license. He's thinking about Marina's lack of battle experience and decides she should get more practice before real combat. After returning the hippogriff carriage to the guild, the group prepares to move out. Zink meets Guildmaster Snow at the Korda branch of the Adventurers Guild. Snow greets him warmly and mentions he's been on the front lines and is toned up. Zink is surprised at Snow's new look since their last meeting during his exam. Zink explains he's fighting as a Korda brancher, not as part of the guild, since his kingdom needs him. Snow says he's delivering supplies for House Brand and will meet his brother in the army afterward. He mentions that enchanted rings have helped him a lot, letting even non-magic soldiers use basic magic. Zink realizes this is why Nazar feels threatened by him. The city feels tense, with everyone, even those who normally wouldn't, carrying weapons. People are on edge because most Rosarda natives were made slaves after the war, though Count Brand tried to treat them fairly. Still, many hold a grudge against the people of Kual, and Zinc notices they even resent him, even though he's not at fault for what happened. As the group prepares to leave, they're warned to be careful of Rosartans, who became bandits after fleeing across the border. It gets dark, and they decide to make camp for the night, still far from their destination. Meanwhile, a shadowy group is spotted nearby, raising suspicion if they're really just an adventuring party. A group approaches the camp, and the protagonist instantly recognizes one of them. It turns out to be the former butler of House Nonland, now traveling with another party. There's a moment of surprise as both sides realize this encounter is no coincidence. The protagonist questions the former butler, realizing he escaped before becoming a slave. The butler blames the protagonist for Rosarda's downfall and says he's just looking for refuge. He reveals he was never loyal and only used Esther to live comfortably. The group is tense, especially as they see the butler riding their family's favorite horse and using their spears, highlighting the betrayal and loss. The butler looks down on the protagonist, calling him a dropout and wishing he'd died on the roadside. He plans to hand the group over to the Nizar royals in exchange for a reward and asylum, feeling this is his safest option. His guards, all Rosartans, seem ready to fight, and while their leader claims he won't kill the protagonist, the others might not be so forgiving. The group is ambushed by enemies on all sides. The attackers are ordered to capture the protagonist, but told they can kill his male ally. The girls in the ferry are to be spared because they'll be sold off. A fight quickly breaks out as everyone prepares to defend themselves. Marina jumps in to protect Nina, unleashing her magic on the attackers. She fights back fiercely, taking down several enemies and making it clear she won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her friends. The group is holding their ground in the middle of the chaos. Zinc and his group start fighting back against the attackers. Zinc quickly cuts down enemies around him, while Ian holds his ground and blocks incoming blows. The attackers are surprised by their strength, but Zinc's side isn't backing down. The fight is intense, with both sides trading blows. Zinc uses a fireball spell and blasts one of the attackers. At the same time, Ian fights off more enemies with his sword, blocking attacks and keeping the pressure on. The enemy leader, frustrated, reacts to the turn of the battle. As the enemy tries to escape on horseback, Marina calls out for her master. The enemy, frustrated that his expensive guards are useless, is suddenly hit by a water arrow spell. One of his men is knocked off the horse, turning the situation against him. The enemy is knocked to the ground as his horse runs away. Faced with the protagonist's cold glare and drawn sword, he panics and tries to beg for his life, but the protagonist shows no mercy, silencing him with a single strike. The fight ends with enemies defeated and the survivors trembling on the ground. The protagonist approaches the last enemy, sword drawn, while his companions stand behind him, watching closely. The last foe cowers, knowing he has no way out. With his sword pointed at the enemy, the protagonist reads out a long list of the man's crimes. Desperate, the enemy tries to bargain, offering valuable information in exchange for his life. He reveals that his group was on a mission to recover hidden valuables stolen from House Nonland. The protagonist listens, weighing his next move. The wounded man begs for his life, promising that he's changed, and even asking to serve the protagonist again. When pressed, he quickly gives up the location of the hidden valuables near Moviberg, inside a mountain cave. With a map in hand, the protagonist doesn't buy his act, seeing through the desperate attempt. The protagonist finishes off the wounded man without hesitation. He coldly rejects the man's desperate offer to serve, saying he already has enough help, and leaves the body for the monsters. His companions look on, unfazed by the decision. The group checks the map they took and heads toward their destination. They find a cave entrance, just like on the map, and spot a stash of treasure and equipment inside. The group finds the cave filled with treasure, precious metals, jewels, and magic items. As they look around, the protagonist discovers a sending box among the loot. He gets excited, realizing it can be useful even if it's low quality. The manga explains how sending boxes work. They're magical tools that can send letters or items over long distances using magic stones and a numbered dial. They're super rare and expensive, something only nobles can afford. The protagonist decides to use the sending box for easier communication and plans to donate some of the treasure to an orphanage, keeping the rest as savings for Esther. The group arrives at the ruins of the former Rosarda royal capital, where the protagonist used to live. Everything is destroyed, with nothing but memories left behind. He thinks about selling off what's left and using the funds for supplies, following Esther's request through the sending box. Even though he doesn't have good memories of this place, it still feels nostalgic. The day after leaving Tar, the group arrives at Pablo, where the Count's soldiers are stationed. The protagonist reunites with old friends, noticing they've toughened up after fighting in a few battles since the last time they met. The mood is lighter as everyone catches up. Zinc arrives and delivers supplies to Count Brand, who thanks him and tells him that Dan and Esther are resting. Chris shows Zinc around the mansion, which is being used as a temporary lodging. Zinc is told to rest and wait for Esther. As he's left alone, he starts wondering about the Count's next plans, suspecting that the next target is the town of Dominate. Esther shows up excited to see Zinc again, praising him for his big achievements and mentioning Count Brand told her everything. She credits her own success to Zinc's support and gifts. Zinc is proud of her, but he says there's something unpleasant he needs to talk about. Zinc reveals 2 skulls from a bag, shocking everyone. Esther explains that these are the heads of their father and grandfather, whose bodies were reanimated by a necromancer. She says she personally defeated both, leaving Zinc speechless at the revelation. Zinc listens as Esther explains what happened, saying she has no regrets and did what she had to as their relative. Even though she's still bothered by the past, Zinc comforts her, calling her his little brother, and telling her that the past doesn't affect him anymore. The mood softens between them as they try to move on. Zinc walks through the fort with his allies, acknowledging the efforts of Louis and Roy, who are expected to earn a mark of valor soon. Zinc thanks Dan for his help, saying he'll join his brother the next day. He also decides to take the heads of Esther's father and grandfather to be buried in their homeland, not wanting to leave them behind or risk any curses. Dan and Zinc agree to stay with the Count's troops and get ready to face Nazar. As they walk through the camp, Zinc notices the soldiers staring at them. Dan casually mentions that the curious soldiers belong to the Reaper Princess Squad, causing a bit of embarrassment for Esther. Esther gets embarrassed, explaining that he only fought with a spear on the front lines, but everyone started calling him the Spear Princess. He's clearly frustrated, since he's a guy, but the nickname stuck. At first, his ruthless fighting scared people, but over time he started earning fans among the soldiers. Zinc and his group get ready to move out, saying their goodbyes to their allies. He introduces Marina as the newest member to Esther, and they exchange greetings. The plan is to join forces with Quoll's army for now, and slowly weaken Nazar's troops in Rosarda, before making a direct move on Nazar. Zinc is determined to take down Bernhard as soon as he can. After burying their father and grandfather, the group continues their journey. Along the way, they fight monsters and do practice battles to help Marina get stronger and improve their teamwork. Zinc explains that their next mission is to cut off the enemy's supply route, as Count Brand wants to take down Dominate quickly. Zinc stands by the riverbank, holding a map and pointing out the route they need to take. The group's next path is the narrow road along the cliffside, which leads further on their mission. Zinc explains that the narrow road along the cliff is the only supply route connecting the 2 towns. The plan is to destroy the road and cut off supplies. The group discusses using the curve in the road to trap and wipe out any enemies caught there, making sure no one escapes. The group arrives at the cliffside, and Zinc picks a spot to destroy. Ian and Esther are told to keep watch, while Zinc uses a powerful water magic spell to create a massive tornado, smashing the cliff and causing a landslide. The ground shakes as rocks start to fall. After destroying the cliff, the group waits for the enemy supply unit to arrive. Once they spot the supply convoy moving along the road, they prepare to attack by using wind magic to drop the trees onto the enemy as soon as they move further ahead. As the enemy supply unit advances on the narrow road, boulders and rocks suddenly crash down from above, catching them off guard. The group quickly jumps into action, overwhelming the confused soldiers and blocking any chance of retreat. The enemy tries to fight back, but they're completely surrounded and outmatched. Zinc and his group make a surprise move, jumping down towards the enemy soldiers. At the same time, large trees are knocked over, crashing onto the path and trapping the enemy forces, cutting off any escape. The ambush leaves the enemy confused and unsure about who is attacking them. Zinc and his allies launch a coordinated attack on the enemy soldiers. Each member jumps into the fight. Zinc channels magic, while the others go in with their weapons, quickly overwhelming their opponents with precise and synchronized moves. After the fight, Zinc's group stands over the captured enemy soldiers. With the battle won, Zinc starts interrogating one of the prisoners, pressing for information about the current situation in Sancourt. The mood is tense, and the defeated soldiers realize they've been taken down by a group much younger than expected. Zinc's group learns that, while most of the main wells have dried up, the common soldiers found a hidden well in the slums and have been secretly using it for water without telling their superiors. The nobles and officers are unaware of this, as they would never go into the slums themselves. Zinc sees this information as valuable for their next move. Zinc executes the scout who gave them information, not hesitating after getting what he needed. After that, he starts thinking about the hidden well mentioned earlier and quickly comes up with a new plan for their next move. Zink's group acts as guerrilla forces for the Quoll army, taking out Nazar supply lines and stealing transported goods. Their actions help Count Brand's siege on Dominant by cutting off the enemy's resources. They discover that enemy soldiers are using a hidden well in the occupied sand court for water. Zink explains his plan. He talks about a poisonous mushroom native to the area called Doctor's Door. If eaten, it only causes mild stomach pain. But if the mushroom is soaked in a potion for a day, it turns into Death's Door, which becomes highly toxic. Water exposed to this form, even after boiling, causes intense pain and violent vomiting. Zink's group prepares to use this knowledge in their strategy. Zink explains that poisoning the well will weaken the enemy forces, since even those caring for the sick will get affected. The group splits up. Zink and Esther will sneak into Sandcourt to poison the well, while the others stay behind to stop any Nazar soldiers who show up. Some are shocked by the plan, but they go along with it since it's the safest way to defeat the enemy with their small group. The group plans to gather mushrooms, using appraisal skills to separate out the edible ones. While Zink and Esther head into the mountains around Sandcourt to collect what they need, the others get ready to block any enemy soldiers who might come looking for missing supplies. There's a light moment as they talk about using the mushrooms for dishes later, but everyone stays focused on their roles in the plan. Zink and Esther find a whole patch of Doctor's Door mushrooms and quickly start gathering them. They use an item box to store everything and begin soaking the mushrooms in a potion, setting up camp to wait until the toxic mixture is ready. While working together, they reflect on how long it's been since they did something like this, just the two of them. As night falls, Zink and Esther camp by the fire. Zink offers to help Esther with his gear, thinking it must be worn out from battle. Esther, holding some food over the fire, says he's not going to replace it but remake it, since it was a gift from Zink and he's taken good care of it. The two share a relaxed moment while waiting for the mushrooms to soak. Zink remembers he used a weak enchantment on his weapon when his skill was still low. The manga explains that stronger enchantments can't be applied on an item that's already been buffed unless you replace the equipment with a new one. But Ian comes up with an idea. By using alchemy to change part of the equipment, it might be possible to apply a new, stronger enchantment. Ian explains that he already tested his alchemy idea on the other's equipment and it worked, letting him add new enchantments. Now he's about to apply the process to his brother's spear, tweaking its design a bit to make it ready for another enchantment. Esther tests out his newly enchanted spear, feeling faster and stronger, like he's in a new body. Happy with the results, the group decides to rest for the night. The next day, they prepare the poisonous mushrooms for their plan. They take safety precautions, using gloves and making sure not to poison themselves. While discussing, they also plan how to avoid harming their own allies when they poison the well. Two bodies are found hanging from a tree near Sandcourt, identified as Rosarda soldiers by their uniforms. The scene is grim, and the group quietly observes before moving on. The group scouts the fortified walls of Sandcourt, noticing guards patrolling above. Instead of risking a noisy assault or climbing, they settle on a quieter approach. The plan is to use earth magic to break through the walls slowly, and an item box to hide the rubble, making their infiltration as discreet as possible. They pick a spot on the wall that was already repaired before, guessing it'll connect them right to the slums. Rosarda's cities always had big slums due to wealth gaps, and after the occupation, the new soldiers patched up the old escape holes. The poor used those gaps to sneak in and out, since most couldn't afford bribes or travel papers. As night falls, the guards patrol the wall, but the group waits for the right moment to move. After checking for enemies on the other side, they start digging near the wall, staying alert and careful to avoid being noticed. They quietly use earth magic to break through the wall, clearing rubble as they go. After a bit of work, they manage to make a tunnel, allowing them to slip through undetected and continue their mission. They make it through the tunnel and find themselves in the ruins of the slums, just as planned. Following the intel, they locate the well on the east side. They set up a small camp nearby to prepare for their next move. Hidden and observing by the well, they overhear two soldiers complaining about their harsh life under nobility and discussing recent events. Once the area is clear, the group quietly thanks each other and decides to take shelter in a nearby abandoned building, waiting for the perfect chance to act. The group uses an iron cage filled with the poisonous mushrooms and drops it into the well to ensure it sinks. Their plan to contaminate the water is a success, and after confirming the task is done, they quickly retreat from the area. After destroying the road and cutting off supply lines, the group observes Sandcourt from a distance. They notice the enemy has grown much weaker, confirming the poison is working. However, they realize the higher-ups might be treating themselves with antidote potions, but unless the enemy figures out the well is poisoned, it won't help them much. 3 days pass as they keep watch on the city. The soldiers in Sandcourt are collapsing from the effects of the poison, suffering from pain, vomiting, and dehydration. With their antidote potions running out and no more supplies coming, the city's fall is just a matter of time. In panic, the commanding officers start to retreat, while the protagonists watch the chaos unfold from a distance. The enemy soldiers start abandoning their posts, but the group decides to focus on the supply line and Sand Court instead of chasing them. If any enemies escape, Ian or the allied forces will handle them. A golem is summoned to help gather the bodies in the town, since they're still contaminated and need to be stored safely. The scene shifts to Sand Court, where enemy soldiers are weak and desperate for water, collapsing from the effects of the poison. The main group, masked and armed, encounters them and shows no mercy, pressing forward with their mission. They move through the city, finishing off the remaining soldiers who are too weak from the poison to put up a fight. Even those who tried to resist are easily defeated. It takes some time, but eventually, they manage to clear Sand Court of the enemy forces. With the enemy soldiers wiped out, the group confirms the area is clear. The smell from the aftermath is awful, but their relieved Nina and Marina didn't have to witness it. They realize the poison left a mess everywhere, and start thinking about how to clean it up. They plan to use force to finish the job and prepare for Count Brand to move in and take over Sand Court. They set up a large container, fill it with water, and add some antidote potion to weaken the poison. After casting their magic, a thick mist spreads out, purifying the area. He manages to create the mist, which is tricky, and uses a lot of mana, but it should remove most of the poison. While he isn't as skilled at magic, he plans to use his re-enchanted items to help. The golem is tasked with cleaning up, and they add more antidote to the well until the water is safe again. Then remove the poisonous mushrooms. They focus on cleaning the contaminated sections of the city, one at a time. After finishing, the group rests at the Lord's mansion in Sand Court and discusses fixing the dried-up well. Suddenly, they get a glowing message from Count Brand, delivered through a magical sending box. After receiving the message, he learns that Dominante has fallen to Count Brand's forces. With this victory, they feel they're now one step closer to winning the war. The group spots a massive army approaching. One of them quickly grabs a spyglass and confirms that around 3,000 soldiers are marching toward the castle. The sight of the organized troops, flags flying and synchronized stomping, makes it clear that these are Count Zavine's forces, moving with purpose toward their destination. Zinc and his younger brother Esther meet Count Hiram Zavine, commander of the approaching army. Zavine apologizes for arriving late, and Zinc welcomes him, acknowledging the long march. Zinc explains that most of the cleanup in the area is already done, and invites them to rest in town. Zavine accepts with gratitude as the scene transitions to the interior of the building where they will stay. Inside the Lord's room, Zine offers it to Count Zavine, insisting he take the better quarters while they use the guest room. Zavine hesitates, feeling unworthy since Zine was the one who captured the town, but eventually accepts the offer. Zine assures him that they will soon depart to rejoin their own forces after handing over the location. Zavine is encouraged to rest, with the promise that details will be discussed the next day. At the outskirts of Sand Court, the cleanup is completed. The bodies of those who died from the Death's Door poisoning are burned in a large pit, flames crackling as Zinc and Zavine stand by, witnessing the final step of the process. Zinc explains that the old well used by the enemy has been purified, with a golem digging it out so that it now holds water again, making the town suitable for occupation. Zavine, impressed by Zinc's feat of capturing Sand Court with just 2 people, acknowledges his strength. Zinc admits that much of their success was due to luck, as the plan would have failed if the poisoned well had been discovered earlier. Zavine, visibly nauseous from the sight of the earlier cleanup, apologizes and admits he has a weak stomach. Zinc remarks that it might not be the best trait for a soldier, but Zavine insists it's not a problem, despite feeling embarrassed. Zavine reflects on his past, explaining that he studied economics to become a merchant before taking on the role of family head after his brother, the original heir, was expelled from university. Though now the leader of their forces, Zavine believes he is better suited for logistics and supply management. Zinc silently notes that Zavine must have strong leadership skills, as his men trust him. Before leaving to avoid attracting necromancer attention, Zinc asks Zavine to handle the town's defense and repairs. Zinc thanks Count Zavine for taking responsibility for the base, and Zavine promises to defend it thoroughly. After parting ways, Zinc and Esther return to their companions, where they are greeted warmly by their allies, happy to see them back safely. Zinc and Esther reunite with their group, relieved to see everyone unharmed. They report encountering a few patrols and straggling deserters, all of whom were dealt with. Clearing the roads of debris proved to be more challenging than the actual fighting. The group shares that Dominante was captured without issue. They took turns standing guard and managed to gather plenty of food, noting that the area had many resources to offer. With the area secured and no further attacks expected, the group relaxes. Thanks to their material appraisal skill, they discovered many valuable herbs that could be used to make high-grade potions, noting they could sell them for profit at an alchemist guild. Nina prepares a hearty meal for everyone, lifting the group's spirits as they enjoy the well-earned feast together. The group enjoys a well-prepared meal together, with dishes filled with mushrooms and wild greens. As they eat, plans for the next step are discussed. Zinc explains that once Count Brand joins Count Zavine and resolves matters with Dominante, they will march onward toward Nazar along with the other nobles. Their role will be to keep pace and provide support during the advance. Zinc leads the charge as the group drives out the remaining enemies. Thanks to magic bags and enchanted items that reduce their supply burden, they were able to move quickly and efficiently. Qual's forces easily pushed back the Nazar troops. Afterward, they secured supplies, built blockades, and gathered intelligence for their allies. The experience highlighted how significantly an enchanter's abilities could change the balance of power in a conflict. At dawn, Zinc stands alone, deep in thought. He wonders why he remembers his past life, and why he received his mysterious power. He questions whether such abilities can simply awaken inside someone, and reflects on his past as a dropout, trying to make sense of his situation. As he ponders, Esther approaches, noting that Zenk is up unusually early, and asking if something happened, to which Zenk simply responds that he is awake and thinking. Zenk receives a letter from Count Brand and reads its contents with Esther. The message reports that around 10 messengers have gone missing in recent days, likely due to enemy interference. Though the numbers are not large, the situation is concerning, as Nazar seems unwilling to stay passive and is employing its own espionage efforts. Plans are made to send messengers in groups to counteract the enemy's disruption. The letter reveals that the enemy has been setting traps in the forest, using poisoned arrows and destroying bridges to hinder their movements. Despite their small numbers, the enemy has been skilled enough to stay hidden and gradually reduce their forces. Zinc decides they will deal with the threat after informing the others, as Count Brand requested that they eliminate these infiltrators. At the national border, Zinc and his group examine the remains of a destroyed bridge. Its size and the extent of the damage make it clear that destroying it must have been difficult, even with magic. Zinc speculates that the enemy likely combined mid-level fire and wind magic to achieve this. Esther remarks that if the enemy had a mage capable of such destruction alone, they could have easily wiped out the entire Qual army in one attack. Zinc decides that the destroyed bridge must be repaired so the army can march forward. He requests help from the group and plans to use golems for the task. Everyone gathers the scrap metal they had collected, forming a massive pile. Zinc notes that even scrap metal has value in alchemy, preparing to use it for the reconstruction effort. Zinc begins the reconstruction, using alchemy to create sturdy support beams from the gathered scrap metal. He instructs that parts submerged in water be coated with mithril to prevent rust, while the golems take care of positioning and laying the floorboards. With his magic energy replenished, Zinc channels power into the process, fully committing to the task of rebuilding the bridge. Zinc and the golems work in perfect coordination, driving massive support pillars into the riverbed. Using alchemy, Zinc fuses the flooring to the struts and reinforces every joint with immense magical power, ensuring the bridge will be strong enough to support the army's march. The bridge reconstruction is completed, sturdy and reinforced enough to resist being burned. Zinc, exhausted but proud, wipes his forehead after consuming numerous MP potions to finish the work. The group is amazed by the feat, praising his abilities, while Astur is particularly impressed. Despite their efforts, Zinc reflects on their failed attempts to track down the enemy spies, who continued to evade them even after multiple pursuits. While advancing, the group finds more traps set by Nazar's forces, evidence of the enemy's persistence. Progress is slow, and Zinc decides they will need to scout ahead to locate and mark any remaining traps. He instructs the team to alert their allies and stay on high guard as they continue forward. Several days later, the group comes across the body of an enemy soldier dressed in Nazar colors. The blood is still fresh, leading Zinc to suspect that the rest of the soldiers' group must be nearby. They observe the trap that killed him, a spike pit concealed near an unstable boulder meant to distract the victim, and note how dangerous and cunning these traps are. Zinc examines the fallen soldier and deduces from his status that he was likely the only one in his group with the perception skill. He reasons that if the entire group had the ability, they wouldn't have risked splitting up in enemy territory, and this man wouldn't have fallen into the trap alone. His solitary footprints confirm he was investigating by himself. Though still cautious, Zinc sees this as an important step forward for their side. Zinc rallies the group for a final push to track down the enemy party. Marina is instructed to fully use her perception skill to focus on the search, while Nina is told to balance athletics and perception as they pursue. The others prepare for combat, coordinating roles as they move in to intercept the enemy. The group grows concerned when one of their spies fails to return after an hour. With no time to waste, they decide to proceed without him. Using perception, they detect 4 enemy soldiers in black armor to the west. Determined, the team quickly mobilizes to engage, ready to confront the enemy head-on. The group spots the enemy soldiers, realizing they couldn't have had perception, or they would have sensed the approach. 2 enemies, Mobud and Saab, step forward, identified by their levels and weapons, a spear user and a swordsman. Zinc and Esther split responsibilities, with Esther taking on the swordsman while Zinc focuses on the spearman, preparing for combat. The battle begins fiercely. Esther engages the swordsman, swiftly countering his attack and cutting him down with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Zinc clashes with the spearman, dodging his aggressive thrusts. The spearman insults him in anger, but Zinc remains calm and taunts him back, ready to finish the fight. Zinc dodges a lethal thrust from the spearman and counters with a precise strike, landing a critical blow. Despite the defeat of their comrades, more enemy soldiers press forward, forcing the remaining foes to prepare for battle, realizing they have no choice but to fight back. 2 enemy mages unleash a powerful fire and wind magic combo, threatening to overwhelm the group. Zinc quickly orders Nina and Marina to fall back and counters by summoning a massive water tornado, completely dousing the flames and turning the tide of the battle. After the battle, the captured enemy soldiers are interrogated. Faced with the fate of their fallen comrade, they begin to reveal valuable information, from national secrets to the internal power struggles of their noble families. Among their confessions, one especially shocking detail stands out, hinting at a crucial revelation for Zinc and his group. One of the captives reveals a critical secret. Nazar is conducting research to artificially create heroes. Zinc is shocked by the revelation, realizing the potential danger this hero creation project poses if their enemies succeed. The captive explains that Nazar's hero creation project involves performing forbidden rituals to artificially create beings with superhuman abilities, individuals who would be recognized as heroes. The revelation paints a dark picture of Nazar's ambition and the lengths they are willing to go to gain power. The captive explains that Nazar's ritual sacrifices countless slaves to their god in an attempt to create heroes by forcing them to recall memories of past lives. Those who succeed are expected to unlock new skills and abilities, becoming vessels of immense power. The plan aimed to strengthen slaves and send them to the battlefield as enhanced warriors, though Zinc silently reflects on the grim reality of such a method. The captives reveal that despite numerous attempts, the hero creation rituals have mostly resulted in failure, with minimal changes in the subjects. The ceremonies are performed once or twice a year, requiring the moon and stars to align in specific positions. Zinc, using his appraisal ability, recalls every date the ritual was performed and presses for information about the most recent attempt, seeking to connect it to the larger events at play. When the captives reveal that the last ritual took place on the 3rd of January of the previous year, Zinc is stunned. He realizes that it coincides exactly with the day he was banished, a date he could never forget. The connection confirms his suspicions, leaving him shaken but resolute. Zinc pieces everything together and realizes that Nazar's ritual must have worked on him. He recalls how he had passed out from shock on the day of his banishment, only to awaken with memories from his previous life and the skills of an enchanter. Though he cannot fully prove it, the timing is too perfect to be coincidence. Smiling, he remarks on the irony of Nazar effectively creating a powerful fighter now working against them, considering it a stroke of luck for his side. The decision is made to send the captured enemies to Count Brand's forces stationed in Dominate for further interrogation. Zinc notes that they will be able to extract plenty of valuable information from them, especially from the one with perfect recall. The scene shifts to Dominate, where Count Brand's men acknowledge receiving the prisoners, ready to take over the questioning. At Dominate, one of Count Brand's men recognizes the captured enemies as former members of the group known as Depths of Purgatory. He takes charge of the prisoners, dragging them off for a private interrogation, assuring Zinc and the others that he won't kill them since they are still valuable sources of information. With that handled, Zinc allows his group a moment of rest. After delivering the prisoners, the group takes a moment to relax. While Marina happily celebrates the chance to sleep in a proper bed, Zinc quietly reflects. He wonders if interrogating the captives might lead others to discover that he regained memories of his past life. Despite the worry, he reassures himself that there's no direct way to link him to the hero creation plan, though a trace of unease still lingers. As night fell, everyone rested peacefully in their rooms. After the long day, Esther, however, woke up and quietly went to Zinc's room. She knocked on the door, waking him from his sleep. Zinc sat up, still groggy, as Esther stood outside, waiting for him to open. Esther entered Zink's room, apologizing for coming so late, and handed him a letter. Zink read it carefully, his expression becoming serious. The letter explained that Esther had sensed something was off when the topic of Nazar's ritual was mentioned earlier. To avoid being overheard, Esther had chosen to write everything down, asking Zink to correct him if he was wrong. Esther reflected on everything and came to the conclusion that Zink must have been involved in Nazar's ritual and regained memories of his past life. He remembered how Zink's personality changed after being banished from Rosarda, becoming calmer and losing interest in status and appearances. Despite these changes, Esther reassured him that he still held the deepest respect for him, no matter who he had become. Esther closed the door and made sure no one could overhear them. Zink admitted that Esther had guessed correctly. The ritual had caused him to regain memories of his past life along with his enchanter abilities. Esther was surprised, realizing this meant Zink was no longer the same person he once knew. Zink reassured Esther that despite regaining memories of his past life, he hadn't lost who he was and was still his brother. He explained that he had kept everything a secret to avoid unwanted attention or trouble. Esther smiled with relief, glad to hear it and agreeing that staying quiet had been the right choice. Zink decided not to tell the others about his past life, at least for now, saying they might reveal it one day. Esther promised to keep the secret safe. That night, Esther thanked him and wished him rest. 2 weeks later, Viscount Nancray led an attack and successfully conquered the town of Astario. With the conquest of Quoll complete and the former kingdom of Rosarda under control, Zink informed his group that the king was pleased with their contributions and had arranged a reward for them back in Quoll. He also relayed that Count Brand confirmed the army's preparations were complete and that their attack would begin the next day. As the group prepared to march into Nazar's territory, they anticipated an increase in enemy attacks. Everyone resolved to give their best in the coming battles, with Esther determined to fight fiercely. Ian reminded them that they had enough supplies but should still make use of anything they could take from enemy forces. As the attack commenced, Zink and Ian discussed their strategy. They decided to sabotage enemy supplies and make it look like an accident to avoid drawing too much suspicion. Their plan included circling behind enemy lines to steal resources, while the Quoll army kept them engaged. The Quoll army advanced into Nazar and quickly engaged the enemy forces. Nazar brought several zombies of CES-rank adventurers and A-rank soldiers to the battlefield, managing to eliminate part of Quoll's warriors. The group kept acting as a guerrilla unit, invading unguarded areas and stealing supplies. The plan was for Esther to start a fire on the east side to distract the enemy, while the others would enter through a breach in the wall on the opposite side to grab the supplies and escape quickly, reducing the risk of being discovered. Esther carried out his part of the plan and started a fire on the east side of the city, drawing the enemy's attention. Seeing the fire, the group understood it was the signal to move and quickly set off to carry out the invasion and steal the supplies before being noticed. The guards rushed toward the east gate to confront Esther, leaving even the west gate unguarded. The group realized the plan worked better than expected and took advantage of the distraction to advance quickly, knowing they had to act before the enemies returned. They reached the spot and began opening a tunnel in the wall with magic. Marina confirmed she didn't sense any enemies nearby, allowing them to keep digging without risk. They moved fast, approaching the supply storage area. Using perception, the group identified the enemy's positions. Almost all soldiers were focused on Esther, leaving only a few guards at the south gate and officers in the castle responsible for protecting the supplies. They decided to act fast. Ian was tasked with removing any resistance, while Nina and Marina stood guard. Esther quickly eliminated some guards near the east gate, surprising them even in the dark. The enemies began to suspect that he might be using perception to detect them and became more cautious, preparing to counterattack. Panting after the fight, Esther watched the remaining guards. Suddenly, an intense light flared in the distance, catching his attention. He realized something big was happening near the walls, and the guards also turned toward the flash. Startled, the group finished collecting the supplies in the depot and prepared to return the same way. Planning to meet up with Esther later, suddenly Marina sensed something odd and grew alert, realizing that someone's presence was still strong nearby, which worried her. Out of nowhere, 2 dead giants were resurrected through a ritual. The group immediately sensed the presence of a necromancer nearby, deducing that he might have teleported there to perform the summoning. The 2 undead giants advance with heavy steps, roaring as they head east, exactly toward the area where Esther is positioned. Zink and his group urgently discuss their next move after sensing danger near Esther's location. Instead of taking the direct route through the castle, which would risk them being surrounded, Zink decides to open a hole in the southeast wall to escape toward the forest. Determined to act quickly, they prepare to run at full speed to reach Esther in time. Esther hears a loud, terrifying roar that echoes through the battlefield, making him tense up. From within the enemy stronghold, Two massive zombie giants burst out, weapons in hand, their presence overwhelming. Soldiers panic and run as the enormous undead begin to advance, shaking the ground with every step. The two zombie giants close in on Esther, their heavy steps crushing the ground with every move. Realizing the danger, Esther quickly retreats, dodging just as one of the giants smashes the ground where he stood, sending debris flying. Esther opens a path through the wall with magic, and the group rushes through without wasting time. Worried about Esther's safety, he pushes forward. While at the castle's center, a necromancer summons goblins and orders them to spread chaos. The zombie giants rampage through the forest, smashing everything in their path while shouting to crush their enemies. Esther keeps dodging their attacks, worried about how long he can keep running and debating whether to check his brother's location. The enemy soldiers watch, mocking him and cheering for the giants to finish him off. Esther attacks one of the zombie giants with a water spell, hitting it hard and making its massive body stumble. The surrounding soldiers are shocked by the sudden counterattack, while Esther stays focused, preparing for the next move as the giant struggles to regain balance. Zinc launches a flurry of water arrows, taking down several enemies at once. The group rushes to regroup with Esther, who is safe but exhausted. With no time to waste, they begin retreating together, planning to shake off any pursuers as they escape. The group flees at full speed through the forest while the undead giants and enemy soldiers give chase. Despite the pursuit, they manage to escape, leaving the necromancer frustrated as he watches them get away. The group finally reaches safety outside the castle's range, confirming that the necromancer hasn't moved. They catch their breath, aware that the undead can't chase them too far. Reflecting on the battle, they suspect the enemy had anticipated their raid, given how quickly the giants appeared. Zinc realizes the enemy used Esther's diversion to lure them into a trap and likely relayed their location to teleport the necromancer in. He notes that if more than one necromancer had appeared, someone from their group would have died. Despite the close call, Zinc sees this as an opportunity to target and weaken the necromancer before he becomes a bigger threat. Zinc deduces that after using teleportation, the necromancer can only move on foot, as the zombie cannot cast the spell itself. Realizing this, he proposes sneaking back into the enemy base. This time, however, the plan isn't just to steal supplies, but to destroy the enemy's transportation, trapping the necromancer inside their own stronghold. The group discusses the plan further, realizing that stopping even a single Bernhard necromancer would heavily weaken the enemy. Since there are only 8 in total, this would be a major blow. They also consider how to approach the base without being detected or attacked again, showing that they are carefully planning their next move. The group observes the enemy base from a distance, noting the flat terrain that offers no cover. They decide to dig a tunnel to approach undetected, even though it will be hard work. Marina is tasked with using perception magic to watch for threats, while the golems are prepared to dig, strengthened with magic to speed up the process. The group stays alert as they begin their operation. Zinc plans to coordinate with Count Brand to move the Quoll forces toward the enemy's supplies. They feel more confident using the golems after their past construction work and equip them with mithril-coated shovels that cut through the ground easily. Together, they start digging a tunnel to approach the enemy base. 3 days later, the group finishes digging and prepares for the next step of the mission. Zinc uses alchemy to create supports for the tunnel, though he warns the others to be cautious. They confirm that no enemies are nearby, then open a small hole to scout. Marina is sent up first to check for danger, ready to retreat if anything suspicious is detected. Marina emerges from the tunnel, floating into the air to scout the surroundings. She carefully surveys the area and finds it empty except for a few horses tied nearby. Returning to the group, she confirms that no enemies are present, signaling it's safe for them to proceed. The group concludes they are beneath the stables and decides to stay hidden while carefully moving upward. They seal the tunnel behind them to avoid being detected. Esther looks at his brother and asks what the next orders will be. They lay out the next step of the plan. Marina and Nina will stand watch, while Ian, Esther, and the leader will steal the supplies. To distract the enemy, they plan to set the stables and the wagons on fire, creating enough confusion to act without being caught. Oster moves silently through the city streets and casts a spell to create a distraction. The guards are caught off guard, and, seizing the moment, he strikes quickly and lethally, killing one before they can react. Ian swiftly takes down an enemy, slamming him to the ground with force. At the same time, Esther attacks another guard with deadly precision. Marina watches and alerts the others, making sure the group stays aware of their surroundings. The group finds the enemy's supply depot, noticing that the security is weak because it is a large base. They decide to complete the mission by placing sacks soaked in oil and filled with flammable gel throughout the area, planning to set them ablaze to cause maximum destruction before leaving. Marina hesitates before the attack and asks to free the horses before burning the stables, but is told they cannot risk alerting the enemy. If the horses escape, the necromancers will notice the invasion and flee. Reluctantly, Marina accepts the decision, aware of the harsh reality of war. After the hard decision not to free the horses, the group remains serious. Marina looks sad and is comforted with the promise that when the war ends, they will pray for them. Determined, Zinc moves forward, unwilling to prolong the conflict, knowing they cannot afford to show mercy. With everything ready, the group takes position to ignite the supplies. Zinc gathers energy in his hand to prepare his magic, while the others get ready to spread the flames with wind magic. As soon as the fire starts, they plan to escape through the wall of the base. The guards notice the fire and sound the alarm, shouting about the enemy attack. They hurry to inform Bernhard and try to understand how the group managed to infiltrate the base. A magic circle begins to glow on the ground, indicating that something powerful is about to be summoned. Bernhard is teleported to the site, surprising his soldiers who greet him with relief. Marina immediately senses the threatening presence and warns the group. Zinc quickly orders the retreat to avoid a direct confrontation. The group's plan succeeds. They strike another enemy base and lure a necromancer to Hessler. In the end, they manage to eliminate 3 necromancers, including the one controlling the giant zombies. Meanwhile, in Dominante, Count Brand speaks with Will Clune and tasks him with offering support to Zinc Kuhn in his operations. Will Clune accepts the responsibility with confidence. The group observes the fortress from a distance, discussing their next steps. They manage to lure 3 necromancers to 3 separate enemy camps. Zinc considers that a direct attack would be too risky and thinks about surrounding the place with the Qual army. At that moment, they receive a letter from Count Savon instructing them to return to Sancourt. Zinc and his allies arrive at the Qual military post in Sancourt. They are led to a meeting room, where they find Will, an old acquaintance of Zinc. The surprise is immediate, and the mood lightens with the unexpected reunion. During the meeting, they comment that the necromancers were lured out but continue to move, which requires immediate action. Sitting around the table, they discuss the possibility of a direct necromancer attack on Sancourt, considering the next strategic steps. They reveal that some deserter soldiers were captured, and during interrogation it was discovered that the necromancers plan a coordinated attack to reclaim their supplies. Will Clune explains that if the enemies attack together, defeat is certain, but if separated, they can be defeated. He then begins to explain Count Brand's plan, while Zinc listens carefully and prepares for the next move. Will Clune details the plan. They must defend the city, prolonging the battle to drain the necromancer's magical power. Then Count Savine will feign a retreat, abandoning Sancourt. When the enemies enter believing in victory, they will use fire magic to wipe them out. Zinc, relieved to finally have a clear direction, asks to participate, but also points out a potential flaw in the plan. Zinc and his group take their positions on the battlefield, feeling the ground shake as the monsters finally arrive. The 2 siblings prepare themselves, weapons ready, as the enemy approaches in massive numbers. The tension rises just before the clash. In the middle of a fierce battle, the warrior sliced through a massive monster, splattering blood across the battlefield. He spun with precision, cutting the creature down before it could strike. Around him, soldiers pressed forward, weapons raised, while more monsters screeched and rushed in to attack. With swift movements, the warrior prepared for the next wave. His eyes locked on the enemies charging toward him. The hero unleashes a powerful wind attack, sending a wave of goblins flying through the air. As the dust settles, the squads reorganize, with one taking a break and another preparing for the next move. The crowd cheers for the hero's efforts, while goblins crash down around them. The group senses more orcs and ogres approaching. There is concern about the monsters getting stronger. As they discuss the situation, it's clear that stronger monsters tend to be territorial and only flee when they sense an even greater threat nearby, causing stampedes. The weakest monsters appear first, kicking off the stampede. As the horde approaches, the group gets ready for battle. The main concern now is how long the stampede will keep going. At the base camp, the knights charge forward to face attacking monsters. The squad leader gives orders for the B ranks to move to the right, while everyone prepares to defend against the assault. The knights and adventurers keep fighting off the monsters, switching out when tired. At the Royal Army base camp, orders are given for archers and mages to step forward. The group is also told to gather anything useful from the monsters they defeat, since supplies are valuable. Wyverns appear in the sky, roaring as they swoop down toward the fortress. The defenders quickly aim their weapons, preparing to shoot down as many as possible. The tension rises as everyone gets ready for the airborne threat. Archers and mages fire a volley of arrows at the wyverns, attacking the city. As the battle rages on, one character studies the situation and senses that something about these events feels off and unnatural. Will checks in with Gil about the battle. Gil explains that the weaker monsters have been dealt with, but the stronger, smarter ones are holding back for now. They expect another attack soon. The stampede has halted the enemy's advance, and locals are evacuating with their belongings. Qual's forces are ready to protect them as long as they cooperate. Will points out that, based on reports, there seem to be two different sources behind these monster stampedes. Will reveals he attended a war council before defecting, where he learned that the stampedes might have been caused on purpose. He mentions a necromancer named Mikhail, who planned to use a secret technique to stop Qual's army. Will admits he has no proof, but he suspects the necromancer is behind the monster stampedes. Gil thinks it sounds unlikely, but not impossible, and decides to alert the other camps and higher-ups just in case. At the Nazar Populist base camp, news spreads about the possible involvement of Bernhard and necromancy in the monster stampede. The group starts to wonder how necromancy could be used to cause such chaos, and they begin to think through the possibilities. They theorize that necromancy might be using the corpse of a powerful monster to scare others into a stampede. However, they question how such a presence could be hidden, noting they haven't detected any corpses strong enough to cause that level of fear. Another wave of monsters appears, forcing the group to put their discussion aside and act. They rush forward, swiftly cutting down and stabbing the incoming creatures, focusing on clearing the battlefield before being overwhelmed. The group fights through a mix of monsters, growing tired but staying determined. Despite the exhaustion from facing enemies with varied weaknesses, they push forward and keep battling. They decide to try a new strategy. The girl puts on the rings and casts a water buff, empowering the fighter as he faces a large beast head-on, ready to strike. The buffed attack incapacitates the water-resistant monster, leaving it flailing on the ground. The group continues cutting down the remaining enemies, but one of them suddenly senses a powerful new presence approaching. A massive red dragon appears, roaring as it lands with crushing force. Its presence terrifies the surrounding monsters, overwhelming the battlefield with fear. The group identifies the red dragon as an S-rank monster, far stronger than anything they've faced. Knowing it can't be ignored, they decide to split up and launch a coordinated attack, determined to bring it down together. They plan their attack, deciding Esther will support since red dragons are weak to water magic. The leader orders Ian to protect the others, while he and Esther focus on taking the dragon down. Everyone gets into position, ready for the fight. The battle with the red dragon begins. Water magic shields are raised to block its attacks, while the fighters strike aggressively. They push to bring it down quickly, worried that more powerful monsters could appear if they delay. They block the dragon's breath and press forward. The leader calls for a pincer attack, taking the front while Esther moves to strike its legs from behind, coordinating their assault to bring the beast down. Realizing normal strikes won't pierce the dragon's scales, he targets its joints where the skin is weaker. Focusing on the ligaments, he slices through, aiming to cripple the dragon's movements. He unleashes a water jet, aimed at the dragon's eye, striking its weak point and forcing it to roar in pain. The attack disrupts the beast, giving him an opening to continue the assault. As the monsters start to lose ground, Esther unleashes a powerful air cutter, slicing deep into the dragon and staggering it. The attack lands perfectly, giving the group a crucial advantage in the fight. The dragon, wounded but enraged, takes flight and prepares to unleash its flames from above, threatening to incinerate everyone below as the group braces for its aerial attack. As the dragon descends, the fighter rallies Esther, determined to finish the battle. They prepare to strike together, ready to bring the beast crashing down for good. They unleash a combined attack. A powerful water fountain strikes the dragon while air magic controls its movement. The coordinated assault lifts and slams the beast, shaking the battlefield as they push to finish the fight. The dragon crashes violently into the ground, shaking the area with the impact. The fighter shouts a final command, signaling the decisive moment of their coordinated assault. He unleashes a continuous water jet into the dragon's mouth, stopping it from breathing fire. Taking the chance, Esther leaps and drives his spear toward the dragon's eye for a decisive strike. Esther plunges his spear deep into the dragon's head, delivering a devastating blow. The dragon thrashes violently, flailing as it begins to collapse under the force of the strike. The dragon collapses, barely moving and no longer willing to fight. The fighter steps forward, takes up a weapon, and prepares to deliver the final blow to end the battle. With one final leap, the fighter charges at the weakened dragon, raising his weapon high and declaring the end of the battle as he prepares to strike the finishing blow. The final strike pierces the dragon's skull, and it collapses lifelessly. The fighter lands on the ground, ending the fierce battle once and for all. With the dragon slain, the group celebrates their victory, relieved that the threat is finally over. They notice their strength has increased after the battle, and confirm that the lower-ranked monsters have also been handled, leaving the soldiers to clean up the remaining foes. They decide to trace the source of the stampede to stop it completely. Despite joking about eating dragon steak, they agree to move carefully, taking breaks when needed, determined not to let the necromancers escape if they are behind this attack. They plan to hunt more S-rank monsters to strengthen the weaker members before facing the necromancers' controlled beast. The group marches toward the source of the stampede, enduring exhausting battles but using them to grow stronger and gain valuable experience. After defeating a chimera, the group notices that lower-level monsters are beginning to avoid them. Realizing their growing strength is intimidating, even to the enemy, they decide to pause and take a much-needed break. While resting at camp, they receive a letter reporting fewer goblin attacks, meaning their efforts are working. However, they discover there are two sources of the stampede, one near their path, and the other close to Nazar's capital. They realize the monsters heading toward the populist camp are stronger than expected and might need reinforcement. Deciding to stay put until an official request comes, they plan to rest in shifts to stay ready for whatever comes next. In a town somewhere in Nazar, devastation is everywhere. Corpses litter the streets as wolves feast on the remains, a grim sign that the town was completely overrun by the stampede. The group is furious at the necromancers for using their own people as tools, vowing revenge. They decide to burn the corpses to prevent them from turning into zombies, determined to stop Bernhard's schemes. Bernhard summons an ancient dragon to unleash another wave of monsters. While the heroes declare their intent to hunt him down, Bernhard reveals his secret technique, controlling the corpse of an ancient dragon to create a fake stampede and terrify S-rank monsters into rampaging. The dragon's lingering will curses Bernhard, warning that his borrowed power will eventually fade. Bernhard struggles to maintain control over the ancient dragon's corpse, draining much of his magic power. Despite his efforts, the dragon's will resists him. Meanwhile, his subordinates report that Axel's stampede is progressing smoothly, though Axel himself reflects bitterly on Bernhard being their leader, admitting that his power surpasses his own. Bernhard decides to work with Axel for now, to strengthen the Bernhard name, but secretly plans to eventually take his place and savor his downfall. He recalls Herbert, the renowned S-rank adventurer of Qual, who had ties with the Enchanter, knowing that zombies of those who died with grudges will seek vengeance on the object of their hatred. Bernhard revives Herbert as a vengeful corpse, granting him the chance to take revenge. At the same moment, Zinc suddenly feels a chill, and his companions notice a powerful enemy approaching, sensing imminent danger. A gigantic diamond-shelled turtle-like monster appears before the group, surprising everyone. They had never seen such a creature in person, and they are impressed by its size and presence. The group recognizes the creature as a diamond turtle, an S-class monster with extremely high defense and incredibly valuable materials. They comment that the last hunt of this type sustained generations, but they remember that it led to conflicts and deaths due to the dispute over gold. They decide they need to act to prevent it from destroying the camp. The group approaches the diamond turtle, impressed by its gigantic size and comparing it to a mountain. Zinc tries to attack to test its defense, but realizes that its shell is completely hard, making it difficult to cause any damage. They discuss how to kill the diamond turtle, recalling that poison was used in the past, but that it isn't a viable option. Zinc has an idea and asks Esther to use wind magic to reach the monster's mouth. The plan is for her to tie a rope to one of its teeth to allow for the next step of the strategy. Zinc decides that if they can't break the turtle's shell, they'll attack from the inside. The plan is to enter through its esophagus, reach the lungs, and cut through to its heart, killing it from within. The group prepares to execute the plan, determined to finish the fight. Esther gets ready, motivated by the mission and the rewards. Despite the unpleasant idea, the team agrees, and Zinc signals Esther to move as the massive turtle looms over them. Esther uses wind magic to propel himself into the air, flying swiftly toward the massive turtle with determination, holding the rope tightly as he approaches its mouth. Esther struggles to reach the turtle's mouth, barely managing to grab onto its body, but realizing his jump still isn't enough to complete the plan. Esther finally secures himself near the turtle's mouth, ties the rope firmly around one of its teeth, and prepares to throw the rope down to the others. The group celebrates as Esther secures the rope, Zinc orders everyone to climb one by one and regroup inside the turtle's mouth, warning them to approach from its blind spot to avoid being seen. The group begins climbing the rope one by one. Zinc leads the ascent with determination, while the others follow closely behind, encouraging each other as they make their way up toward the turtle's mouth. The group successfully makes it inside the turtle's mouth and prepares to head toward its lungs. Suddenly, the creature starts moving violently, forcing Zinc to urge everyone to act fast and kill it before it's too late. The group reaches the entrance to the turtle's lungs, feeling the powerful gusts of its breath. Zinc commands them to move forward with the next inhale, preparing to advance deeper inside. The group finds the passage getting narrower and realizes they can't proceed further without cutting through. Zinc instructs them to use wind magic to create air bubbles for breathing as they carve a path toward the turtle's organs. Lindell steps forward, ready to take the lead. Lindell slices into the turtle's insides, finding them softer than the outer shell. The group reacts as fluids spill out, with Marina expressing her disgust. The group pushes forward, getting closer to the turtle's heart. They follow a large vein, navigating the squishy insides. While outside, the creature roars in pain. Zinc and his team finally locate the turtle's heart. They prepare to attack carefully, planning to cut the surrounding blood vessels without damaging the heart itself, since it could be useful later. The group launches a coordinated attack, slicing through the blood vessels around the heart. Blood bursts out as the giant turtle roars in agony, its strength starting to falter. The giant turtle collapses lifelessly. The group finally emerges from its body, relieved and exhausted. With the organ extraction complete, they take a moment to recover, satisfied with their success. After the battle, they note how much experience they gained, realizing the necromancers unintentionally helped them grow stronger. They decide to donate the leftover materials to Qual for war funding. Dirty and tired, they agree to camp nearby and head to the river to wash off the grime. While Nina relaxes in a hot bath, appreciating the refreshment, the group discusses the value of the diamond turtle. They note how its fat is prized for hair care, its blood vessels for tonics, and its heart for top-quality potions. Realizing the creature is essentially a walking fortune, Esther delivers a message to Zinc, informing him of a support request. Zinc reads that a group of adventurers led by Samjay can no longer handle the other stampede and are asking for help. Zinc decides they will set out at first light to assist them. Samjay's group fights desperately against waves of monsters, coordinating their attacks under pressure. Zinc observes their struggle and decides to step in, noting that although joining unannounced is rude, they'll likely be forgiven this time. Zinc and his group rush in to assist Samjay's team, who gratefully welcome their help. Using powerful wind-based attacks, they unleash a barrage of techniques that tear through the monsters, quickly turning the tide of battle. Zinc's group checks on Samjay's party, confirming no one else is injured. Despite losing the chance to harvest monster parts, Samjay insists their survival is what matters most, and thanks them, admitting that without their magic support, his group might not have survived. Zinc offers enchanted jewelry that binds to the user with a drop of blood, thinking it will help them in the coming battles. However, Samjay declines the offer, explaining that his group has just bought new equipment, leaving Zinc confused as he really wanted them to have it. Samjay's group admits they are broke and can't afford powerful gear. Zinc offers to rent the enchanted jewelry in exchange for 10% of their profit from monster parts, but Samjay feels that's too cheap and suggests a higher percentage. After some back and forth, they settle on 30%, with everyone relieved and grateful for the fair deal. Zinc's group temporarily teams up with Samjay's team to fend off monsters. Despite not matching the raw power of Dan San or the Roy Louis duo, Samjay's group proves their worth with their experience and coordination. Zinc notes that they are capable but also spots a clear weakness in their formation. Zinc's group spots movement coming from the south, near the slime forest. A massive mother slime emerges, confirming their suspicions. Zinc quickly identifies it and prepares to engage. Zinc confirms the threat as a mother slime and warns that normal physical attacks will be useless, as they would only get melted and eaten. He explains that this must be the necromancer's plan, given its proximity to the capital. He orders everyone to use fire magic, as mother slimes are only weak to fire. The group spreads out to surround the mother slime, cornering it with fire to prevent its escape. Zinc commands the use of wind magic to boost the flames, and together they unleash powerful fire spells, igniting a massive inferno aimed directly at the slime. The flames engulf the mother slime, burning its body intensely. Pieces of the slime splatter around from the heat, and its form starts to melt and hiss as it is consumed by the firestorm. Nina unleashes a fire tornado, intensifying the attack on the mother slime. The creature's body rapidly shrinks under the relentless flames. Zinc commands to finish it off, and Lyndall agrees, preparing for the final strike. The firestorm completely incinerates the mother slime, leaving behind only smoldering remains. Zinc's group breathes a sigh of relief, noting that the battle was much easier compared to the Red Dragon. Samjay thanks Zinc for saving them once again, but their attention is caught by something unexpected as Nina calls for them to look. The group gathers around the remains of the battle and discovers a rare mother slime crystal lying on the ground, surprised and intrigued by their valuable find. The group examines the enormous mother slime crystal, noting its rarity and size. They discuss how it would take centuries for a slime to grow this large, and Zinc explains that Marimo, the pet slime, could potentially reach this size one day thanks to summoning magic. Nina asks to summon Marimo to see the crystal, and Zinc allows it. Marimo appears, now much bigger than before, thanks to all the monster parts it was fed, impressing everyone with how much it has grown while still continuing to mature. Marimo suddenly lunges toward the crystal, alarming Nina, who tries to stop it. The slime begins to glow intensely, causing Zinc to quickly warn everyone to back away, as it seems to be leveling up. Marimo absorbs the mother slime's crystal and transforms into a giant mother slime. Everyone is shocked by its sudden growth, and Zinc worries about the heavy toll summoning an S-rank monster might take on Marina's stamina. Zinc checks if Marina is okay after the transformation, and asks if she can still control Marimo. Marina confirms she's fine, and Marimo shows its obedience by lifting her high into the air, impressing everyone. They test Marimo's abilities, making it jump and spin, and celebrate how well it performs. Zinc notices its magic power hasn't dropped. He explains that high-level slimes can control their size, and asks Marina to try it, curious about how usable Marimo will be in this new form. Marimo successfully returns to its smaller size. The group reflects on the battle, noting that, with the mother slime defeated, the stampede should be nearly over. The adventurers praise Zinc's party for their strength and teamwork. Promises are made to meet again, and the allies part ways while planning to handle the remaining cleanup. Zinc orders the group to return, noting that monsters may have crossed their territory during their absence. They decide to circle the populous base and eliminate any remaining high-rank monsters. The scene shifts to a ruined town near Nazar's capital, where lizard-like creatures are shown being struck down. An army of the undead marches towards the battlefield. At the forefront, a zombie warrior with a menacing expression and a spear in hand walks among the other reanimated corpses. Amid the grunts, he gutturally utters a single question, asking for Zinc. A few days later, the group continues to exterminate the monsters. The number of creatures in the horde has dropped so much that there are hardly any A-rank monsters left. Zinc comments that the end of the stampede is near, as they have eliminated many of the necromancer's pawns, leaving little for them to send against them. Despite this, he warns that they cannot underestimate how low the enemies can go, reminding them that they sacrifice their own allies to achieve their goals. Zinc and his group discuss their enemy's next move, considering that the necromancers might abandon Nazar entirely and flee. They reflect on how the enemy, used to wealth and power, would see retreat as a dishonor, but other nations would be eager to seize their magical techniques. Suddenly, Zinc notices a foul stench coming from nearby. The group becomes alert, realizing that the smell is coming from a specific direction, signaling that something unusual is ahead. A horde of reanimated corpses charges toward the group, the stench of death filling the air. Zinc recognizes the undead as former clan emissaries, realizing that the Bernhards have raised them as weapons. Fire magic crosses his mind, but is dismissed to avoid causing a forest fire. He quickly orders Marina to use Marimo for combat training, preparing to face the undead head-on. Marimo leaps into action, crashing into the charging undead and crushing them with its massive body. The ground shakes as the slime smashes enemies with overwhelming force, flinging bodies aside and crushing them in brutal, decisive blows. The undead warrior charges straight at Zinc, roaring with rage. Marimo swiftly engulfs several enemies, trapping them inside its body. Zinc braces himself, spear in hand, ready to strike, as more enemies are flung helplessly into the air. The battle ends with Marimo capturing all the zombies inside its massive body, immobilizing them completely. The group stands relieved, watching the contained horde. Marina informs that Marimo wants to devour the zombies. Zinc agrees but instructs Marimo to leave the red-haired zombie's head intact for interrogation, allowing it to consume the rest. The group watches as Marimo digests the zombies, their bodies dissolving inside the slime. Some turn away from the gruesome sight, while Zinc hopes the equipment survives for alchemy use. When only the red-haired zombie's head remains, it suddenly speaks in anger, but Zinc quickly decides it's best to deliver him to Duke Fonker. Outside a large tent, a massive red dragon rests as if guarding the area. Inside, an elegantly set table shows a finished meal and a half-full glass of wine. A man sits confidently, savoring his drink, convinced of his assured victory. With a red dragon, a diamond turtle, and even the zombie of an S-rank adventurer under his control, he believes success is inevitable. Inside a fortified room, a messenger kneels before a commanding figure, urgently delivering a report. The Lord demands news about the enchanter's death, but the messenger hesitates, revealing shocking news. The red dragon and the diamond turtle have both been defeated. The revelation leaves the Lord in stunned silence, as he learns that Qual's forces are annihilating the monsters and continuing their advance without pause. The news hits the Lord hard, and he slams his fist on the table in disbelief, sending dishes flying. He can't believe his flawless plan has failed, questioning how things could go so wrong. Furious and desperate, he storms out of his tent with a subordinate, refusing to accept the outcome. The desperate Lord resorts to necromancy, reviving the corpse of a fortune-teller who once predicted Nazar's doom and was executed as a witch. Now reanimated, she is forced to read the future for him, as he demands reassurance and answers about the fate of the Bernhards. The fortune-teller pulls the death card, which enrages the Lord. Furious at the omen, he lashes out at her, but the undead fortune-teller just grins, unfazed by his anger. The Lord tries to keep control as his men desperately plead with him not to lose hope. But his mind is filled with doubts. He realizes that if Nazar falls and he loses the support of the Bernhard family, he has nowhere left to go. Escaping is risky, and he knows he'd be captured before even reaching the border. The Lord's men remind him that he still commands the ancient dragon, a force that Qual's army can't stand against. Encouraged by their loyalty, he regains his composure, thinking that Qual's forces are like insects before the power of the dragon. His men stand with him, ready to risk everything for Nazar. The group senses something intense ahead, knowing they're close to the source of the stampede. They move cautiously through the forest until they spot something massive, with wings rising above the trees, grabbing everyone's attention. The group finally comes face to face with an ancient dragon, something they thought only existed in legends. They're shocked by the dragon's size and presence, realizing this is the true threat behind the stampede. The dragon, named Bernhard, acknowledges the group and prepares to test their strength, hinting at a powerful fight about to begin. The elite guards of Nazar declare their loyalty and prepare to defend their land, ready to risk their lives. Suddenly, the massive claw of the ancient dragon overshadows them, putting their resolve to the test. The tension rises as the guards realize the real threat is right in front of them. The ancient dragon crushes the ground, targeting the elite guards as their leader commands them to be sacrificed. The scene shocks everyone watching, especially when they realize he's willing to sacrifice his own men to the dragon. The soldiers panic and flee after realizing their lord has lost his mind and is willing to sacrifice them. The dragon and its master threaten those trying to desert, warning that their families will also suffer. Zinc and his group are left thinking just how desperate and ruthless their enemy has become. The knights are shocked as the enemy sacrifices his own men to power up the dragon. The dragon begins to glow and crackle with new strength. The group realizes a forbidden necromancer spell is being used to fuse souls with a monster. Sensing danger, they quickly prepare, as the dragon is about to unleash its breath. Attack. Nina survives the dragon's attack with only her clothes burned. The group realizes that defeating the dragon would take every S-rank adventurer in the world. They decide that if they can handle the necromancer, the dragon should stop, since the real problem is the one controlling it. The group uses perception magic and discovers the necromancer's location. They realize he's hiding inside the dragon's nose, controlling the beast from within. They decide to target the dragon's legs and try to knock it over to force the necromancer out. Wind magic is used to create a tornado, but it doesn't seem effective, and the necromancer isn't easily dragged out. The dragon launches an attack, causing a huge explosion. The group reacts quickly, using wind magic to help Esther jump over the debris and stay safe. As the dragon attacks, the group quickly dodges and jumps for cover in the trees, using whatever they can to shield themselves. The dragon takes flight and, following the necromancer's command, unleashes flames to burn down the entire forest. Not caring about the destruction, the group runs through the burning forest, dodging the dragon's attacks. Zinc thinks about whether the necromancer can really control such a strong monster. Noticing the dragon's movements are sloppy, he considers if they should wait until the control wears off. Knowing necromancers usually can't hold a zombie of that level for long, Zinc remembers that ancient dragons were smart enough to speak with humans. He notices the dragon doesn't look hostile and wonders if it still has its own mind. He considers trying to communicate with it using magic, but isn't sure if the dragon would even understand or how to make the spell work. Zinc recalls that ancient dragons were known to speak with humans. He notices this dragon doesn't seem hostile and thinks about trying to communicate with it using magic, but he's not sure how to connect the spell or if it would even work. Zinc manages to connect with the dragon telepathically. The dragon's voice reaches out to him, calling him the child known as the Enchanter, and asking if he can hear its voice. Zinc hears the dragon's voice in his mind. The dragon explains that no one else can hear them and asks Zinc to keep fighting as if nothing has changed. It reveals that it doesn't want to attack, but is being forced to by Mikhail, and finds the situation frustrating. The dragon manages to resist Mikhail's control, which is why its attacks are missing. Zinc thanks the dragon, surprised to be able to communicate like this. The dragon explains that having a human soul mixed with its own changed its perspective, since it never would have considered working with humans in the past. The dragon offers to fight alongside Zinc against Mikhail, but only if Zinc fulfills its wish. The dragon wants to finally rest and no longer have its body used by others. Zinc promises the dragon he'll bury it somewhere peaceful after the battle. The dragon agrees to help, relaying Mikhail's orders and making chances for Zinc to attack. Zinc's group gets ready, with Zinc using the dragon's power to communicate. Zinc tells his group the dragon will help them fight the necromancer. He explains the dragon can still communicate and will warn them about its attacks. The group splits up, ready to follow Zinc's signals and take action. The necromancer feels desperate as his MP drains quickly. Realizing he can't keep up, he prepares to use everything he has left for one final move. The group decides they can drag out the fight until the enemy runs out of strength. They agree to attack as well, since the enemy might catch on to their plan. The dragon, being undead, feels no pain and tells them not to hold back. Zinc plans to use Nina's cooking spices and wind magic to target the necromancer hiding in the dragon's nose. He asks his team to help launch the spices into the dragon's nostrils. The team launches the spice pouches into the air, using wind magic to direct them at the dragon's nose. The dragon inhales the spices, and the necromancer is hit by the effect, left confused and asking what the dragon is doing. The spices burst, causing the necromancer to cough and lose his sight. The plan works. He's left unable to open his eyes, and the group is pleased with the result. The group is happy with the success of the spice bombs. They come up with a new idea, as the smell fills the air, leaving everyone holding their noses from the stink. The dragon pauses its attack. The group notices leftover equipment inside Marimo after it ate the previous enemies. Despite the awful smell, they keep launching items to keep the plan going. The necromancer gets hit by a load of smelly objects, shocked and disgusted by the awful stench. The dragon keeps spitting out more, and the group pushes to keep the attacks going. The group stands ready as the dragon tells everyone to be quiet. The dragon then tries to communicate telepathically, calling out to the protagonist as child. The others wait, wondering if anything will happen. Mikhail is knocked out by the strong stench, and the dragon finally regains control over its own body. Since the dragon can't smell anything, it isn't affected. Seeing the chance, the dragon decides to act and launches Mikhail away. Mikhail crashes to the ground, completely defeated. The group stands over him, victorious, with their enemy no longer a threat. The dragon thanks the group for helping it gain freedom. It tells them they can take its scales once it is finally at rest. The group is surprised by the dragon's offer to give them its scales, noting how rare they are. They respectfully refuse, not wanting to desecrate the dragon's body. They ask how the dragon was controlled. The dragon explains it gave its territory to its children and went to the forest to die centuries ago, already feeling its life ending. The dragon explains it woke up under the control of the Bernhard family, not defeated in battle but used after death. The group realizes the family either found the dragon's corpse or bought it from someone else. The dragon feels that if it had been defeated honorably, it would have accepted the outcome. The dragon tells everyone it died of old age, not in battle, and was not defeated by the Bernhard family. It explains that the human souls sacrificed had no effect on it at all, and the necromancer's actions were pointless. The ancient dragon, exhausted and out of magic, collapses. It says it enjoyed talking with the group, but now they must part. The group mourns the dragon's passing. They prepare to clean its nose with water magic, making sure everything is handled with care. Mikhail is defeated and unable to move. The protagonist explains that Mikhail lost because he caused the stampede, which led to his downfall. The protagonist explains to the defeated enemy that the stampede he caused ended up helping the group. At first, the party was panicked, but after learning the stampede was man-made, they realized it was actually an advantage, letting them gain massive experience and level up quickly. The protagonist, an enchanter, powers up his allies with every level he gains, turning the situation to their favor. The protagonist tells Mikhail that Gilbert is safe at their base. He also reveals that the human sacrifices were pointless, as the dragon said their souls were too weak to have any effect. Mikhail realizes he was deceived, and is shocked that even as a necromancer he didn't know this. The protagonist demands information about Axel, suspecting he might have a powerful zombie as his trump card. Mikhail refuses to reveal anything, even after being threatened. With the smell gone, the group prepares to move the body. The protagonist threatens to break every bone in Mikhail's body, showing they have plenty of time to get answers. They torture Mikhail to get his family's secrets, noting how the royal family keeps fighting for power while their nation declines. The stampede was used as a weapon in their political games, dragging soldiers and citizens into their conflict. Mikhail begs to join the protagonist, claiming they could take down Nazar together. The protagonist isn't buying it, tells him he won't survive, and kicks him down, saying he'll die screaming. Mikhail wakes up confused, finding himself trapped in a strange place. As he tries to make sense of his surroundings, he suddenly realizes he's been left in the forest and is quickly surrounded by monstrous creatures closing in on him. Mikhail tries to defend himself, but the monsters quickly overpower him. He's stabbed and dragged down, completely surrounded, with no chance to escape as he's overwhelmed by the creatures. The group realizes that Mikhail's presence has disappeared. While some of them wait and prepare to leave, Zink and another member quietly move in to confirm the situation. After checking, they agree that Mikhail is dead. The group sees the monsters finishing off what's left of Mikhail. Zink and his companion talk about how the Count will pay for any information they got from Mikhail, and that transporting him back would have been tough anyway. They also mention that the real target now is Axel, the strongest necromancer and head of the Bernhards, who's still out there with his secret weapon. Axel stands in front with his sword, while a powerful and sinister figure appears behind him. This being is introduced as a fallen angel, with horns, wings, and a menacing presence, hinting that Axel's secret weapon is something way beyond ordinary necromancy. After revealing Axel's connection to the fallen angel, Mikhail explains that almost every leader of the Bernhards made a contract with one. The group wants to know what kind of power the fallen angel has, but Mikhail hesitates, looking nervous and troubled, unable to answer right away. The tension rises, with everyone realizing they might be facing a threat even greater than the dragon. The group heads back toward their base, walking through a peaceful field with mountains in the distance. As they get closer to their destination, they start talking about needing some rest. But the mood shifts when the topic of the fallen angel comes up again. Zink seems deep in thought, still concerned about what Mikhail revealed. The group talks about how lucky they were to get important info before acting. They see the fortress up ahead, and everyone agrees they need to be ready for anything, especially since their next enemy is totally different from what they've faced before. Zink and his group return to town and get a hero's welcome from everyone. The crowd cheers, proud to fight alongside him. Zink thinks about how their stats went up from all the battles and notes the odd titles he's picked up. The group reflects that stopping the stampede and defeating the necromancer earned them this parade, even though Zink isn't used to all this praise. As the parade goes on, Ian, Nina, and Marina's stats and skills are shown. Ian stands out as a skilled swordsman and merchant. Nina is a strong support with a Sister Complex Cook title, and Marina has grown a lot, now able to command a Mother Slime. The crowd calls out for them to join in, showing how respected they've all become. Esther's stats and skills are revealed, showing strong spear and pole fighting abilities. He's called the Spear Princess and Sylphid, but gets flustered about having an air spirit that's female, which the others tease him for. The next day, Esther is reassured by his friend that everyone respects his strength, even if the teasing doesn't stop. Zink meets with a commander to report on recent events. He hands over the information they got from Mikhail. The commander reads through it and notes that Nazar's biggest weakness is the constant infighting and factions within their ranks, even when they're on the verge of destruction. Meanwhile, at the royal palace in Nazar's capital, News arrives that Mikhail has been defeated by the populists. Axel enters the royal throne room, kneeling before the king. He admits his failure and addresses the king with respect, while others look on in silence. King Leorio sits on his throne, disappointed by how far the Bernhards have fallen. He looks down at Axel, calling him pathetic and questioning if Axel will redeem himself or lose his position. Axel remains kneeling, facing the king's judgment. Axel vows to get revenge on Qual and the populists. Princess Melissa angrily demands action, frustrated by Axel's failures, and orders him to bring her Zink's head. Axel can only respond in defeat. The king ignores Axel's apologies, demanding proof of loyalty instead. Axel quietly seethes, blaming the king's corruption for ruining the country's leadership and letting incompetence spread. The king accepts Axel's promise and forgives his mistake, but warns him not to fail again. Axel agrees to follow orders, offering the rights to the Eoronite mine to the crown and promising to expel Mikhail from the Bernhards. Axel pretends to obey his family but secretly mocks them, knowing the mine he offered is worthless and has been empty for centuries. He plans to bribe the official in charge to keep this secret. Axel thinks the war could have been avoided if they kept undermining Quol from the inside, but Princess Melissa pushed for a direct attack. He understands her anger, noting how her own son turned out weak, while his half-brother became unexpectedly valuable. Axel sees Mikhail's death as an advantage for him, but it also leaves the Bernhards weakened, with only him left on their side. He knows Nazar has won many battles, but worries Quol is stronger than expected, and the situation could turn against them, especially with an enchanter involved. Axel moves through the palace as servants carry food and wine. He watches the king, who spends his time drinking and surrounded by women. Axel thinks about poisoning the king to let the crown prince rule, but figures Nazar will collapse on its own before that even becomes necessary. Axel decides it's time to leave and prepares to defect, unsure of his destination. As his carriage is readied, a girl approaches him, asking for a birthday gift. The girl asks Axel for a sapphire as a birthday gift and tries to convince him to go shopping together, even mentioning matching wedding rings. Axel gives her money to buy the ring herself and looks a bit annoyed by her insistence. Axel harshly rejects the girl's playful suggestion about marriage, telling her she's unfit to be his wife and warning her not to push him. When she continues, he threatens her father's position, and she falls back in surprise. Axel dismisses the girl as unworthy, viewing her as nothing more than a temporary amusement to be discarded. Turning back to his duties, he orders the conscription of more men and the establishment of defenses, aware that Quol's forces will soon threaten the capital. Axel secretly planned his escape, calculating how to finance his survival by selling off the Bernhard holdings. He considered using teleportation magic through his undead servants, but it limited him only to places he had already visited. What he needed was a destination strong enough to protect him, somewhere powerful where Quol couldn't easily demand his extradition. Axel turned his eyes toward the demonic continent, a land where human conflicts held no meaning. He recalled once visiting its edge for business, knowing the demons cared nothing for human wars. With his fallen angel under control, he believed even demons could not oppose him, making it the perfect place to hide. Yet, he also knew the demonic races harbored deep hatred for humans, a risk he would have to weigh. Axel dreamed of indulging in demonic women, boasting that his talent and wealth would grant him any he desired. He dismissed human women as dull, craving the novelty of non-humans. Yet, before leaving, his thoughts sharpened with vengeance. He could not forgive the enchanter who had humiliated him and swore to settle that score first. Dark clouds loomed overhead as a chilling vow echoed. Axel swore to kill his enemy. Meanwhile, Zink nearly drowned after dozing off in the bath, jolting awake in shock, realizing he had let his guard down too much. Zink felt uneasy, certain that someone was plotting his murder, though with so many possible enemies he couldn't tell who. After leaving the bath, he crossed paths with Nina in the hallway. She appeared calm and well-rested, offering her support as he pondered what tasks to give her. Zink asked Nina to prepare special dishes to share with their allies, while also planning to clear out his item box, which was still holding the body of the ancient dragon. With space running out due to equipment and monster meat, he saw this as the perfect chance. Nina agreed enthusiastically, treating it like a small celebration. The next day, the group gathers for a big feast, celebrating their victory over the stampede. The atmosphere is lively, with everyone enjoying plenty of food and drink. Zink prepares special orc meat dishes for everyone, and the soldiers finally get a chance to relax after constant fighting. The mood is cheerful, and everyone digs in, happy to have a break from the battles. The main character thinks about needing approval after his actions in the war. News comes in from Erza and the estate, saying things are running smoothly. The staff are training well, and even without the assassins from Nazar, everything at the estate continues as usual. During a lively meal, the main character drinks milk and thinks about sending thanks to a helpful ally. Jokes are made about drinking too much milk, and one of the girls points out a change she's noticed in him while the war has been going on. Nina stands next to Esther, who's now taller and more imposing than before. Esther feels a bit frustrated about his height and wishes to grow taller and stronger right away. Someone reassures him that he'll grow eventually, but Esther is impatient, wanting those changes now. Meanwhile, Zinc senses something unusual. Dansan and his group return to town after their mission. Inside, Zinc welcomes everyone, mentioning that Nina prepared a big orc meat feast for all. The atmosphere is cheerful, and people are happy to see each other again. Dansan reports that the enchanted equipment helped a lot during the stampede. The group digs into the feast, especially enjoying Nina's cooking and noticing there's still plenty of wyvern meat left. Zinc quietly reminds everyone to mind their manners as things get a bit rowdy at the table. The group is focused on earning military honors, land, and titles. Defeating monsters brings in a lot of gold, which helps with estate development. Thanks to everyone's efforts, they've reached high-rank adventurer status. Jokes are made about the stubbornness of some members, but the mood stays light as they enjoy their success. Count Brand's next plans focus on repairing town walls and buildings damaged by the stampede, using golems to speed up the work. After that, the priority is moving refugees to safer places, filling empty buildings left vacant by the war. The group discusses how the abandoned land is now overrun by zombies, soldiers, and monsters that turned after death. They realize the area can't be lived in until it's purified, and Qual will have to cleanse the land before anyone can return or govern it. Plans are set to join forces with Gil Kun and the Royal Army. Together, they'll march forward and head straight for the capital. The army mobilizes and begins their march toward Nazar's capital, moving forward with determination under their leader's command. As the army advances, they prepare to pass through a town and are warned to watch out for zombies, destroying any they encounter. The path ahead is dangerous, with zombie monsters appearing and attacking. The soldiers face off against a horde of zombie monsters. They're warned not to fight alone and to aim for the limbs, then finish the zombies by burning them with fire. The battle is intense, with everyone staying alert against the slow but dangerous enemies. Zinc loses another game of chess to Ian, making it 10 losses in a row. Frustrated, Zinc doesn't understand the game, while Ian calmly reminds him of the penalty for losing. The mood stays light and playful between the group. Zinc struggles to win against Ian, refusing to give up or accept help. Nina teases that Ian won't keep his smug look for long. Meanwhile, some wonder if it's right to play games inside while others fight zombies outside. Zinc explains they're on break by Count Brand's orders after repairing the base. With the stampede over, only low-rank zombies remain, and the soldiers can handle them unless something stronger appears. Restoring the land will take a lot of time and money since so much is still infested with undead. While playing chess, the group talks about how Nazar's leaders only care about their own victory, even using monster attacks and zombie infestations to slow their enemies. Nearby, the Quol populists have set up a large camp. Zinc is called over by the commanding officers as the royal army approaches. The populist army has grown massive, now reaching nearly 100,000 men, and preparations are made to greet their allies. The nobles' forces have suffered heavy losses and been pushed close to the border, with blame being passed around. The inner council sees them as an obstacle, while King Nomil is taking advantage of the chaos to shift power and territory to himself and the populists. Zinc wonders why the nobles' forces are so weak that they can't even handle a single necromancer. As he ponders this, the royal army finally arrives on the scene. Count Brand and Duke Mebius meet at the camp after a long time apart. Duke Mebius praises the group for handling the stampede, and Zinc is introduced as the one who played a key role. With thanks sent from the king, Count Brand explains that plans for the siege have been delayed. Before they can take the capital, they need to capture the towns of Amog and Komaj. The details will be worked out later. The commanders discuss using 2 towns as supply points before attacking the capital. They expect Nazar to target these bases to cut off their support. The group decides to rest for the night and plan their next move in the morning, while Zinc goes to check in with Gil Kun. Zinc reunites with Karen and Will, who greet him warmly. They recall first meeting by chance in Rosarda, and now find themselves fighting in the same war. The group reflects on how fate brought them together. Zinc feels guilty about the war starting because of him. But Karen reassures him. She admits she doesn't like war, but meeting new people and experiencing new things has made her world bigger. Will adds that if Zinc hadn't kept fighting, their worlds would have been smaller. Esther proudly shows off that he learned how to ride a horse, thanks to practice at the Royal Army base. His friends encourage him and let him know they'll be nearby if he needs them. Under the night sky, Zinc asks for information about Axel. He learns that Axel is cunning, selfish, and uses others for his own gain, seeing royalty as tools and valuing himself above all else. They discuss Axel's likely actions if Nazar falls. He won't flee or defect easily due to his pride. He'll do anything to eliminate his enemies before even thinking of running. They expect Axel to try a counterattack, likely using a teleporting zombie for an assassination attempt. Axel also commands a fallen angel, a creature that craves blood, suffering, and follows his orders to satisfy its own dark desires. They agree they won't face Axel until after capturing the two towns. The character in black cloak declares he will join the upcoming battle. The scene shifts to the Nazar troops' campsite under the night sky. Ziza receives news that Quoll's populist army has joined forces with the Royal Army, totaling 100,000 troops. Realizing the odds are overwhelming, he predicts the capital will fall soon. He suspects Axel has already abandoned the royal family, thinking only of himself. Ziza rallies his troops, celebrating another victory over Quoll's nobles and urging them to keep pushing forward for Nazar. Despite the tough situation, he decides he won't go down with the losing side. Ziza realizes he'll be executed if caught, so he starts planning his escape. He notices that Quoll's nobles are leaving their lands unprotected by calling their men to the front lines, making the region vulnerable. Ziza thinks about his escape plan. If he can get through Quoll and avoid the nobles' forces, he believes he can safely make his way into Yamato. A few days later at Quoll's campsite, two characters spar with swords, clashing fiercely as others look on. The training is intense, with both fighters fully focused. After finishing a training match, one fighter yields, thanking Zinc for the good practice. As everyone prepares for the next move, it's announced that the army will set out tomorrow, since organizing such a large force took some time. Zinc is urgently called to a meeting by Duke Mebius. He quickly heads to the main tent, where the commanders are gathered, ready to discuss their next strategy. The commanders discuss the latest news. Ziza Bernhard has withdrawn from the battlefield. Rather than reinforcing the capital, he appears to be fleeing, and this update is being sent to all of Quoll's forces. The group realizes Ziza is likely hiding within Quoll. The nobles, in their effort to fight him, have left their own lands exposed by pulling troops away. Zinc points out how risky it is for Ziza to move through enemy territory, but he might use this chaos to his advantage. The group figures out that Ziza is getting inside help. They realize there must be a spy among their own ranks. They discuss the presence of a spy among them. The march is supposed to start soon, but they realize they can't move forward until the spy is found. They're keeping the spy situation quiet to avoid lowering morale. But once the higher-ups hear, Gilbert will be the main suspect. If Gil Kun is the spy, the one who brought him in will also get punished. They ask Zinc to use his appraisal skill to find the spy among them. There are other appraisal users, but they're few and can't keep checking everyone for long. Zinc agrees to help, so they don't lose momentum. Zinc stands in front of Gilbert and Gilkun, ready to use his skill. There's a tense pause while everyone waits for Zinc to announce the result. Someone asks, "Well, Zinc-kun?" looking for his answer. Gil-kun is checked with appraisal goggles, and both Zinc and Will confirm he's clear there's nothing suspicious in his status. Will suggests using more goggles to find the spy, but Zinc only made a few, giving them only to people he trusts to avoid status discrimination. Gil-kun isn't offended about being a suspect, and Zinc apologizes, saying it was the only way to clear his name. Gilbert says Zinc can keep checking him until they find the real spy, but Zinc says there's no need. Gilbert is used to it anyway. Zinc explains he used appraisal on people as he walked by, but didn't spot anyone suspicious. Will thinks if they just knew where to look, it'd be easier. Then, someone says they have an idea and calls out to Zinc. Everyone can see how bad Nazar's situation is now, which is why Ziza ran away. One of the characters doubts any of Ziza's men still obey him by choice. Whoever still serves him is probably being forced to. Basically, the slaves. They mention how necromancers use and throw away their own men, and if it were them, they would have betrayed the necromancers a long time ago. They figure out a new lead to start searching for the spy, and everyone gets moving right away. Zinc takes Ian with him and begins using appraisal on the prisoners, checking each one. After an hour of searching, they're still looking through the prisoners for any suspicious status. Zinc finds a prisoner named Ductus, whose skills and status stand out. He notices Ductus has extremely high stress resistance, likely because of the harsh treatment by his master Zyza. Zinc thinks that if Ductus resents Zyza, he could become a valuable ally. Zinc questions Ductus and asks if he has a grudge against Zyza, suggesting he could join their side. Ductus stays silent, but Zinc senses that his answer is yes. With this, Zinc starts asking about Zyza's spies inside the Qual army, planning to go after Zyza's underlings first. Ductus suddenly screams in pain as a spell activates, burning his arms and stopping him from talking. Zinc realizes the spell on Ductus is too strong for them to handle, so they decide to call a mage who specializes in breaking servitude magic. Zinc says they'll take Ductus to Duke Mebius once the spell is removed, since he might die before saying anything useful. After the servitude spell is finally removed from Ductus, he collapses in exhaustion but manages to share all the information he has. The group thanks him and offers food, recognizing how valuable his testimony island. As the leaders discuss, they realize the situation is even worse than expected. Zyza had managed to plant a surprising number of slaves within the ranks of the nobility's servants and mercenaries. Ductus secretly sent regular reports of Qual's movements to Zyza using a sending box hidden in his item box. This allowed the enemy to know all of the nobility's plans, which explained the heavy losses suffered by their forces. The necromancer also figured out when the royal and populist armies joined together, forcing him to escape. Even Axel was unaware that these slaves were actually working for Zyza, which came as a big surprise to the group. The group discusses Zyza's decision to withdraw his forces, realizing it was likely a personal move. Even though Zyza and Axel share a bloodline, there's no real trust between them. They guess that Zyza's real goal, after sneaking into Qual, is probably to reach the kingdom of Yamato. The group figures out that Zyza will probably try to escape by using the remnants of a group called the Depths of Purgatory inside Yamato. After Qual exposed Purgatory's betrayal, both Qual and Yamato work to root out spies, but some manage to go underground. Their best hope is to catch Zyza in Qual, though they know it won't be easy. The leader mentions that the nobility already tried to clean out spies, but most of them probably escaped along with Zyza. For now, the group's focus shifts to marching on the capital, putting the hunt for Zyza on hold. Meanwhile, a new member seems surprised at the idea of joining their team. As the group sits around the campfire at night, they talk about the next steps. Gil and Dan are confirmed to join the team. The leader points out that the three of them wanted more achievements, and he's willing to support from the background so he doesn't steal their thunder. The mood is casual, with some friendly teasing about egos. As they share a drink by the fire, one of the group mentions being tired of paperwork and wanting some achievements of his own. He's asked why he decided to join the battle, since he usually sticks to logistics and strategy. With a calm look, he says it's for some personal reasons. The group gets ready for battle, raising a toast to fighting together. As they plan their next move, they decide the first target will be the town of Komaj. They realize they'll need good intel about the enemy to move forward. The group analyzes the town of Komaj, noting it's ruled by Count Maj, who is indecisive and greedy. His army isn't strong, but the town is on a tall hill, making it tough to attack because of the archers. They decide they'll need to move quickly to avoid heavy losses, and plan to rest before continuing the discussion the next day. As the group moves through the forest, a giant goblin and three smaller goblins suddenly attack. Without hesitation, one of the protagonists quickly calls out to target the three goblins, signaling the start of the fight. A massive wolf is summoned in the middle of battle, pouncing on the goblins and taking them down one by one. The goblins panic, but the wolf overpowers them easily, ending the fight quickly and brutally. The main character faces a large goblin, quickly casting a wind spell called Air Arrow. The magic attack hits the goblin straight on, taking it down in a single strike. Gil takes down the goblin general using a powerful air cutter attack. His friends comment that now he can defeat a goblin general all by himself, mostly thanks to the enchanted equipment he got from his ally. The big wolf stands by his side, and the group is clearly impressed with Gil's progress. The group decides to pause for lunch, so they don't get too far ahead of the main army. As they rest, Gil is asked for ideas on how to proceed with their attack, since the next town, Komaj, is close. Gil starts thinking about their options. The defenders of the town are prepared on top of the walls, aiming their bows at the approaching army. As the invaders draw near, the defenders warn them that they won't let them enter and threaten to take them down with a barrage of arrows. Tension rises on both sides as the siege is about to start. The group quickly puts their plan into action. Following Gil's instructions, Marina and her ally get ready. With a command, they use a spell or ability to launch themselves over the wall, flying past the defenders and their arrows to infiltrate the town. As archers rain arrows at them, Marina quickly casts an air shield, blocking the attacks while they're in mid-air. The shield holds, letting them safely reach the ground, where they immediately start fighting back against the defenders. Huge iron pillars come crashing down and smash through the city wall, leaving a huge gap for the army to charge in. With the wall destroyed, the order to start the attack is given, and the defenders are thrown into chaos. The plan is laid out. Use wind magic to fly above the wall and drop alchemized metal pillars onto it, creating a huge breach. If everything works, that destroyed section will be the army's way into the town. The army charges forward after breaking through the wall. Defenders try to stop them with a rain of arrows and orders to keep fighting. Mages on the attacking side use air shields to block the arrows, pushing ahead to enter the town. Zinc lands safely after using magic to break through, surprising the enemy. The group is satisfied that their unexpected move worked. Now, with the defenders shaken, the rest of the army prepares to advance. The group decides to play a support role in the battle, making sure not to overshadow Dansan, Gil-kun, and Chris's group. Zinc's team focuses on protecting the Qual army and using their perception skills to help. With the wall down, the army now has a way into the town. Komaj is split into multiple sections, each one surrounded by a thick wall. The leader's mansion sits at the highest point in town, protected by 3 layers of walls and backed by a steep cliff, making it the most defensible spot in Nazar. The group prepares to move out, keeping their guard up despite having the upper hand. While Komaj's layout can trap the enemy, it's also a dead end if things go wrong. With the archers on the walls taken out, their forces rush into the streets to press the attack. Fighting breaks out in the first section of Komaj. A young fighter is challenged by a larger opponent who doesn't hold back because of his age. The clash between them is intense, with swords and shields meeting in a flurry of blows. The young fighter easily outmaneuvers his opponent, showing impressive speed and skill. His quick attacks leave the enemy stunned and unable to move, landing decisive hits that end the fight almost instantly. Chris shows confidence, explaining that he's trained hard to target weak spots in his enemies. In battle, he uses his skills to quickly disable his opponents, proving he's more than just a support on the field. The battle moves into the second section of Komaj. Both sides clash fiercely, and the main group pushes forward, cutting down the enemies in their path to advance deeper into the city. As the group pushes further into Komaj's second section, the enemy resorts to magic, targeting them from a distance. The twins reveal themselves behind the group, forcing Esther and the others to react quickly to avoid the attacks. During the push through Komaj's second section, a cart loaded with supplies is hit by a magical attack, causing a fiery explosion. Nearby soldiers are caught off guard, emphasizing the dangers of the enemy's ranged capabilities. As the team advances through Komaj's streets, an enemy sniper strikes, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Esther reacts quickly, using his perception ability to pinpoint the sniper's location, preparing to counter the threat and protect his comrades. Esther swiftly neutralizes the immediate threat, allowing the others to focus on the remaining enemies. With the sniper taken care of, the group prepares to advance deeper into the town, ready to continue their mission. The group identifies a mage positioned in a tower, marked by a flag. As the mage completes his chanting, they prepare to strike, ready to interrupt his spell and prevent him from causing further trouble. Esther successfully takes down the mage in the tower, impressing the others with her precision and timing. The group acknowledges her skill as they prepare for the next phase of the battle. Zinc and his team advance confidently, pressing further into the town. The Qual forces, alarmed by their unexpected breakthrough, are shaken and struggle to regroup as the group pushes into the second area. The Qual commander realizes they are outmatched and orders a desperate strategy. With no other option, he instructs his troops to prepare a powerful counterattack using long-range strikes, hoping to turn the tide against Zinc and his advancing forces. The defenders of Komaj's walls brace themselves for the approaching attack, determined to stop Zinc and his allies before they can reach the city. They prepare to face them all together, knowing that if the enemy reaches the wall, the battle will become even more dangerous. Zinc and his team reach the third section of Komaj, cautiously advancing through the streets, while aware that more enemy snipers could be hidden among the buildings. They remain vigilant, knowing every step could be dangerous. As Zinc and the others advance, they discover that civilians are still trapped in this section of Komaj. They pause, Realizing the presence of innocent people adds an extra layer of urgency and caution to their mission. As they assess the situation, Zinc and his companions notice the civilians were never evacuated, despite the ongoing war. The mother clings desperately to her child, pleading for their safety, while Zinc observes solemnly, understanding the danger they've been exposed to. Zinc and his companions confront the enemy, clearly stating their objective is to fight the Nazar military and its leadership. They reassure the civilians that they won't be harmed and promise to distribute resources and let them go if victorious, showing a strict code of ethics in their mission. Zinc assures the mother that her child will be safe, showing kindness and care before he and his group move forward, leaving the civilians with a sense of relief and gratitude. After securing the third section of the town, Zinc and his group prepare to advance toward the mansion. They notice the enemy retreating toward the final wall, but a sudden threat appears from above, forcing them to stay alert. Boulders rain down on the invaders, launched by catapults from within Comage. The defenders exploit the mountain town's endless supply of rocks, striking back fiercely and halting the attackers' advance. They spot enemy ballistas firing from behind the wall, with civilians trapped in the crossfire. Flying is too risky, so they plan to hold position and send detachments to cut the enemy's supply lines and starve them out. From a distance, the enemy commander spotted an unexpected sight: one of Nazar's own high-ranking officers fighting beside the Quoll forces. Whispers spread through the ranks that the officer had been captured and turned traitor, shocking the soldiers who watched the unfolding battle. The enemy soldiers prepared for battle as the defector stood at their lead. Among the opposing ranks, one officer seethed with envy and ambition, determined to claim the traitor's head for a chance at promotion. Massive boulders rained down on the town as catapults hurled relentless volleys. Walls crumbled and soldiers scattered, the streets erupting in chaos under the heavy bombardment. Boulders smashed through soldiers and buildings alike, forcing the defenders to pull back to escape the deadly range of the enemy catapults. The enemy commander grinned, convinced the barrage had stalled the attackers. Confident that reinforcements would arrive by night, he prepared to strike back and crush Quoll's forces. The attackers neared the final wall, knowing the manor lay just beyond. But the defenders held a vantage point, spotting every move, and scouts warned that enemy reinforcements were on their way. Zinc devised a plan, using the favorable wind to enchant amulets that would strengthen everyone's water magic for the coming fight. Zinc organized barrels to be placed beneath the wall and filled with water, preparing a trap as the enemy waited for their reinforcements at sunset. As the enemy commander rallied his troops, a sudden explosion erupted behind him, catching everyone off guard and halting their planned assault. Barrels released thick mist across the town, successfully obscuring the enemy's view and giving the attackers an advantage. Thick mist engulfed the area, startling the defenders and leaving them confused and unable to see their enemy's movements. The mist covered the battlefield, blinding both sides. The defenders struggled to keep control, ordering sporadic attacks while fearing an ambush from above. A heavy block plummeted from above as the armored man watched in tense realization, sweat marking the moment of his looming defeat. The massive block crashed into the ground with a deafening explosion, while the cloaked warrior leapt through the mist, moving swiftly amid the chaos. The enemy forces panicked as their leader fell, and the mist began to clear. Taking advantage of the confusion, the attackers launched a swift strike, their magic users pleased with the success of their powerful mist spell, despite its heavy toll. With the mist spell complete, the group advanced toward Comage Manor. Their plan clear, they rushed to seize the enemy stronghold and capture the commander leading the defense. The attackers stormed the room, surrounding the officer with swords drawn. Shock filled his face as he realized capture was inevitable. Gilbert revealed himself alive and now allied with Quoll, shocking the captured commander who questioned his loyalty and royal heritage. Gilbert coldly declared his wish for Nazar's royal family to be destroyed, leaving the soldiers around him visibly shaken. Quoll's soldiers displayed their captive as proof of triumph. By sunset, Nazar's reinforcements arrived but were outnumbered, and the siege of Comage closed with Quoll's victory. After the town leader was captured and their own catapults turned against them, the enemy forces lost the will to fight and retreated. Later, supplies were distributed to the townspeople. The townspeople received supplies and prepared to leave until the fighting ended. No lives were lost and the farmlands remained safe, ensuring they could manage in the meantime. Gil reveals that he fights for revenge. Cast aside by the royal family as a threat to succession, despite his military skill, he seeks to strike back through the war. Gil explains that the royal family betrayed him and was responsible for his mother's murder, fueling his desire for vengeance. Gil reveals that his mother's murder was orchestrated by the queen and her relatives, linking the plot to the powerful house of Amog, the queen's birthplace. Gil states, his true goal is to eliminate the queen's remaining relatives, seeing this as his chance for vengeance now that the queen has already died of illness. Days later at the Nazar Palace, the council erupts in anger upon learning that Gilbert has allied with Quoll, calling his survival a disgrace. At the palace, the royal council fumes over Gilbert's betrayal and fears that Quoll's next move will be to capture Amog, the queen's hometown and key stronghold. The council debates sending reinforcements to Amog but lacks the troops. Attempts to contact General Zyza fail. He has mysteriously disappeared, leaving them shocked and uneasy. In the royal city, tensions rise as leaders scramble to delay Quoll's forces. The House of Haughty is urged to resist even in hopeless odds, buying precious time for defenses to be prepared against the coming assault. As a child, Gilbert endured a cruel and humiliating upbringing. Even at the family table, he was treated with open contempt, his presence met with scorn and abuse. Gilbert sat among the broken dishes, quietly enduring as the king ate without care, and others mocked him, splattering food onto his head in cruel amusement. Gilbert, born the son of a mistress, was treated as nothing by his father. At school, he endured the same cruelty, mocked and bullied, feeling even less than nothing. Gilbert was grabbed and restrained as his tormentors closed in. One of them twisted his arm and stabbed him, leaving him helpless against their attack. Bleeding and forced to hide the evidence of his injuries, Gilbert suffered in silence. Among all, only one person stood by his side. Encouraged by his mother to learn and grow stronger, Gilbert immersed himself in books and magic, determined to one day rise above those who had hurt him. Gilbert mastered summoning magic and, by age 8, entered a prestigious school. By 10, he graduated at the top of his class, earning newfound recognition. On a stormy night, riders ambushed the carriage carrying Gilbert and his mother. She clung to him in fear as the attackers closed in. While returning from a gathering, Gilbert's carriage was ambushed by bandits. With few guards to protect them, chaos erupted and the carriage began to tip, leaving his mother in deadly danger. The carriage crashed down the rocky slope and lay shattered in the rain. Gilbert struggled out of the wreckage, dragging his injured mother to safety. His mother collapsed in the mud, bloodied and barely conscious, while the rain poured down around them. After his mother's death, he found no safety anywhere. Their carriage had plunged off a cliff while being chased, yet the attackers vanished without stealing a thing. Back at the academy, classmates mocked his success and hurled insults, taunting that he would be locked away among the archives. He returned to his books, determined to learn and grow stronger so that one day he could take his revenge. His brother entered the room, breaking the quiet of the library, and informed him that Nazar and Quoll had gone to war. Their father and the royal advisors had chosen him to join the conflict as commander-in-chief, finally giving him the chance to prove himself beyond the world of books. His brother exploded in rage, realizing their father was sending him to the battlefield as a death sentence. Yet the young man stayed calm, dismissing the insults and suggesting his brother focus on honoring their late queen instead of wasting time with anger. His brother shouted from the doorway, mocking him with the truth that the queen herself had plotted the accident that killed his mother. He hurled cruel words, wishing Gilbert had died as well, and taunting him to break down and cry like the trash he claimed he was. Gilbert calmly acknowledged the revelation, showing no sign of distress. He thanked his brother for the information and returned to his studies, his composure unshaken despite the attempt to provoke him. While leading soldiers and secretly using small creatures to gather rumors, Gilbert uncovered the truth. The former queen and her relatives had plotted the ambush that killed his mother, enraged by his rising accomplishments and status. The group pieced together that the bandits' attack left nothing stolen because Count Haughty intended to erase all evidence. They condemned the royal family's ruthless ambition and lack of mercy, then turned to Gilbert for insight about the House of Haughty as they prepared for their next move toward Amog. From the hill overlooking the walled city, the group analyzed their target. The leader, known for paranoia, had expelled the upper classes under the excuse of raising war funds and likely planned to flee. Though the city's rulers were mostly politicians with limited military strength, their soldiers still kept tight control over the people, making the next move critical. The strategists planned to exploit Amog's weak drainage, with its single southern gate and basin-like terrain, sealing the exits with earth magic and then channeling water magic would flood the city, forcing the enemy into chaos. As the group finalizes the plan to flood the city and strike, Gilbert steps forward with a personal vow. He will be the one to end the enemy leader's life, driven by the need to avenge his mother. At Amog's front gate, soldiers clash in a fierce battle as defenders struggle to hold their ground. Their commander keeps watch on the mountains, determined to stop any breach. Among them, a foe vows to personally kill Gilbert if he dares to join the fight. A commander shows his disgust for the unwashed scouts and the stench of battle itself. Even while stationed in the forest southwest of Amog, he cannot tolerate the smell of war. Qual's warriors cut through the enemy with overwhelming strength. Panicked soldiers call for reinforcements, but their retreat is blocked as a massive beast charges in, scattering them in terror. Gilbert steps forward with his beast at his side, stopping an enemy soldier from escaping and calling for help. The giant beast tears through the enemy ranks, its roar sending soldiers into a panic as they desperately try to flee from the onslaught. Gilbert calmly ends the battle by dismissing his summoned beast, halting the chaos as the enemy soldiers recoil in shock. Gilbert's ally charges in with swift, deadly strikes, cutting through the enemy ranks. Shocked by the unexpected reinforcement, the opposing soldiers falter and begin to retreat. The battle subsides as the enemy is nearly defeated. An elf archer observes from a tree, while soldiers on the ground tend to the wounded. Orders are given to signal when the area is clear and to use the watchtowers to confirm the situation. Gilbert organizes the troops to surround the town, while water magic users prepare their spell. He instructs Zinc to wait for the right moment to raise an earth wall, ensuring the water is contained. They realize the enemy might notice the plan, leaving them vulnerable until it is fully set.